Even a star hidden by clouds still holds its light. In a massive garbage pit near the city walls, a sound rustled through the filth. The trash began to shift until a hand shot out from beneath the refuse. A boy named Vlad emerged, gasping for air. He caught his breath, sweat on his brow. If a star still yearns, it means a light still flickers within. Days ago, Vlad stood before the forge, his eyes fixed on the sword mounted on the wall. A small smile touched his lips. It was a magnificent sight, no matter how many times he looked. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out from behind. "I knew you'd be here." He turned to see his friend, a girl named Xena. With arms crossed and a look of annoyance, she demanded he quit this pointless habit. Vlad shot back, telling her not to get on his nerves. This was just one of his breaks. "A break, is it?" she scoffed. "Rumors about you are starting to spread." He frowned. "What rumors?" Xena glanced around nervously, ensuring they were alone. She leaned in and whispered, "Do you still hear voices when you hold a stick or things like that?" Vlad's eyes darted away in silence. That was all the answer she needed. What sins did you commit? In a past life, she wondered aloud. To be struck by lightning in broad daylight, and black lightning at that. She warned him to keep a low profile for a couple of days. They say the new bishop has a short fuse for strange omens. He used to be a heretic inquisitor. If he finds you suspicious, he'll send you straight to the pyre. Vlad sighed in frustration, asking why she was telling him all this. She raised an eyebrow. "Because I'm worried, you idiot. You know, plenty of people saw that lightning strike. They're already whispering behind your back, so stop wandering the streets. What if the church decides to take you?" He calmly replied that no one would arrest him for just looking at a sword. Xena fumed. "You're so stubborn, then just buy it already." "It's too expensive," he answered. "How expensive?" she pressed. "This is just a blacksmith in some back alley. I can buy it. For you." He paused for a moment, then replied, "The sword. It costs 5 gold pieces." The price was so astronomical, Xena nearly let out a curse. Vlad closed his eyes, a nervous smile on his face. She stared at the blade, rubbing her chin. 5 gold pieces? For a hunk of metal. You could live on that. For a year without a single worry. He cut her off, looking away with an apologetic smile. "I know." Suddenly, a gruff shout erupted from the forge. "I heard that!" An old man roared, his voice laced with fury. "A hunk of metal!" He stormed out towards them. "Stupid children, get out of my sight! This isn't for the likes of you," Xena shot back. "Then who is it for? You're selling it in the slums." "Who else is going to buy it?" she snapped. "Have you lost your mind, old man?" At that insult, the blacksmith's face contorted with rage. "Old man?" His hand clenched into a fist. "Weren't you children taught any manners?" Xena sighed. "Why are you making such a fuss over a sword that only a knight could possibly use?" "What's the occasion?" he roared back. "Because my days on this earth are numbered, you fool. Now, why don't you scurry on back to your place and wash the dishes?" She started to see red. "What did you just say? I am a grown lady?" Vlad quickly patted her head, pulling her aside. "Don't start," he urged before turning to the old man. "We're leaving." Xena protested, wanting to get the last word in, but the blacksmith was already furious. "Get out of here," he bellowed. As they walked away, he muttered under his breath, "Such a malicious girl full of venom." He recalled a time when they were just small children huddled under a blanket, in a drafty barn, trying to keep a shivering boy warm. Shaking off the memory, he turned his back and began to curse her again. But then he stopped, his eyes drawn to the ground. He noticed 2 deep footprints in the dirt. "He's been standing here for a long time," he mused. "The ground is worn down. He should be thinking about how to survive, not this." He took the sword from the wall. Dreaming of such things will only make his life harder. The old man knew the cruel truth a child of the slums will never escape. "I'll sell it to someone else, someone who can truly benefit from its power." He couldn't bear to let his finest work rot in a place like this. He stared at his own reflection in the steel. His thoughts drifted back to Vlad. "I could let him rot too. We both shine in a place like this." This city, the hub of the northern economy, a beacon of the Bazid Sora family's power. It was only natural that where there is blinding light, there are also deep, dark shadows, the slums, a place where the filthiest deeds unfold. Meanwhile, Vlad arrived at his job, a brothel known as Rose Smiles. The air was thick with revelry as men drank and caroused with the women. Suddenly, a woman's shriek echoed from the 2nd floor, silencing the entire room. A man was dragging her, by the hair, showering her with insults. "You dare to deceive me," he roared. She cried out, "How could I possibly deceive you? I've been a mercenary for 20 years, he spat. "How dare you try to pass off a fake on me?" Vlad, who happened to be upstairs with a box of candles, walked toward the commotion. "It's always so noisy here," he muttered. The man spotted him. "Candle boy," he shouted, pointing a finger. "You're just in time. Go fetch the madam." Vlad replied calmly, "To meet the madam, you need to pay in gold, not silver." The mercenary's face darkened with rage. What? Gold? If the madam isn't here, then bring your mother instead. At those words, the main character's expression hardened, his brow furrowing in anger. The man continued his tirade. These timekeeping candles are a complete scam, aren't they? Why does it burn out before I've even had a chance to do anything? Vlad let out a weary sigh. What can anyone do in 5 minutes if you don't have the money? Go home to your wife. The mercenary gritted his teeth. What did you just say? The main character's face twisted in disgust. You're making too much noise. Perhaps we should test it? He held up a candle. He pointed to a nearby clock. Do you see the time? Let's find out if this candle burns for 5 minutes or not. If it doesn't, you can do whatever you want with this woman. The mercenary sneered. And why should I listen to a little scammer like you? In response, Vlad's gaze turned sharp and cold, a silent threat that needed no words. He made his threat clear. If that candle burned out in under 5 minutes, he would personally knock the crap out of him. Hearing this, the man shuddered in fear. He stared into the candlemaker's eyes, as if they were burning a hole right through him, thinking, what is wrong with this guy? With a flick of his wrist, Vlad struck a match on the railing and sat down. So, he asked, who's the real fraud now? He lit the candle, and the man's nerves began to shred. The main character simply stood up and began to wait. The girl who was still being held by the hair slowly started to calm down. It seemed the entire cat house had frozen, holding its breath to see if the candle would burn for the full time. Or die out early. The main character's piercing gaze dropped downwards. Just then, the candle sputtered and went out. The man let out a choked gasp of disbelief. Getting nervous, he shot a glance at the clock, cursing in his mind. When did they start timing? But Vlad's voice cut through his panic. And then came the sharp crack of a stick striking his face. He screamed, lost his balance, and crashed to the floor. Idiot, Vlad growled. That was 5 minutes. He turned, bent one leg, then viciously straightened it, kicking the mercenary squarely in the back. The man flew back into the room and hit the floor hard. Vlad came in after him, closing the door. Covering his face, the man looked up at the candlemaker in terror. You're finished, Vlad stated. In a panic, the man stretched a hand forward, begging him to wait. But Vlad simply threw him back to the floor and began beating him with the stick. You wanted to deceive us, he snarled. What kind of mercenary has a belly like that? And you wanted to bring my mom into this. You should be more tactful. With people who don't have mothers. The man's loud screams echoed through the room, loud enough to be heard outside. Shut up, Vlad commanded. Soon morning came. The workers gathered for breakfast. The main character spoke up. It seems someone ruined the candles. They didn't even last 5 minutes. He paused. He understands. What I said right? He called out to Jorge, repeating that someone had ruined the candles. But the former knight wasn't interested. He cut off a piece of sausage, threw it into his mouth, and briefly agreed. Madame Marcella, however, exclaimed, Who dared to do this? Who dared to spoil our precious candles? Vlad looked at her and replied, We need to find out. She agreed, crossing her arms in displeasure. Then you find the culprit. He pointed a finger at himself and asked, How can I find the culprit? She exclaimed in response, a wide grin on her face. Oh, I've already found them. Hearing this, he was very surprised and asked who it was. She smiled. It was me. I was just making a little joke. I wanted to deceive those drunkards and get more money. She sparkled all over with joy, but he remained silent. After breakfast, he went down to the first floor and sighed heavily, wondering, did I beat that guy for nothing? He sighed and decided not to dwell on it, reasoning that he was just a worker. On the floor below, he met a familiar group of men. One of them, named Burley, called out to him. I'm proud of you. I heard about yesterday. You did great, he boomed. Did anything happen while I was gone? He threw his arm over Vlad's shoulder and asked, You learned a couple secrets about selling candles yesterday, right? We need money. We are basically broke right now. Vlad looked up at him with a dissatisfied glare and asked, What do you want from me? Seeing his frightening eyes, Burley immediately pulled back. He raised his hands defensively. Don't be so scared. I'm not asking you to give them to me. It'll be a good deal. He repeated, a very good deal. Burley smiled. I'll give you something and you'll give me something. After that, they went down to the cellar, where he showed him a beaten child named Ned. Holding him by the hair, he said, He's a pickpocket, clumsy, stupid, and inept. Do you recognize him? I'll return him for 40 silver. That's a good deal. The muscles in the protagonist's face tensed with anger. He asked, What happened to his fingers and legs? Burley replied, If they'd been cut off, I wouldn't have called you. I just taught him a lesson. He's completely intact. Vlad clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, thinking. Then he threw a bag of jingling coins on the floor. Burley joyfully exclaimed, I knew I could rely on you, Vlad replied. Next time, just kill him and don't look for me. Burley and his boys headed towards the stairs, and he waved his hand, telling him, Don't talk like that. We are bandits, not murderers. The main character responded, displeased, You're deceiving a colleague of our own family. Burley asked one of his guys, Did you see I told you he would agree? Because he's responsible for stray children. Vlad, meanwhile, lowered a stern look at Ned. He called out to him, and the boy flinched, apologizing. I was trying to be careful. he stammered. Vlad was silent for a few seconds, examining him, and then asked if his bones were broken. The boy rubbed his neck and replied that they were not. Vlad closed his eyes, holding back his rage, and pointed his finger at the stairs, telling him, "Get out now before I break your bones." Ned quickly stood up and walked towards the exit of the cellar, thanking him. The main character, meanwhile, sighed in disappointment and rubbed his neck, saying, "There go my 5 gold pieces." After that, he went to the port to visit his friend Harvin, a whale hunter who served Captain Hoover. He was writing something down in a notebook, and after listening to the story said, "This boy was lucky." He showed his hand, which was missing 2 fingers, and said that at least he had not lost his fingers. "I myself had my fingers and feet cut off. It was a lesson for everyone. By the way, I heard you 2 were arguing over candles." Vlad asked, "You already know." His friend replied that rumors were spreading fast, but no one seemed to believe them. "Madam makes candles. Marcella wouldn't do that, right?" Vlad replied. "That's what I said. Jorge also knows they wouldn't do that." Harvin said that if it was them, then they must at least have a reason for it. His friend asked which one. He replied, with a 90% probability they needed money urgently. His look became serious and he told him to be careful. An organization may urgently need to raise money in only one case. Vlad immediately realized this would happen in the event of a war against another organization. The 5 heads that dominate the slums of Sora Night of the Night Maidens. Jorge, Pork Butcher Black Bear, Player Cube, the Whale Hunter Captain Hoover, and the Money Bug. One-Armed Jack, all the darkness of life silently hidden in the shadows, will find them. After the conversation, he went back to work. Looking at the huge queue in front of him, he thought that darkness would find him just like now. One-Armed Jack pointed at him with her hook and asked, "You, where is he?" Vlad turned, looking up into a pair of menacing narrowed eyes. Disaster always strikes without warning, and destruction follows unseen. He wondered if the Money Bug himself had finally shown his face. Were the gears of war already turning? One of the men sneered, calling him a brat. "Did you not hear what the boss said? Where is your head at?" Our main character glanced away, a deep frown creasing his brow. Then he asked, "Who can say I'm just a candle salesman? I know nothing." The man's face twisted in rage. "You worthless punk!" he hissed through clenched teeth. His fist slammed down on the table, shattering the entire box of candles. "If you don't know, then go find out," he roared. But Vlad didn't even flinch. His gaze remained locked on the man, cold and unflinching as all. The candles scattered across the floor with a clatter. The entire tavern fell silent, every eye frozen on the scene. The serving girls grew anxious. Gasps filled the tavern as Xena covered her mouth in shock. After a beat of stunned silence, Vlad rose from his chair. He began collecting the scattered candles, stating calmly, "All the expensive goods are broken." He figured business was over for the day. The shop owner simply trembled. "You idiot," he seethed. "Don't you understand what's happening?" Suddenly, Vlad cut him off. "Your stupid legs are in the way." The man didn't hear. "What did you just say?" he asked, confused. Vlad looked up, his eyes laced with annoyance. "Move your feet," he repeated. "Get your stupid legs out of the way." The man's rage finally boiled over. Without a second thought, he swung a vicious kick. "You worthless punk," he screamed. For Vlad, a battle is a microcosm of war itself. A defined battlefield, planned circumstances, and absolute resolve. This was the only path to certain victory. Seeing the killing intent in his enemy's soul, he instantly grabbed his walking stick. With a focused gaze, he swung it with blinding speed, crashing it against the man's legs. The impact threw the thug off balance. As he stumbled, Vlad struck again without hesitation. The second blow connected squarely with his jaw, sending a tooth flying. The girls and everyone else in the establishment watched in stunned silence. But Jack seemed to be enjoying the show. Our main character looked down on his fallen opponent. His expression was ice. The unwritten rule of the back alleys is simple. The victor stands tall, and the loser grovels below. The Moneybug's men erupted in fury. "How dare you do this in front of us?" they roared, surging forward. But Jack simply raised a hand, ordering them to halt. They froze instantly as he ran, his fingers along his menacing hook, a grin spreading across his face. "I like it," he purred. "I've only got one arm, so I hope you'll be understanding." Vlad replied that he does not discriminate against cripples. Hearing this, Jack let out a booming laugh. "You're insane." He then touched Vlad's chin with his hook, forcing his face up. "Later, we'll talk face to face. About whose territory you've been stepping on?" Vlad responded without missing a beat. "Judging by the fact you don't know, they must have died quickly." Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the tension. He called out to the Moneybug. "What is all this commotion?" He approached him, saying he would have prepared meat if he'd known he was coming. Jack just grinned and replied that they weren't that close yet. The knight asked since they have guests, perhaps they could rise above this. The Moneybug rubbed the back of his neck with a smirk. "To hell with the meat. Do you have good alcohol?" Jorge frowned. But he replied with a smile. Marcella never disappoints when it comes to hospitality. Jack replied, "In that case, we'll have a taste." After that, and his men walked away. Vlad let out a quiet sigh. "That was too close," he muttered. After a while, he finished gathering the candles, looking at the full box of broken merchandise, exclaiming, "How many did he break?" Jack's voice echoed from behind him. "Well now, a rising star." He approached with a smile, saying his head. Scout couldn't stop complimenting him. "Seems he has a diamond eye. When you get tired of the burning smell, come and work for me. A boy like you. Wouldn't be a bother." Vlad replied, "I like it here too. They feed me, pay me, and give me a place to sleep." One-armed Jack laughed and said that they could do that too. He threw him a coin. What kind of candles were they? Our main character caught the coin and thought, "Is this one gold?" He frowned and said that was a lot. Jack grinned. "If you work for me, I'll give you as many as you want. It's not for nothing that my name is the Money Bug." He headed for the exit and waved his hand. That was very tasty. As they were leaving, Vlad watched them go and thought, "He looks pleased. Did the business burn out?" Zena's voice was heard from the second floor. She called out to her friend and he looked up at her. She then pointed her finger back and said that Jorge was calling him. He went upstairs and sat down at the bar next to the knight. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive. He looked down in surprise at the table and saw the dagger Jorge had given him with the words that he wanted to give it to him later, but circumstances forced him to do it. Now. He looked up at him seriously and told him to keep it with him always. The main character remained silent, looking from him to Marcella, who was very nervous. The rest also sat in absolute silence. From the atmosphere in the room, he could understand that the conversation between Jorge and Jack was a disaster. The knight said that he should no longer sell candles. Vlad asked what he should do, then collect money or patrol the area. He replied that they had received a tip that one-armed Jack was attracting people from the side. Most likely mercenaries who used to be knights. Vlad asked, "How are the knights, Jorge?" His look became slightly upset, and he confirmed his words. One-armed Jack has an incredible number of people, but even he had a hard time defeating a former knight. After all, a flock of sheep is no match for a wolf. But if he attracts swordsmen of the same level as a knight, the balance will be upset. Jorge said that they are at a disadvantage, so they need him. Vlad repeated in surprise. The knight said that soon he would give him his first task. Hearing this, the main character was surprised. He remembered Harvin, a man without fingers or even the ability to walk. Thanks to his sharp mind, he studied language and mathematics and began working for Captain Hoover. Looking at him, he realized it is important to study. He trained with fierce diligence, knowing mastery was the only path forward. The moment he first held a sword, a voice echoed in his mind, telling him how to swing. It guided him toward perfection. He frowned, cursing under his breath. What is happening to me? It all started a month ago after being struck by that pitch-black lightning. That's when the whispers began. Every time he picked up a blade, the demon's whisper echoed in his mind. He gritted his teeth, realizing that before buying a sword, he first needed holy water. He shook his head, trying to cast out the voice. Don't listen to it, he told himself. The more he acknowledged it, the tighter its grip would become. He just needed to focus. He closed his eyes, settling into a stance. He had to concentrate all his thoughts, all his strength into a single perfect strike. His eyes snapped open as he swung the sword, but a voice deep inside urged him to bring his hands together. He obeyed instantly, cutting cleanly through the air. The blade slammed into the earth with a powerful thud. This was completely different. Before he was just swinging wildly. Now it felt more like the way of the sword. What in the world was happening to him? Meanwhile, deep in a snow-covered forest, a lone knight was making his way through the mountains. He wiped the blood from his blade, muttering that age was a cruel master. The biting winter wind chilled him to the very bone. Suddenly, a sound broke the dead silence. He heard them behind him. A grim smirk appeared on his face. Were they fools, or were they suicidal? He turned and walked toward the noise. The snow, crunching under his boots. When the forest fell silent again, he stopped. "I don't know who you are," he called out, "but you might as well show yourself. I'm waiting." A few seconds later, a voice came from behind a tree. "Are you Sir Stanga?" He confirmed it. As a young man stepped out from the shadows, their eyes met. "So you must be Vlad," Stanga said. "The guide from the slums, I presume." He noted the boy's blonde hair and blue eyes. He could easily pass for a nobleman. Vlad simply held out a letter, explaining it was from his employer. Stanga took it. "Hiring a man who used to be a knight. So my old rivals need my help that badly, do they?" Vlad turned back to the forest. "I will guide you from here. We should arrive in 2 days by nightfall." And with that, he silently walked forward. A heavy sigh escaped Stanga's lips. He folded the letter, grumbling, "I'm not so sure I want to follow someone so reckless." The main character stopped and replied, "You can at least let me guide you out." Stanga scoffed. "I don't think so. A menacing grin spread across his face. You can't be very bright to pull a stunt like this. Hearing this, Vlad tensed. The man's expression darkened. If you lead me down the wrong path, I will cut you down where you stand. The main character held his gaze for a long moment, then turned around. Then keep up. I don't intend to fail my first assignment. Stanga was stunned. What was that? He had put on his most threatening demeanor, and the boy simply ignored him. He grinned and followed. He was beginning to see why Jorge spoke so highly of him. This kid had guts. As time passed, they stopped to rest in a small cave where Vlad quickly lit a fire. As he gazed into the night, Stanga noticed the stare. Why do you keep looking at me? Is this the first time you've seen a retired knight? Vlad replied honestly, It's the first time I've seen one this close. Stanga asked, What village are you from? Vlad deflected. And you, sir, where are you from? Diem, he replied. At that, the main character let out a sarcastic laugh. Ah, the great city of Diem. Stanga's face soured at the remark. He rested his sword's tip on the ground. Watch your mouth, boy, or I might just cut you in half. Vlad simply unwrapped a parcel of raw meat. Don't say such terrible things, he said calmly. I've heard that the jokes of knights are just thinly veiled threats. The knight's gaze was now fixed on the package. Are you going to share that? Vlad shook his head. They didn't give me any extra. Don't you have your own food? Stanga pulled out a piece of dried meat. He looked at it with a hint of sadness, admitting that he did. Meanwhile, Vlad put the fresh meat on sticks over the fire. The delicious aroma made the knight's mouth water. It smelled absolutely divine. Stanga cleared his throat. Do you want to ask me anything? Vlad looked up. Why the sudden offer? Stanga replied, I will answer one question for a piece of that meat. An opportunity like this doesn't come around every day. Vlad started chewing on the cooked meat, staring at him silently. Then he asked, How much do you need? If you want some, just ask. Stanga's face flushed with anger. You brat, I have my honor. He crossed his arms over his chest, shutting his eyes. Knights get what they earn through a fair exchange. The main character noted, but you are now retired. The former knight shot back. The rule still applies. Before he could finish, Vlad interjected. I'd like to know your name. Stanga, he said. Then Vlad asked his age. 42. Annoyed with the simple questions, Stanga grumbled, Is that all you want to know, brat? Vlad immediately shot back. Do you know how to use aura? Stanga smiled. So you're not as innocent as you look. Not all knights can handle aura. And using aura in real combat is a completely different story. Vlad pressed him. So can you or not? The former knight closed his eyes, smiling slyly. He hesitated to answer, and Vlad seemed to understand what he wanted. He handed him the rest of the meat. Take it all. Stanga looked in his direction, meeting his confident and curious gaze. He took the sword. A knight should only take what he can repay. There were times when I could have whatever I wanted, but I've eaten nothing but jerky for days, so I'll show you. He drew his sword from its sheath as Vlad leaned forward, intrigued. I can really watch this, he thought. Stanga stood up and, covering his eyes, brought the sword to his face, pointing the tip upward. He concentrated, then opened only his right eye. Vlad asked, Why is your left eye closed? Stanga didn't answer, thinking, I must give birth to a world. From the very depths of my soul. His left eye began to glow with a blue light, which then transferred to the sword. He sharply opened his eye, throwing out streams of aura, accompanied by a light breeze that caused Vlad to cover his face. He thought in awe, So this is the true essence of a knight. Soon under the cover of darkness, they reached the city walls. After squeezing through a small hole, they found themselves in the slums. Stanga leaned on his knees and sighed heavily. I feel disgusting like a rat. The main character replied, It's good that we're dirty. It's better to look like a rat. Than a knight, Stanga shot back. I'm not talking about my appearance, but my condition. I have the honor of a knight. Why must I crawl through this hole? Vlad replied simply, My orders were to escort you in secret. We couldn't go through the main gate. The knight remained silent. With that, he beckoned for Stanga to follow. Once they arrived, a warm bath would be prepared. They moved through dark alleys where only their footsteps echoed. The silence was unsettling. So quiet it felt alarming. Vlad simply said it was because of the night. But then something ahead made them both freeze. Stanga's brow furrowed, his expression hardening. Is it always like this here? He asked gravely. Vlad's face, however, twisted with alarm. No, he choked out. It's never like this. Before them lay a mountain of corpses. It seems the fight has already begun, Vlad said urgently. We need to split up. I'll show you the back entrance, a route only we know. The knight asked, and you, our main character declared, I'll go through the front. It's better if we separate now. With a final, see you soon, he took off. He ran towards a door splattered with blood. Pushing it open, he stepped into the carnage. Reaching the third floor, he wiped the sweat from his chin, catching his breath. His eyes darted around anxiously. Scattered plates and broken chairs were mixed with crimson stains. Jorge, his wounds freshly dressed by Marcella, spoke first. You made it back safely. That's good. The Moneybug's crew attacked first, Jorge explained. It's clear that those with wealth fight on a different level. Vlad asked with deep concern, Are you all right? Jorge glanced at a fallen knight's body. It's been a while since I faced someone of a knight's caliber, he admitted. That's why it ended like this. But more importantly, I brought him, didn't I? Vlad nodded. Yes, the main entrance is being watched. I told him to use the back. He should be here any moment. The knight's gaze sharpened with resolve. Good. Tomorrow we attack the Moneybug. And this time we finish it. By the way, how is he? Is he okay? Vlad confirmed. He seems like a decent person. Jorge added. Stanga is strong. And quite modest, Vlad finished. The knight then asked, Has he lost weight to live a long life? We have to take care of ourselves. Our hero nodded in agreement. He said with a confident smile. He also knows how to use Zora. I'm certain that tomorrow will be our day. But at those words, Jorge's face clouded with deep worry. Suddenly, footsteps echoed on the stairs. Vlad turned. It seems he's here now. Stanga slowly walked up, approaching them. Jorge called out Vlad's name in alarm. Did you say he uses aura? Vlad, confused, confirmed it. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. In a flash, the knight drew his sword. Get behind me, he commanded. Stanga cannot use aura. What are you talking about? Vlad asked, bewildered. At that exact moment, a door creaked open behind him. A different knight appeared in the doorway. The name's Stanga, he announced. Vlad spun around in pure horror. The real knight told Jorge, I was held up a little. A wicked grin spread across his face. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Just a few minutes earlier, this same man was wiping blood from his sword. He had muttered about the winter wind chilling him to the bone. Hearing a sound, he'd turned to see a man dying in a pool of his own blood. I see, the man had said. Are you a fool, or did you do this on purpose? Behind him lay the real Stanga's cold, lifeless body. Now the two knights stood facing each other. Our main character hid behind Jorge for cover. The imposter, whose real name was Godin, sneered, You've changed. Why have you come here now? Jorge demanded. Count Gidar, Godin announced, has passed on to the next world. The news struck Jorge like a physical blow. Godin casually poured a glass of alcohol. Due to some difficulties, it wasn't announced. But everyone will know soon enough. He looked into the former knight's eyes, seeing a storm of emotions. Then he raised his glass. Let's have a drink, for poor Count Gidar. At those words, something inside Jorge snapped. He clenched his teeth, and with a furious roar, he charged, You monster! As Jorge swung his massive blade, Godin simply raised his glass. The sword strike shattered everything in its path. The glass of alcohol was sliced perfectly in two. But Godin was no longer there. Everyone in the room stared with wide eyes, stunned. The knight's black cloak flashed behind Jorge's back. How about a toast? Godin whispered to the new count. Hearing that voice right behind him, Jorge roared his name in pure rage. He spun and struck in an instant. Their blades met with a deafening metallic shriek. A grinding sound echoed as Jorge pressed his advantage. Godin spoke calmly. The count has ordered the immediate return. Of the deserted knight, Jorge. Jorge roared back. Sigmund is not my master. The knight replied coolly. I didn't expect you to come back quietly. He looked Jorge in the eye, a cruel grin on his face. In fact, I never even hoped for it. With a crash, bottles of alcohol exploded against the walls. Jorge attacked again, a whirlwind of fury, but his opponent was focused, his movements precise. They were a blur of motion, closing the distance, then breaking apart. Jorge lunged forward, aiming to run Godin through, but his opponent leaped back with impossible speed. Wooden planks flew like shrapnel from their blows. Vlad, shielding his face, pulled Marcella from the room. It's too dangerous here, he yelled. As Jorge attacked again, they crashed through the wall and onto the balcony outside. They were dangerously close to the railing. Burley on the floor below shouted up. Vlad, what's all that noise? Our hero yelled back frantically. Get everyone up here now! He was about to explain, but at that moment, Jorge was blasted through the wall surrounded by splintered wood. Vlad and Marcella could only watch in terror. A second later, he was thrown over the railing. He began to plummet downwards as Burley and his men stared in disbelief. Godin emerged from the ruined doorway. He frowned, still making such naive decisions. With a thunderous crash, Jorge slammed into the first floor. The men scattered as dust exploded outwards. They rushed to his side. Boss, what happened? Their leader coughed pain, racking his body from the impact. He tried to push himself up with trembling hands. High above his opponent, walked to the edge, looking down on him. Suddenly, Godin heard the whistle of a dagger. It cut through the air, aimed straight for him. He reacted instantly, parrying the attack with his sword. The dagger thrown by Vlad embedded itself in the floorboards. Their eyes locked in a silent challenge. Then Godin vaulted over the railing, descending to the first floor. Seeing this, our main character's face filled with dread. A voice cried out to Jorge, telling him to move. But after a 3-story fall, his body wouldn't obey. He struggled just to get up his breath, a ragged gasp. A moment later, Godin descended upon him, sword swinging down. Miraculously, Jorge threw himself aside, his knees scraping hard against the wooden floorboards. Jorge pushed himself up, gripping his sword hilt tighter, as dust once again filled the ruined room. Godin rose slowly, a cold question in his eyes. Why didn't you just follow my order? Veins bulged on Jorge's face. I'm a man, he snarled. I don't obey garbage. A dangerous light sparked in the knight's eyes, his voice like steel. You are mistaken, he replied. You are a knight. In response, Jorge just gritted his teeth as Burley and the others rallied behind him, weapons drawn. Weapons. Gazing at the small, defiant crowd, Godin sighed. This has dragged on long enough. He closed his eyes and focused his energy, whispering that it was time to rest. Meanwhile, Vlad was rushing to help, racing down the stairs while watching the scene unfold. He saw a familiar, terrifying glow emanate from the knight's sword. Vlad's eyes flew wide as he screamed, realizing the knight was about to unleash his aura. Don't do it, Vlad roared. But as Godin's eyes snapped open, everything seemed to slow to a crawl. Luminous lines like ethereal cuts appeared on the bodies of Jorge and his men. The knight's eyes and sword flashed with a chilling blue light. In a single moment, he unleashed a flurry of sharp, precise swings. The brilliant radiance of the aura forced Vlad to shield his eyes. The knight's devastating power tore through the entire building and beyond. Then silence. Every table barrel and pillar had been obliterated. Vlad, now on the floor, coughed through the settling dust. He looked up, about to ask what the hell had just happened, but the words died in his throat. Before him was a mountain of corpses. The gruesome sight made every muscle in his face tense up. He clenched his teeth, a curse escaping his lips. Through a small cloud of dust, a silhouette began to approach. Recognizing the face, he looked up and called out to Jorge. But as the figure stepped into the light, Vlad fell silent. Heavy drops of blood splattered on the floor. Vlad froze, his gaze turning to stone. It was Jorge who had first reached out to him, a boy rolling in the mud of an alley. He was the first to teach him. The strongest man the boy had ever known. But in that moment, a cruel blue moonlight villainously shattered the boy's entire world. Godin stood before him, holding Jorge's severed head in his hand. The horrific image was reflected in Vlad's devastated eyes. Without hesitation, his hands found the hilt of the nearest sword. A primal roar tore from his throat as he surged to his feet, a voice in his head screaming for him to stop. But he was deaf with fury. With a cry, he swung the blade wildly at the knight, who easily stepped back. Godin's eyes widened in surprise. That move! Is that the way of the sword? How can a street rat know it? A grin spread across his face. Impressive. Vlad charged again, screaming, "Die!" as he thrust the sword forward. But before he got close, Godin's foot slammed into his stomach. The powerful blow sent him flying backwards. He crashed to the ground, the sword clattering from his grasp. Godin frowned, studying the boy's movements. It must be instinct, he thought. He can't possibly have turned instinctively to block. Vlad clutched his stomach, gasping for air, a voice in his mind begging him to breathe. The knight thought it was a shame. It would be pointless to ruin such a promising future, even if he returned one day with a sharper blade. He remembered the words of his own master. It is always a pleasure to witness such potential. A small smile touched Godin's lips. Boy who served me, he called out. A knight only takes if he can give something in return. The main character looked up, his expression exhausted. What are you talking about? Godin tossed 2 pieces of meat towards him. My name is not Stanga, and I am not 42. I took too much from you, he said, so I will return it. He held Jorge's head up for him to see. I will take this. It is an acceptable price, and my right as the victor. Vlad met his cold, unflinching gaze and hissed through his teeth. I will kill you. Godin simply closed his eyes, turned, and walked toward the exit. In your condition, he said, I won't even ask for compensation for the meat. Listening to his retreating footsteps, the main character clenched his jaw and screamed, I will kill you. But Godin ignored him. As he reached the door, Vlad called out his name, telling him to wait. Tears streamed from his eyes as he desperately screamed, just you wait! Soon after, he and Xena escaped. She threw his arm over her shoulder, supporting him as she looked on with a worried face. With the next step, a sharp pain shot through his stomach. He dropped to one knee, his face contorted in agony, his breathing heavy. As he struggled with the pain, he remembered Marcella's words after the knight had left. She had walked up to him and told him to get up. Do you want to die here? She had shouted, but he only stared blankly ahead. Seeing this, she frowned, then slapped him hard across the face. Pull yourself together, she ordered, finally getting his attention. Do you know the difference between the kids downtown and losers like us? With a deadly serious expression, she said, It's possibilities. They can afford to fall and get back up. She gestured back toward the corpses. But what about them? Take a look. This is the result of one failure. She knelt before him, grabbing his shoulders. We fall once and we die. That is our fate. Tears had appeared in her eyes as she told him not to waste his only chance. Remembering her words, the main character forced himself to focus, wiping the sweat from his face. Xena asked if he was okay if they should slow down. "I'm fine," he answered. "It can't end like this." Behind them, a robber's voice echoed through the ruins. "I found him. Jorge's favorite is here." Realizing they'd been discovered, Vlad grabbed his friend's hand and ran as the robbers gave chase. Their nest had been destroyed. And though they were just fledglings, the time had come for them to learn how to soar through the skies. The hunters skidded to a halt in the alley, wondering where their prey had vanished. Maybe those little rats scurried into another lane. Their leader commanded them to check every last shadow. He vowed they would not escape. He bared his teeth in a grotesque snarl, clenching his fist, as he promised to make them pay for this humiliation. "Split up," he bellowed. "They couldn't have gone far." Several thugs sprinted right past a door with a broken lock. Inside, Vlad and Xena stood motionless. Hiding behind the door, they held their breath. Vlad knew this couldn't last. They would be found. "Xena," he whispered, "you have to leave when it's quiet." "What about you?" she asked, her voice trembling with confusion. He replied, "I'll find a way out, but they're close. Moving together is too dangerous," he insisted. But she refused. "No, I'm staying with you." He reminded her of her promise to Marcel. She was only meant to help him find a safe place. "Go back," he urged, "or get to Heron before dawn." But she shot back, "I already said I don't want to." He looked at her, his patience wearing thin. "You're not listening to me at all," he said. "You fool! Do you really think I can protect you right now?" The harsh truth hit her. Tears welled in her eyes as she tried to argue. Suddenly, an old man's voice echoed from the darkness behind them. "Who's there?" it rasped. They spun around in shock. Xena lunged for a table nearby. She snatched up a knife, pointing the weapon into the gloom. An old man emerged from another room, a kerosene lamp held high. He stepped closer. As he raised the lamp to his face, they saw he was the local blacksmith. His brow furrowed. "What are you doing in my home?" Xena gripped the knife even tighter. "Don't move," she warned, her voice strained with fear. The blacksmith looked bewildered. "What's wrong with you? You're the ones who broke in." She screamed back, filled with desperation. "I told you not to move, or I'll run you through." The old man fell silent, his eyes carefully studying his uninvited guests. He could see the terror etched on their faces. He understood everything in that moment. "I see the position you're in," he said calmly. "Lower your weapon." Xena clenched her jaw, her mind racing. Then she made a demand. "Give us a sword." The old man looked surprised. "What are you talking about?" "The sword," she cried. "The one you have hanging on the wall. It isn't safe outside the city either. I'm not joking, so give it to me." Vlad knew this was going too far. He urged his friend to put the knife down, but his voice was drowned out by her frantic demands. The old blacksmith sighed internally. This was the nature of the slums. People who had to take from others just to survive. He squinted his eyes, a flicker of memory in his gaze. He was once the same. It seemed it was now her turn to face that desperation. "How tragic," he said aloud. Xena's teeth gritted. As her resolve hardened, she tightened her grip. With a piercing scream, she lunged. Vlad yelled, trying to stop her. The blacksmith simply closed his eyes, accepting his fate. But in the next moment, a flash of steel did something unexpected. Vlad stared in utter disbelief. Xena had sliced off her own hair in one swift motion. The blacksmith's eyes shot open. Tears streamed down her face as she offered the locks of hair to him. "I know this isn't enough," she sobbed. "But I will repay you, I swear it. So please, give us the sword." The old man stared at the hair on the floor, lost in thought. Then his gaze shifted to Vlad. "Are you two leaving this place?" he asked. When Vlad confirmed it, the blacksmith's mind drifted. It was the one dream he'd had his entire life but could never achieve. This boy was going to do it, but his wings had not yet opened. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, sighing. "You young people make everything so difficult." He turned his back. "Follow me," he grumbled, walking into the other room. Soon they were headed for the city dump. The blacksmith pulled a cart piled high with trash. Xena walked behind, while Vlad was hidden within the filth. "It stinks," she muttered. "It's the only way," the old man replied. Suddenly a voice called out from the shadows. "Hey, old man!" The blacksmith froze. A group of thugs emerged from the darkness. They approached him. "What are you doing out so late?" The blacksmith cursed them in his mind. Of all the luck, these idiots were still here. One of the men eyed the cart suspiciously. "Taking out the trash at this hour." The blacksmith angrily pointed a finger at them. "You fools! You blocked the entire alley with your brawling. My forge is about to burst from all this garbage." The thug was about to retort, but then his eyes fell on Xena, her face hidden by a hood. "And who's this?" he asked. "Don't you work alone?" The blacksmith scoffed. "I'm too old to do this myself. I gave her some bread for her help. Or do you want to lend a hand?" The man's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. "You're the only blacksmith around, so I respect you," he said slowly. "But I think we need to check who this is." He raised the tip of his blade to her hood. Don't move, unless you want me to slice something off. With a flick of his wrist, he tore the fabric away. The thug stared at the girl's face, his eyes full of suspicion. The old man's heart pounded in his chest. Xena instantly scrunched up her face. She made herself look as pathetic as possible. It's so hard to make a living, she whined. The guy stared for a few long seconds, then looked at her strangely. Just pass, he told the old man. What the hell are you even looking for? The blacksmith grumbled. The thug replied, We can't find Jorge's kid, the blonde one. The blacksmith clicked his tongue in annoyance. Can we go now? One more thing, the robber said. We need to be sure. He called to one of his men, Oder. Me. You idiot, check the cart. Hearing this, Vlad and the others felt a surge of panic. The robber added, And don't do it here. Oder, holding a long, sharp spear, nodded. The leader told the old man to follow him. The blacksmith cursed silently. Were they really going to do this? But before they could move, Oder approached the cart. You've got a lot of junk in here, he commented. His gaze then shifted to Xena, lingering on her for a moment. Noticing his stare, she nervously pursed her lips and looked down. Oder's eyes glinted. He knew what was happening. After a tense pause, he gripped his spear. Don't take it personally, he said. It's just my job. He then thrust the spear's sharp point deep into the pile. With a strangled gasp, Xena covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. The blacksmith could only grit his teeth, his body rigid with fear. Model. After a few more taps of his staff, the old man spoke abruptly. Harvin has launched the ship, he declared. Xena and the blacksmith looked up at him, utterly baffled. He struck his staff right beside Vlad. Everyone's gone to see it. They believe he has his reasons. Let them believe what they want. He then grabbed another stick, right out of the trash, stepping aside for them to pass. The old blacksmith walked on, glancing nervously at Vlad. When the cart caught up, he spoke quietly. Those 4 silver pieces. Your brother Ned owed them to me. Hearing this, a faint smile touched the main character's lips. He offered his thanks, and they continued on their way. Their journey soon ended at the city wall before a massive garbage chute. Gazing into the gaping hole, the old man said, We're finally here. From this point, the garbage ends up outside the city. Xena burst into tears, saying a final goodbye to Vlad. She wished him all the best, and then the blacksmith acted. He tipped the cart, sending all the trash along with the main character plummeting down. Inside the chute, filth crackled around Vlad as he gripped his sword tighter. He couldn't lose it. This star he held was forged from the old man's dreams, and paid for with a girl's tears. The blade sparkled in the faint light. For a moment, it caught the moonlight. Then it and its new owner fell into a mountain of garbage. After a while, he emerged into a snowy forest at the foot of the mountains, stopping in a small cave. Sitting by the fire, he drew the sword from its sheath. He raised it before him, staring at the steel. Can you hear me? He asked the blade. A voice confirmed his words. Who are you? Vlad demanded. The voice replied that it did not know. The main character scoffed. You know so much about swords. But you don't know who you are. The Nameless one fell silent. Perhaps that's for the best, Vlad said. We can help each other. I will help you restore your memory, and you will be my sword. He frowned the image of Godin in the moonlight, hardening his resolve. I don't care if you're a demon. The only thing I'm afraid of is being a nobody. As he spoke the last words, the muscles on his face tensed with anger. The Nameless one finally agreed, promising to teach him about his sword. Elsewhere, in the middle of a snowy clearing, stood a large camp flying the emblem of Bazid County. Inside the main tent was Joseph, the second son of the Bazid family. He placed chess pieces on a map and muttered, This is too simple. He clenched his hand into a fist, repeating the same words. Just then, a knight named Georgier entered the tent, bowing low as he announced his return. Joseph looked up at him. You're finally here. Jorger placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, observing his master keenly. Something seems to be bothering you, my lord. Are you worried? He closed his eyes and replied, Everything is too simple. Jorger came closer. The monster hunt is going smoothly. Victims are few and all are mercenaries. Joseph asked, Are there any missing soldiers? Any who could be considered deserters, mediocre results, and deserters? Everyone would doubt his ability to command. His father, his vassals, and of course Ryger, his paternal half-brother. Jorger remained silent, choosing not to answer. His master thought, At this rate, the end will come for me. If I don't become the next Count Ryger, obviously will. The Bazid clan, famous for its army, has already left its mark on history. His own father and his blood brothers had vied for this very position. He told the knight, I don't have enough swordsmen besides you. My lord, Jorger replied, I have something to report. Joseph became interested. Speak. Jorger said, There is one suspicious mercenary. His master's brow furrowed slightly. A spy sent by my brother, Jorger replied. Not in that sense, my lord. You will understand when you see it. With that, they went outside. Jorger led his master to the butchered corpse of a goblin hanging by its hands. Joseph covered his nose with a handkerchief against the sharp stench. Disgusting, he said. This was likely done by a child who just started holding a sword. The knight simply pointed to the next corpses. Look at these. Together, they approached another goblin. And seeing the exact same cuts as the previous one, Joseph said, "This one was also a poor fellow. They're all the same." He walked further and looking at the next goblin noticed, "This one is better." He passed by another and said, "This one too." Suddenly a thought struck him. The cuts were identical, yet different at the same time. He called out in surprise, "Jorger, don't tell me one person did all of this." He looked at the pile of hanging goblin corpses and asked, "Did one person kill them all?" Jorger confirmed his words. "These are from yesterday, and those from a month ago." The young master's eyes opened wider in surprise. He lowered his handkerchief. Impossible, he thought. In just 1 month, he turned his gaze to the knight and asked, "Who is it?" Meanwhile, deep in the forest, blood was being shed. Goblins were screaming as new deep wounds appeared on their bodies. A group of mercenaries fought desperately against the swarming small monsters. One man from the group told the others to catch up. "We can't let them leave." A mercenary who pulled his spear out of a goblin placed his foot on its corpse and said with a smile, "The end is finally near." He looked towards his comrades and shouted, "We'll get rid of them." But they did not share his joy. They all looked behind him in absolute fear. He didn't understand why they were staring like that, and didn't notice the huge hobgoblin standing behind him, raising a club over his head. Immediately after this, the hobgoblin swung its arms, and with a deafening roar it struck. Snow exploded into the air. The man's legs trembled as his head was crushed. The hobgoblin then looked up at the remaining mercenaries. Their faces darkened with dread. The monster growled loudly and then took off abruptly, heading straight for them. They were so stunned they simply froze in place. As the hobgoblin closed in, it punched the men who stood at the front. One of them shouted, "This is madness! Where did he even come from?" Another man yelled, "He tore through the fifth group. Everyone fall back." They ran up to a knight named Vaughn, who was sitting on a horse. He noticed this and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Get back on the attack. Do you want to be paid for this?" But the men exclaimed, "We never heard there would be hobgoblins here. You should have hired better mercenaries, or you can fend for yourself." The knight scorned them as fools, his blade hissing from its sheath, just as a mercenary's body crashed at his horse's feet. The hobgoblin was a whirlwind of death, slaughtering all in its path with a guttural roar, its sharp teeth promising a gruesome end. Vorden's lips tightened. He slid his sword back into its sheath, letting out a heavy sigh that mirrored his steed's. Suddenly, a young man stepped out from the frightened crowd. He carried a single sword, his golden hair a beacon in the chaos. He marched directly toward the goblin, and the onlookers began to whisper, "Is that Riemann?" One of them gasped. "It's really him, the praying Riemann?" Vlad, as he was known here, placed a hand on his hilt, his gaze fixed confidently on the monster. He declared to the others that he would handle this. In a flash, he drew his sword, tossed the scabbard aside, and charged. The hobgoblin spun around with a ferocious growl, but by then, Vlad was already upon it. He focused his energy, his sword swinging in a silver arc. The blade sliced into the monster's side. Seeing the wound, he cursed inwardly it was a shallow blow. The goblin whirled violently as the Nameless one screamed in his mind. "Dodge," it warned. Seeing the monster's club hurtling towards him, Vlad reacted instantly, leaping aside. He twisted sharply, skidding to a halt in the snow. He swore under his breath. "Failed again!" The voice shot back, calling him a fool. "Can't you even follow a simple command?" The main character's face soured. He thought to himself that you'd need to be a genius to master these things instantly. Standing up, he retorted, "I'm just taking the scenic route." But the hobgoblin gave him no time, rushing forward with a deafening roar. As its club swung down, Vlad ducked beneath the blow. The monster swung again. Wung. The protagonist ducked once more, then leaned back just as the massive club whistled past his face. The goblin raged, furious that it couldn't land a single hit, and raised its weapon high. With all its might, it slammed the club down, blasting a cloud of snow into the air. For a moment, all was silent. He waited, and as the snow settled, he saw that his target was gone. Realizing the man was still alive, the monster frantically searched its surroundings. But Vlad was already behind it, his sword raised high. This time, he thought, I'll sever it completely. Sensing a presence behind it, the monster began to turn. In that same instant, the main character's blade fell. Meanwhile, Jower was reporting to the young master about the praying Riemann. Joseph's interest was piqued. "Find out everything about this man," he commanded. The knight clenched his fist, bringing it to his chest in salute. "As you command," he replied. Joseph glanced at the goblin corpses, a thought forming in his mind. The strikes were sloppy crooked, except for one. To walk the path of the sword in just a month. He's a true genius. A grin spread across his face. At that moment, the main character rushed past the goblin, his blade singing through the air. The monster's upper body slid from its legs. He stood over the corpse, his expression confident. With the last goblin defeated, the mercenaries began the cleanup. They hauled the goblin bodies onto carts. One of them sighed, "I thought something good might finally happen around here despite the hobgoblins." A man named Gera approached Vlad. "Captain," he said with a wide grin. "That was incredible work this time." The main character sheathed his sword. His gaze was cold. "Stop chattering and load the ones I killed." Gera quickly replied, "Already done. Who would dare touch your kills, Captain?"
"We're almost finished. What's next?" "Any other orders?" He was about to say more, but Vlad turned toward the forest, cutting him off.
"I don't work with scammers." Gera fell silent for a moment, his smile fading. "I was talking about the mercenary badge," he clarified. Vlad stopped dead in his tracks. "I don't have it," the mercenary continued, "but I know a guy who's a master forger." The main character spoke his name, his voice dangerously low. He glanced back, his eyes like shards of ice. "You should know. That loose lips can get you killed." Was it a warning, or was it a threat? If it was a threat, he would kill him right here. The grin on Gera's face vanished, completely replaced by nervous sweat. "Captain," he stammered, "I only said it for your own good. It's a shame to see skills like yours earning mere pennies." Vlad's voice cut through him. "Shut your mouth and get back to work. Or do you want to say goodbye to your head?" The mercenary scrambled back towards the carts. "Right away, Captain," he yelped. Vlad watched him go and sighed in frustration. "One of these days, I'll have to do something about him." He turned and walked past the carts, heading deep into the forest. A man watching him noticed. "Is Riemann going to pray again?" he asked his friend. The other nodded. "He always does." Deeper in the woods, Vlad knelt, planting his sword in the ground before him. He bowed his head. The mercenaries whispered, "He looks so cool. Maybe he really is a nobleman. We're not in the same league." But Vlad swore under his breath, whispering to the Nameless one. "I couldn't finish it in a single strike." The voice scoffed. "You idiot. I told you the principle of one strike, one kill depends on the element of surprise." "What does that even mean?" he grumbled. The voice decided to simplify. "When you draw your sword, the enemy goes whoosh, and then you go bam." Vlad paused. "And how am I supposed to understand that?" The Nameless one sounded exasperated. "You don't get it. I just explained it. First the enemy goes whoosh, and then you bam." The main character was silent for a long moment before quietly, awkwardly repeating, "Whoosh," and "bam." He cursed under his breath. Behind him, the mercenaries gathered, beginning to kneel and imitate his posture as if in prayer. A new day dawned. Sitting with the others, Vlad stared into his bowl. He poked at the brown liquid within. "What is this meat? Is this even meat?" Gerda shoveled a spoonful into his mouth. "Who knows?" he mumbled while chewing. "What does it matter? It's free. It's rare to find a place that even feeds its workers." Another mercenary chimed in. "This is Bazid, after all." The man opposite him agreed. "The food is salty, but it's better than starving." The main character pushed his bowl away and stood up. "You guys can have it." They watched him leave. "Is the captain off to the priest again?" one asked. "Maybe we should start praying too," someone scoffed. "You'll never be like him." A few minutes later, Vlad arrived at the priest's tent, greeted by a smiling old man. "Father Andreas," he said with a nod. "How did you sleep?" The priest replied warmly. "The same as always. I heard you were praying again last night. It must—" Vlad dismissed the chilling encounter as just a foolish delusion. When the priest asked what happened, he simply replied, "I don't know. I was in the arms of God." The Holy Father let out a hearty laugh. "You seem more like a priest than I do." Just then, a young boy named Jenks called out from a nearby table. "Father, the food is ready." Andreas smiled, thanking the boy before guiding Vlad to the table. "I was just about to have breakfast. Please join me." Confused, he tried to refuse, saying he hadn't come to eat. But the Holy Father simply sat down, ignoring his protests and folding his hands in prayer. He closed his eyes, inviting the others to do the same. Jenks and Vlad followed his lead, bowing their heads. The Holy Father began, "We thank the Almighty for this food. May He grant us strength and help us do good for others." He opened one eye, glancing at the young man beside him. Such a sincere believer, he thought. Even in a terrible place like this, he hasn't lost his faith. I must guide this young man whose hands are destined for battle. This must be the path God has set for me. After the final words of the prayer, he smiled warmly. "Let's eat." Vlad thanked him and turned his gaze to the table. Fragrant wheat bread and a hearty soup lay before him. Unlike the slop other mercenaries received, this was real food. He took a grateful bite of bread. "I'd like to talk about your skill with the sword," the Holy Father said. "I've heard a great deal about it, and it seems Sir Joseph has as well. 2 days ago, he came here asking about you." The main character paused his chewing. "And what happened?" Andreas smiled. "I gave you a recommendation. He's very interested in promoting you." Hearing this, Vlad's eyes widened in shock. The Holy Father explained, "The Beast family is famous in the north. Just the chance to work for them offers much better conditions. You've more than earned it." Without a word, the main character nervously swallowed a piece of bread. Later, hidden in the forest, he began another kind of prayer. "Things have gotten bad. I've become too noticeable." The voice from his sword replied, "We had no choice. My skills can only be mastered through real combat. The bigger problem is your friendship with that priest. I needed to check him, Vlad countered. The Nameless one scoffed. So you're finally convinced he isn't some evil creature, the main character explained. They say Andreas is respected with enough divine power to become a bishop. If he saw nothing evil in me, I think I'm safe. Still, can't we just escape? They might turn a blind eye to a false name if you prove capable enough, the Blade replied. Vlad frowned. But someday they'll find out that I killed the mercenary who was stealing from me. Then I'll be tried for both a false identity and murder. The voice stated coldly, You are a villain. Vlad pointed a finger at his sword. And you're my accomplice. The Nameless one paused for a moment before replying, I believe it would be best for you to run. Self-defense can only be proven if there are witnesses. Fine, Vlad decided. Then we'll escape tonight. If we take Jera with us, we might be able to get a forged badge. That may be more difficult than you think, the voice interrupted. Someone is coming, a skilled knight. At the warning, Vlad spun around his sword drawn and ready. It was Jagger. The knight stopped in his tracks, seeing the blade. Vlad remained on guard. His sword's tip aimed true. He sensed my presence, Jagger thought. He's better than I expected. Sir Joseph wishes to see you, the knight announced. Hearing the name of the Count's son, the main character's heart dropped. I should have left immediately. I hesitated too long. If I don't play this perfectly. If I don't, I'll find myself in an inescapable trap. He forced a slight smile. It would be an honor. He thought to himself, they say composure is everything in a game of cards. Do you know why I'm here? Jagger asked. The main character replied, I heard from the priest. But I didn't think you would come so soon. Interesting, the knight mused. The boy isn't afraid of me at all. He turned and started walking toward the camp. Follow me. But Vlad didn't move. He hesitated, staring at the knight's back. Should I try to run? The Nameless one immediately roared in his mind. Don't even think about it. You won't even take 3 steps before a knight of his level kills you. Cursing quietly, Vlad sheathed his sword. I have no other choice. He followed the knight to the main tent and stepped inside. A young noble Joseph was reading a book, not even bothering to look up at them. You're finally here, he said. A pleasure to meet you. Vlad bowed deeply. The honor is all mine. The young gentleman asked, Did you experience any inconvenience in your work? Thanks to your prudence, everything was fine, he replied. Joseph then began talking about his appearance. I thought you were from some noble family, he said. Your name is Riemann, correct? The main character confirmed his words, and Joseph loudly. Yeah, he slammed the book shut. You should have said that earlier. In the next instant, Jagger struck Vlad across the face. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he stumbled back. He stared at the knight in confusion, meeting only a cold, emotionless gaze. The young master spoke sternly. I hate liars. Vlad wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. But when the young lord called him by his real name, he was stunned. He already knows, Joseph sneered. It was confirmed your mother sold herself. But we were unable to find out who your father was. He looked at him intently, asking, Do you know? Vlad looked up, his eyes blazing with fury. Now that is a good joke, asking the son of a prostitute who his father is. For those words, the knight struck him behind the knee, and he fell to the floor, letting out a painful sigh. Jagger glared at him with displeasure. Watch yourself. The main character just clenched his teeth and frowned. Joseph moved closer, looming over him. In fact, this is a really good joke, he mused. Looking down at him, he started talking about a group of mercenaries. You must have killed someone and run away from Sora. I understand that much. But where did you learn to use a sword? Vlad became nervous and remained silent, looking at him with a confident, defiant gaze. Joseph looked into his eyes. There is so much hidden in them. To hurry him up with an answer, the knight took his sword out of its sheath. Hearing the clang of steel behind him, the main character nervously bit his lip. He replied, It was lightning strike. He was my teacher. He appeared from nowhere. Joseph became interested and remained silent, listening further. Vlad continued saying, He didn't tell me his name. Model, but declared that the power of insight, such an extraordinary skill, should not be available to just anyone. As he spoke, Joseph noticed his eyes were perfectly still. The man wasn't lying. With that decided, he offered his forgiveness for such harsh treatment. The main character's heart was pounding, but he kept his expression unreadable and thought, did he buy it? Joseph admitted that he was in a difficult situation and had a proposition. He extended his hand to Vlad and, calling him by name, asked if he wanted to seize an even higher position. Power, freedom, survival, and chivalry. That was the prize he offered. Vlad looked up at him, utterly stunned, as the man introduced himself. Joseph Beast wanted to support him. Sometime after that conversation, the day of training arrived. The wooden swords of Vlad and Jair crossed with a sharp crack. With graceful ease, the knight parried every blow, while the main character continued his relentless assault. The mercenaries watched, their sparring from the sidelines. He's handling him so easily, one said. That's because he's holding back. Did he really become Jurger's student? He definitely has. Outstanding skill. I'm so envious I wish I could get some training too. The knight swung back and then struck, but Vlad blocked his powerful blow. Joer spoke.
You're a tricky one. How dare you act so arrogant in front of Sir Joseph with skills like these? With a flick of his wrist, he sent Vlad's sword flying and commanded him to
know your place. Vlad nervously raised his sword, thinking, the difference in our levels is too great. If I dodge, he's instantly behind me and his blows are too heavy to block. The knight swung his sword again, and suddenly Vlad knew what to do. He raised his own sword high, pointing the tip down diagonally. When the enemy's weapon collided with his, he guided it downwards, causing the knight's blade to slide harmlessly away. Having completely deflected the attack, Vlad immediately swung his sword in a powerful counterstrike, gritting his teeth. The mercenaries roared with excitement. He did it! That was amazing, Joer simply remarked. Not bad. At least you can manage that much. The main character gasped for breath after the intense exchange, realizing he hadn't truly won anything. The knight had simply allowed him an opening. The knight announced they would continue sparring twice a day, morning and evening. Hearing this, Vlad's hand wiping the hand, sweat from his face suddenly stopped. He thought, twice a day. Joer stepped back, saying, that's enough for now. Don't overexert yourself.
After the knight walked away, the main character whispered, that guy has no sense of loyalty. He didn't even give me a single piece of advice.
The Nameless one replied, it was a good fight. He mercilessly cut away all your wasted movements. Some things can only be learned in practice.
Vlad made a dissatisfied face, annoyed by the lack of encouragement, and rubbed his neck. Grumbling, everyone is against me. Meanwhile, the knight
returned to Joseph's tent. The young master asked, so what is your report now that you've seen him for yourself? Jair replied, he's not bad, so much so that if he were from a noble family, the count himself would have taken notice. The young master smiled. I knew my eyes weren't deceiving me. The knight continued, the
problem is, he knows no boundaries and is quite arrogant. Joseph waved it off. That's understandable. He grew up on the streets. All he can do is gradually learn etiquette. I think the perfect person for that job is standing right in front of me. The knight remained silent, understanding exactly what he was hinting at. After a short pause, he said, one cannot trust a sword without devotion. Joseph replied with a smile. Even if he bowed his head the moment he saw me, I still wouldn't believe him. It's good he immediately showed his true nature. He recalled Vlad's words about needing to achieve something and said, this is for the best. The most beautiful relationships are when people give each other what they want. The knight bowed his head, and choosing not to object, obeyed his master. Joseph then asked, doesn't he look like a wolf? Arrogant, unreliable, living with a sense of superiority? I don't want to rush. It will take time to create a large cage. So big that the wolf could confuse it with freedom. Soon, night fell. Jera went on guard, shivering from the cold, even as he stood by the fire. He wondered why the fog was so thick, and why winter had come so suddenly. Who would have thought the captain became Jurger's student? We should have noticed him earlier. By the way, success is one thing, but getting into this kind of situation in this weather? Sir Rodri suddenly approached him from behind, hearing him muttering to himself. Is everything all right? He asked. Jera turned around and greeted him excitedly. There seems to be nothing unusual here. The knight told him to stay sharp and give it his all. The mercenary bowed his head and replied, understood, don't you worry. Rodri walked further into the forest and Jera watched him go, thinking, he's so strong even a needle couldn't pierce him. He's on patrol, so he won't be back soon. He leaned his back against a tree and closed his eyes. Maybe I'll just take a little nap. A few minutes later, as he was drifting off, Rodri's voice was suddenly heard. What are you doing here? The mercenary shuddered and thought, he hasn't left yet. The knight asked, are you looking for a child? Jera looked towards the voice, wondering who he was talking to. Sir Rodri stood nearby, telling a woman that she was crazy. She replied that she was just looking for her child. But at the last word, she suddenly fell silent. Jera clutched his spear tighter, beginning to get nervous. Why did she stop? He swallowed his saliva and walked away from the fire, carefully moving toward the knight. Noticing the movement, he suddenly froze in place. The knight walked further into the forest, and Jera thought, where is he going? The camp is in the other direction. When he looked more closely, he noticed something very strange. Among the icy fog, a kind of black haze was flying around Rodri. From what he saw in the next second, the mercenary's eyes opened, wider in fear. The terrifying ghost of a mutilated woman, which was this black haze, opened her mouth wide, approaching the knight's head. The next morning, after another brutal training session with Jurger, the main character stretched his shoulders and said, my whole body hurts, but I can't slow down. The Nameless one called him a newbie. Such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. Many are willing to pay for the chance to fight Jurgers because he is a knight of that level. Vlad remembered his withering look and said, it seemed to me that he just wanted to beat me up. The voice replied, thanks to that, the quality of the battle increases. Be that as it may, it is important. Tossing the sword over his shoulder, he replied, "That just makes it more frustrating." A hushed voice called out to him. The mercenary Gerda peeked from behind a tree, waving him over with a nervous gesture. Vlad approached, asking when he'd returned. It seemed the main fighting team was still out. Gerda scanned the area, then whispered his plan. He was going to desert that very night. The main character demanded to know what he was talking about. The mercenary leaned in close, his voice a low hiss. "Don't forget you came here to find me. We'll definitely have to meet up later, and have some fun." Vlad's brow furrowed. What the hell did he mean by that? Gerda urged him to take his words seriously. He claimed he had seen everything with his own eyes. Raising a trembling finger, his face pale with fear, he declared that the forest they were capturing was cursed.
Cursed Vlad was surprised by the claim. Gerda pressed on, "Do you know why soldiers have been escaping? Even though the pay and supplies here are so good."
Vlad had to agree it was strange. "It's because the forest took them," the mercenary insisted. "They aren't deserters, they're missing." The main character's eyes widened in shock. Gerda, recalling the wandering spirits, swore he saw it all. "There are ghosts in this forest that kidnap people." A heavy silence fell between them for several tense seconds. Having heard enough of this nonsense, Vlad raised his hand. "You little brat," he growled, ready to strike him. "You need to know when to stop, even when you're talking crazy." Gerda flinched, covering his head with his hands. "I swear I'm telling the truth," he yelped. "Yesterday, even the night itself just disappeared." Hearing this, Vlad froze, suddenly interested. "Sir Rodri?" he asked. The mercenary confirmed it, adding a chilling detail. "I checked on the way back and found something. Everyone who went missing had black hair." Suddenly, the crazy story felt terrifyingly real. As the sun began to set, they hit the road. Gerda, walking ahead, was nearly in tears, cursing himself in his thoughts. He should have just packed up and run to hell with politeness. Sir Joer rode behind him on horseback, and Vlad followed with the rest of the mercenaries. The knight studied the nervous mercenary marching ahead. He lowered his gaze to the student. "Can he be trusted?" he asked.
"I wouldn't," Vlad replied bluntly, "but he's not insane." Joer glanced back at the mercenary, thinking. Sir Joseph saw this as an opportunity, not just another monster hunt.
If they found something truly unusual, the rewards would be greater. But it still worried him. "Were all the missing people black-haired?" he pressed. "There were 3 knights at this post," Vlad confirmed, "but they didn't notice a thing." Joer sighed. "That means they were useless. I can't afford to stay here either," he thought. With Rodri missing, someone more experienced needs to take charge. As they reached the camp, Gerda called out to the knight. The team of fighters had returned. In the center of the camp stood a large group of soldiers. One of them stepped forward, placing a fist over his chest. He bowed his head. "I am Aaron Roderick's student." Joer rode up to him, his expression grim. "You combed the forest and found nothing." Aaron confirmed his words with a heavy heart. "Even with our most experienced mercenaries leading, we didn't find a single trace." The knight stared thoughtfully into the darkening woods. "I need to see for myself," he decided. He turned to the others, his voice ringing with authority.
"Split into groups of 4 and explore the area disperse, but stay within sight of each other." Soon the sun would sink below the horizon.
Night was closing in as everyone began the search. Gerda gritted his teeth, glaring at the captain. "This can't be happening. How could he do this to me? He's a fraud who enjoys the respect of others." "Stop talking and start looking," Vlad ordered. "I'll give you something for your trouble later."
Joer approached them. "Have you found anything?" When they said no, he scoffed. "Useless."
"I'm from the city, actually," our main character replied. The knight asked, "And how do you find missing people in dark alleys?" He answered simply, "You catch someone and beat the information out of them." Hearing this, the knight's face darkened slightly. "You really are useless," he muttered. He looked at the sky, thinking the day would soon end. Maybe they needed to go back. But as he looked to the side, he noticed something interesting. There was a frozen river not far from them. "Did you search beyond that river?" he demanded. Gerda said that as far as he knew, no one had crossed it.
There was no such direction of attack. Joer thought, "So far we've found nothing in the forest. We won't find Rodri or the unknown woman here."
He looked forward with grim determination. "Gather all the mercenaries," he ordered. "We're crossing the river." Gerda obeyed his command. He whistled loudly, calling everyone over. Meanwhile, the knight stepped onto the ice, kicking it several times. "The ice is thin," he stated. Vlad knelt beside him, examining the surface. "It's because winter is ending," he said. "But we should still be able to cross." Joer thought for a second. "If we spread out, it should work." At that moment, the mercenaries ran up to them. "What is it? Did you find something?" one asked. Gerda told him that wasn't the case. The knight then informed them, "We're expanding the search area across the river. Since the ice is thin, we'll cross in groups." The mercenaries understood. They divided into several groups and began to cross the river. Gerda sighed heavily. The main character turned to him. "What is it?" He bit his lip and replied nervously, "I have a bad feeling." Vlad replied, "You're just afraid." The mercenary exclaimed excitedly, "Of course I'm afraid I'm not like you. People like me can only survive thanks to our instincts." His face darkened with the fear that filled him. Looking at the other mercenaries, he said, "And right now my instincts are screaming at me not to cross this river." Vlad moved forward. "I know little about instincts," he said coolly, "but I know one thing. If you run now, a very unpleasant death awaits you." His face became serious. "You'd be the only one to flee the scene. Even if it were me, I would have killed myself."
Because of those words, Gerda's terror deepened his face, twisting into a terrible grimace. Vlad stepped on the ice. "Stop whining and go already."
"You will only survive if you cross the river." Gerda followed him, and feeling a terrible dread, he nervously said, "I told you, there was nothing, model." He had to get there. But the moment his foot touched the ice, it cracked loudly. He froze, his voice filled with a strange excitement as he called to the captain, asking if it could truly break. The captain's grim confirmation followed. "Keep talking and you'll fall right into the water." Sheer terror gripped Jera, and he dropped to all fours, saying, in a panic, that his legs wouldn't move. Vlad grabbed him by his clothes and hauled him to his feet. "Stand up, we're the only ones left." But suddenly, the mercenary let out a blood-curdling scream, crying out from the horror he witnessed before him. The main character called him an idiot and demanded to know if he was serious, but the words died in his throat when he saw what made the man scream. Just beneath their feet, dozens of corpses with black hair floated in the dark water. The mercenary, stuttering with pure fear, cried out to the others, "There are corpses here." Instantly, everyone stopped in their tracks and turned around. He screamed again, "The corpses are right in the river." At that moment, countless dead began to rise from the depths, their hands reaching for the living. The ice under their feet began to tremble violently. A palpable tension shot through them as the surface began to splinter with a deafening crack. One of the mercenaries yelled for the others to cross the river quickly. They sprinted for the shore, but before they could make it, one of the dead shattered the ice with its hand and crawled out, followed by an entire legion. There were so many that they formed a circle, driving the men into a trap. One of them cried out, "What is all this? We're surrounded." The mercenaries called out to the night, their voices laced with panic. "What do we do now?" Jair clenched his teeth, the grim reality setting in. This was a trap, a carefully laid snare, as if their arrival was expected. As the sun began to vanish behind the mountains, he and the mercenaries braced themselves. Staring at the horde of the dead, they knew the encroaching darkness was no place for the living. Dusk fell swiftly. Meanwhile, inside a tent, the
Holy Father prayed, thanking the Lord for watching over them. He asked for the light to continue showing the way, but his words abruptly stopped. After a few silent seconds, Jang, sitting nearby, called out to him, noticing he was trembling all over. The water in the bowl on the altar
suddenly turned pitch black. Andreas stared in horror as a dark aura emanated from it, turning his face to the heavens. The camp, once clearly visible,
was swallowed by a thick, fiery fog, a terrible omen. A black haze took form from which the ghost of a woman emerged. She was heading
toward the camp, searching for her child. Back on the river, the dead descended upon the living. Jera stumbled backward in horror, waving his arms and screaming for the captain. The undead creature lunging at him suddenly froze in place. A long, clean cut appeared on its face, and an instant later, Vlad's sword cleaved its body in two, saving the cowardly mercenary. After dealing with it, he let out a heavy sigh, but his relief was cut short by loud steps and a guttural roar from behind. The dead were closing in. He gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, spun around, and unleashed a deadly arc, cutting down one, then a second, as he began to carve a path forward. Severed limbs and heads flew through the air, landing near Gera, who screamed loudly in fear. The main character snapped, "You idiot! Get up and grab!" a spear. The mercenary shrieked in horror. "I can't!" Vlad cursed as the Nameless one advised. "Don't panic. You must think first, then act." The main character scanned the endless pile of the dead in the distance, and the ones still crawling from the water. He knew they couldn't get through. He could only wonder, is Sir Jer okay? The night, meanwhile, was a storm of steel among the undead. He expertly brandished his sword, severing limbs and preventing them from even approaching him. But even a legend can grow weary. A few drops of sweat trickled down his face as his gaze fell upon the others. The dead were creeping up from all sides, biting and clawing at the mercenaries. Jair gritted his teeth and thought, there is no end to them. They planned this ambush perfectly. He didn't know who orchestrated it, but he knew exactly what force was behind this nightmare. His left eye under its patch began to glow with a green aura that flowed into his sword. I have no time to waste, he thought. The dead rushed him from all sides, leaping into the air, and as soon as they drew near, he concentrated, clenching his jaw. Instantly, small cuts appeared on the monsters' bodies, which then deepened into fatal wounds. Jair had cut down everyone within his reach. Seeing this, the mercenaries roared with renewed hope. Come here, the Sir Knight is with us. Having sliced through the last of his attackers, The knight called out to Vlad, ordering him to uphold their agreement. The main character who had just pierced a dead man's head with his sword turned and shouted back, "What should I do?" Jair's command was absolute. Return to the camp. Protect it at all costs. Protect Sir Joseph as you must. Vlad's expression hardened as he obeyed the order. He broke into a run towards the camp and yelled to Gerda, "Follow me!" The mercenary scrambled to get up, begging the captain to wait. The knight watched them leave, offering a silent prayer that they would reach the camp safely. Meanwhile, the heavy steps of an undead creature sounded behind him. He immediately spun around ready to attack, but his eyes widened in shock when he saw a familiar face. He sighed heavily. It seems I was too late. Roderick stood before him, and along with the rest of the dead, he rushed toward the knight. Back at the camp, everything was quiet for now. Joseph sat at his table reading, but suddenly loud shouts and pleas to be left alone pierced the calm from outside. Joseph immediately grew wary. An ambush! Knight Vorden burst into the tent. He excitedly called out to the young gentleman who rose from his chair and demanded, "What is happening?" Vorden, out of breath, wiped the sweat from his face and started to mumble. Joseph's anger flared. "Did you burst in here without even finding out what was going on?" The knight nervously replied, "Your safety comes first." These words only enraged the young master more. "And that's why you came without a sword." Vorden looked down at his empty scabbard, his face a mask of surprise. Joseph clenched his teeth. "My brother is far too kind to you. I would have had you hanged already." Vorden bowed, closing his eyes and apologizing. At that moment, 2 more knights entered the tent with Andreas and Jang. The priest called out to the young gentleman who asked, "What is going on here?" The Holy Father presented his trembling Bible and replied, "There is evil here. Let him look upon this. The Bible is written in sacred ink." But hearing those words, Joseph instantly knew something was terribly wrong, a feeling the Holy Father confirmed. The very letters were trembling with rage. It meant a powerful entity was fast approaching. He desperately asked if there was any way to stop it. The priest confessed he was no exorcist, but he would pour every ounce of his divine power into the attempt, though he held little hope it would be enough. Joseph's brow furrowed. He understood. He then recalled that no knight in history had ever managed to create their own world. He looked at the men before him, realizing they were out of options. He strode past them towards the exit, ordering everyone to follow his lead. But the moment he stepped outside, he froze. A thick, unnatural fog blanketed the camp, and within it were the twisted silhouettes of mercenaries. He watched in horror as the mercenaries, seemingly possessed, clawed at their own heads, crawling through the snow and screaming, "We are not her child." Realizing the fog was the cause, Joseph immediately covered his nose with a cloth. "This mist, it's causing hallucinations in the soldiers." Andreas quickly did the same, agreeing this was no natural phenomenon. A chilling thought entered Joseph's mind. He might be affected as well. Suddenly, a woman's ghostly voice echoed through the camp, calling for her child. An apparition wandered near the main tent, weeping, pleading to know where her son had gone. Coming face to face with this pure evil, the priests and everyone with the young master were paralyzed with terror. Then the spirit froze as if sensing something. She stared into the distance for a moment, before her head snapped violently in their direction. "Is he here?" she hissed. Her eyes locked onto Joseph, and she sighed with an eerie relief. "Finally, I found you," she whispered, extending a ghostly hand. Joseph's blood ran cold as she drew closer, reaching for him again. An invisible force burned her. She shrieked in agony, recoiling from an unseen barrier as she cried out for her child. The priests had dropped to their knees, deep in prayer. They had manifested a protective circle of holy light, a celestial wall that repelled the ghost. The woman tried to break through again and again, only to be seared by its sacred energy. A grim thought crossed Joseph's mind. Does this mean only Sir Jaeger can defeat a monster like this? He glanced at the unconscious forms of Cade and Maxim. Even with Father Andreas's blessing, their current forces were not enough. Despite the searing light, the woman, tears of sorrow streaming down her face, relentlessly tried to reach her child. He frowned. This felt like a curse aimed directly at him. He gritted his teeth, wondering who could possibly be behind this. Suddenly, Jang coughed violently. Blood sprayed from his lips. He had overexerted his divine power. The Holy Father saw it instantly. "Hold your position, the sun will rise again," he commanded. But as the priest faltered, so did the barrier. The woman began to push through the weakening light. Seeing this, Jang wiped the blood from his mouth, and with tears in his eyes, fell back into a prayer stance. The holy barrier flared to life once more. The woman screamed as the sacred light burned her skin. Joseph looked at Jang, realizing the priest was at his absolute limit. The holy psalm would end soon. He looked back at the relentless spirit, his heart pounding. Is this the end? In this dire state, they could never last until dawn. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. Behind the ghost, he saw the silhouette of Vlad. Feeling another presence, the woman turned, and there he was, Bathed in a brilliant blue aura, Vlad charged straight for her. Just moments before he had reached the camp's edge, a shimmering barrier had blocked his path. The Nameless One's voice echoed in his mind. This is the work of a curse. A common blade will not harm it. The Nameless One fell silent for a moment before speaking again. There is one way. Vlad looked down at his sword. And what way is that? If you would allow me to borrow your body for a short while. Vlad was stunned. Is that even possible? He asked. The Nameless One explained. I can wield mana myself, but using it through your body is untested. Even if it works, you will be paralyzed for some time. I would not recommend it. Vlad's expression hardened. If I don't kill that thing, we will all be killed. The Nameless One simply replied, such is the way of the sword. After a moment of thought, Vlad made his decision. I'll do it. The voice questioned him. Are you certain? The main character's gaze became resolute. I made a promise to Joseph. It is my duty. I offer faith in exchange for his loyalty. The Nameless One respected his resolve. With that, Vlad burst from his cover. The ghost noticed him instantly turning with a piercing shriek. But seeing her tear-streaked face, Vlad seemed to feel a pang of sorrow and gasped. It is time, the Nameless One declared. Close your right eye. Vlad obeyed, gritting his teeth against what was to come. A deafening roar of lightning split the air. In an instant, his consciousness was ripped into another dimension, a swirling vortex of raw lightning. Is this the world of the voice? He thought in awe. Back in reality, the Nameless One had taken control. Vlad's eyes snapped open, now blazing with an ethereal blue light. The brilliant glow sparking with lightning surged from his body and into his sword. A powerful gale erupted from him, forcing the woman to a halt. In that moment, he swung his blade and lunged forward. With intense concentration, he brought the glowing sword down in a devastating arc, cleaving through the upper half of her body. He rushed past her, and the world was consumed by flashes of blinding lightning. The brilliant light illuminated the ghost's exhausted face and the utterly stunned expressions of everyone watching. They stared at Vlad, mouths agape, completely mesmerized by the spectacle. Joseph himself looked on in pure astonishment. After delivering such an overwhelming blow, Vlad stopped. All strength left his body, and he collapsed to his knees. His entire frame convulsed as if struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning, and he screamed in raw agony. Vlad! Joseph cried out in concern. Vlad, having somehow survived the violent backlash of power, hung his head trembling uncontrollably. Joseph's mind raced. Those were definitely the marks of aura. I don't know how he did it, but I'm sure it came at a terrible price. But the woman was still alive. She reached a desperate hand toward Vlad, calling out for her child as she began to crawl toward him. Vlad could only remain kneeling in the snow, racked with pain. Seeing this, Joseph knew he had to act. He broke from the protective circle, yelling to the priests, "Do not stop praying." He ran to Vlad's side and threw his arm over his shoulder helping him to his feet. "Just hold on," he urged. But Joseph only let out a pained sigh. The woman shrieked with excitement, calling for her children as she reached for him. But just as Joseph tried to escape, she lunged, grabbing his leg. The sudden pain sent him crashing to one knee. He grit his teeth, cursing his own weak body as he fought to stand. Was he really this pathetic? Suddenly, Vorden called out, "Young master!" He seized him by his clothes. "Forgive my impertinence." And with a sharp turn, he hurled them both towards the prayer circle. The woman screamed in despair, reaching out for her lost child as Joseph and Vlad landed safely inside the barrier. The young master stood up, telling the knight that for the very first time, he was genuinely glad to have him as an ally. Vorden offered his thanks. At last, Vlad could move. He gripped his weapon and rose to his feet. "Holy Father!" he called out, his face grim. "Bless this sword." His voice was heavy. "This woman, she must be released from her suffering." Andrea stared back in surprise. After a moment's pause, he simply said, "I understand." He took the sword and with his own hand cut his palm open on its edge. Staining the blade in blood, he returned it. "Your sword is blessed." Vlad accepted the weapon. "Thank you." He stepped outside the barrier, wiping sweat from his brow. As he approached the tormented woman, he stopped before her, her eyes swimming with tears lifted to meet his. "Please, help me find my child." Her words pierced his heart, his gaze softening with sorrow. For a fleeting moment, as he'd prepared to strike, he saw a vision. A woman locked in a dark dungeon, a helpless child shivering on the cold stone floor. She reached through iron bars, tears streaming down her face as she called out to her baby who lay with other infants in an adjacent cage. Again and again, she begged for them to return her child. But all she could do was plead as her baby died, right before her eyes. It was a mother's worst nightmare. Knowing this, Vlad's heart ached with pity. He raised the blessed sword high above her. "Go in peace," he said softly. Where is my child?" she asked one last time. Then he plunged the blade into her head. Blood erupted in every direction. She let out a final haunting cry, her eyes fixed on this rising sun as she called out for her child. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a man hunched over a small box near a rock.
He waved his hand, dispersing a black haze with a sinister smile. The dark energy swirled and intensified, but then it suddenly vanished.
He stared at the box in shock. He could no longer feel her presence. Was she killed? He thought. But by who? Only one of them is an aura knight. From atop the very rock, he sat beneath a knight's voice echoed. So, you're the rat pulling the strings on these puppets. The man's blood ran cold. He froze, paralyzed by fear. Sometime later, Jaeger returned to camp. The young master looked at the object in his hand. Was that him? The one who controlled the dead from the shadows. Jaeger, holding the man's severed head, confirmed it. I believe so. In his other hand, he held a small box. It seems the woman was searching for this, he said. It looks like a child's coffin. Give that to the priest, Joseph ordered. They'll investigate it when we return to Varna. Understood. His master gazed down at the camp from the cliff's edge. It seems our expedition has ended in failure. The knight bowed his head. I apologize, my lord. I have no excuse. And yet, Joseph continued, though it was a complete failure, for some reason, I feel relieved. Jaeger asked, what about that man? Joseph glanced at him, then looked back towards the camp. A faint smile touched his lips. It seems I have finally found the right person. The one who will become my sword. He recalled the image of Vlad blazing with the brilliance of lightning. He shines brighter than anyone else. Time passed. Vlad awoke with a start, sitting up in bed. I slept for 3 days, the Nameless confirmed it. Be more careful next time, the voice warned. I didn't realize the side effects would be so severe. I'm just glad you didn't pack up and leave without me, Vlad replied wryly, and just load me up like luggage. It seems they were waiting for you to recover, the voice noted. Joseph appeared, to be quite concerned. Vlad didn't respond. He leaned on his sword for support and rose from the bed, pushing aside the tent flap and stepping outside. He scanned the area. Empty. Looks like everyone ran away, he muttered. Can't blame them after all that trouble. Captain, Gerda's voice suddenly called out. You're awake, he shouted with joy. You have no idea how worried I was. A small smile touched Vlad's lips. Seriously? The guy who ran away first actually came back. The mercenary grinned. You promised me a bonus when we returned. I even carried you back.
To camp, I risked my life returning here with the Sir Knight, so don't you forget it. Vlad understood his blatant hint and waved a hand dismissively.
Yeah, I'll put in a good word for you. Sir Jaeger told me to report to him as soon as you woke up, Gerda said. And Sir Joseph is in his tent. I think you should go see him. Vlad headed for the tent. Have a good shift, he said over his shoulder. Don't forget to tell him about me, the mercenary shouted. Did you hear me? Vlad didn't answer, muttering under his breath. So annoying. He arrived at the tent just as the young gentleman was pouring a drink. Can you handle alcohol? Joseph asked. I can, Vlad confirmed. I used to work in a cat house, but I've never had anything this expensive. Joseph smiled, admiring the bottle. This is a drink reserved for aristocrats. First, I want to thank you, he began. You could have escaped. We have an agreement, don't we? Vlad asked. We do, Joseph confirmed. You promised to swear faith, not allegiance. And I saw that even though it was only a verbal contract, you honored its terms. I cannot afford to lose a man like you. He studied Vlad intently, remembering the overwhelming aura he commanded. I need to make him one of my own. He placed a glass in front of him. Now it's my turn to fulfill my end of the bargain. You must be rewarded for your deeds. Therefore, I want to officially invite you into the Beards family. The main character was stunned by the offer. Sometime later, they finally reached the Beards district in Varna. Jaeger approached the young master. I have dismissed all the mercenaries. Excellent, Joseph replied. We'll stay here for a day or two. I need to report the results of our expedition. Vlad, meanwhile, found himself venturing beyond the slums for the first time. Vlad gazed at the city houses with wide-eyed wonder. Joer noticed and asked if it was his first visit. The main character awkwardly scratched his head, admitting it was. The knight simply closed his eyes and sighed. With a dissatisfied look, Joseph said he could take the day off to explore the city if he wished. Vlad put his hands behind his back and bowed deeply in thanks. The knight warned him not to get lost, and to return to the city council for dinner. Vlad agreed, and once they had left, he watched them go silently, calling the knight a grumpy old man. Nameless quipped that they seemed absolutely crazy about him. He shot back that their great love might just strangle him one day. But since the expedition paid well, it was time to eat something delicious. He wondered what delicacies this city was famous for, when suddenly Jang gently took his hand. Vlad stopped, turning to him and asking how he could help. The boy smiled, saying the priest wished to invite him if he was free. He asked in surprised confusion, He wants to see me? Soon after, the little priest led him to the temple entrance. Tilting his head back, Vlad took in the massive structure. It was huge, even grander than the church in Sora. Jen smiled, explaining that while Bazid was the capital, Struma was the religious heart of the nation.
He invited him inside to wait for the priest. Stepping into the temple, Vlad found himself in a colossal hall, looking around in awe. Before him stood a great altar shimmering with gold. He stared mesmerized, thinking that for someone called the Praying Mercenary,
he had never truly prayed in his life. He scratched his head, wondering why a pang of guilt suddenly struck him. Just then, Andreas approached from behind, calling his name and apologizing for the wait. The main character turned with a smile, assuring him it was no problem at all. In fact, he was grateful for the invitation. The Holy Father laughed, telling him not to mention it. He then presented a small wooden card, urging him to take it. Vlad was confused. Andreas explained that it was his personal identification card. Taking the card in shock, the priest continued, "Sir, Joseph had likely prepared one as well, but receiving it in a church meant it carried the Lord's blessing, which is bestowed everywhere." Vlad's eyes lit up. The card clearly stated his guarantor was Priest Andreas himself. The Holy Father patted his shoulder and said with a warm smile not to hesitate to come to them in times of need. From this day forward, he was his guarantor. Vlad stared into his kind eyes, the reality sinking in. He had a sponsor. He immediately dropped to one knee in gratitude. A boy from the slums without even a birth certificate had finally earned a place to write his name in this vast world. From this day on, he was no longer Vlad of the slums, but Vlad of Sora. Soon after, their journey resumed. Walking beside the young gentleman's carriage, Vlad listened as he explained the layout of the county.
Based County was comprised of 12 small and 3 large cities, Sora, the logistics hub, and Barna, the religious center. Looking at the gates of the massive city ahead, he announced
that this was the third capital, Struma. They soon arrived at the Count's palace. Jor stopped Gerda and Vlad at the waiting room door, his voice stern. "You are now guests of Sir Joseph. Remember that any foolish act reflects upon his reputation. You are not to run around like wild animals. Sit here, quietly." They both agreed. The knight added that servants would soon bring snacks, but he trailed off, stopping mid-sentence. They both gave him a questioning look. He turned away, ordering them to just wait. "And don't eat anything. If you eat like barbarians, only bad rumors will follow us." Vlad asked, "Not even a little bit?" As the knight walked down the hall, his voice echoed back. "Just stay silent and don't eat." Entering the room, Gerda gasped at the luxurious interior. "This is a reception room." He looked around in amazement. "The people of Bazid are on another level." Vlad simply replied, "I know." Suddenly, a man's voice called out, stating he'd never seen them before. They froze, staring at a billowing curtain where the stranger was concealed. The voice cursed, muttering about wanting to mess around in peace. Then a figure emerged from behind the fabric. He took a few steps and stopped, revealing himself. Vlad's eyes shot up to his face in confusion, then widened in shock. He had a faint resemblance to Joseph. It was our tiger. He scanned them both and demanded, "Who are you?" The main character tensed. He looked familiar, but his aura was on an entirely different plane. An image of a wolf with burning eyes flashed in his mind. This man's gaze alone could slice a person in two. Gerda nervously bowed and introduced himself, explaining they accompanied Sir Joseph on his expedition. "I see," Rigger replied. His gaze then shifted to Vlad, about to ask his name. But Vlad spoke first, introducing himself with unwavering confidence. "I am Vlad from Sora." Rigger raised an eyebrow. "Sora, never heard of it." He studied the boy's unflinching expression, a flicker of interest in his eyes. His eyes were overflowing with ambition, and he wasn't trying to hide it in the slightest. "Confident even before me," he thought. "It seems Joseph has found a very useful tool," he smirked. "I like it." He pulled a handful of nuts from his pocket, extended his hand, and opened his palm. "Want some peanuts?" Vlad looked down at the nuts, paused for a moment, then replied firmly, "We were told not to eat." Our tiger blinked confused, but Vlad repeated with that same confident gaze,
"We were told not to eat anything here." Hearing this, Gerda broke out in a cold sweat, thinking his friend had gone completely mad. How could he refuse someone of such high rank? Tiger tilted his head. "Is that so? The very first act of Vlad of Sora in the great house of Based
was to refuse the peanuts offered by the Count's eldest son. Our tiger popped a few nuts into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. "A shame. They're quite tasty." Meanwhile, Joseph stood in his father's office reporting on Vlad. The Count, without looking up from his work, simply said he understood.
"We have no one special aside from Jurger, who your mother brought in. If you can raise this boy to be as fine a knight as the others in our family, then do so." For this reward, his son offered a slight bow. He thanked his father, acknowledging the sword wasn't a gift, but a reminder that he must never forget
that he was a Basit. Joseph lowered his head in agreement. His father then asked if his body had healed. After a brief confirmation, the Count permitted him to leave. Joseph bowed once more, wishing him peace. As he turned for the door, his father's gaze followed and fell upon his legs. He was favoring one leg a noticeable limp. The Count turned to Ragus, who stood nearby. See that he gets some medicine. Ragus assured him the young master would surely be, pleased as would Lady Oksana. The Count smiled, agreeing she doted on their son. By the way, he continued, what are your thoughts on this he was referring to? Joseph's report. Ragus's expression hardened. We must take this seriously. These strange occurrences, one after another. A storm brewed on the Count's face. He seethed, find who is behind this. How dare they commit such acts in my domain, Ragus added. Furthermore, the report from Va revealed a chilling combination, the risen dead and powerful curses. They suspect the work of a great dark magician, or perhaps one of his lesser agents. The Count considered this. If there are more, it could be an entire organization, Ragus agreed. As the Count rose from his chair, he declared, in any case, this changes nothing. He walked toward the exit, his voice like iron. House Bassett must remain unshakable. We will do whatever it takes to eliminate any who dare oppose us. He locked eyes with Ragus, his expression a chilling promise. I expect you to find them soon. These insects who threatened my son and brought chaos to my lands. Night fell upon the estate. Joseph and Jurger entered the reception hall. The report took longer than I anticipated. Have you been waiting long? Gerda responded with feverish excitement. Not at all, young master. Joseph's eyes met his. You are, Gerda, correct. The man confirmed it with a massive grin. We will discuss your reward tomorrow. In an instant, all of Gerder's joy vanished. He had been waiting all day, starving for his promised reward. The servants will guide you to your chambers. Get some rest. Gerda rubbed his neck, the frustration plain on his face. He trudged to the exit, muttering that he understood. Joseph, meanwhile, took a seat opposite Vlad. He crossed his legs, inviting him to speak. You saved my life, and in return, you offered me your sword. Is that correct? Vlad confirmed this with a nod. Joseph continued. You also mentioned you have a mission. A mission that I assume requires your freedom. The main character affirmed this as well. The young master's gaze sharpened. You offer me your sword, yet in the same breath you demand to be free. This is a contradiction we must resolve. What exactly do you intend to do with this freedom? Tell me, and I will consider if it's something I can grant. Vlad's unwavering gaze drifted past him, to the full moon hanging in the window. I seek a knight, he said, his voice low. One who resembles the blue moonlight. A fire ignited in his eyes. Do you know of Godin from Gar? A thought sparked in Joseph's mind. I thought he was just a useful pawn. But he has a story like this, so... He mused aloud, the unknown who destroyed the cattery. Of the Rose's Smile, Godin of Gar. Vlad's mind raced. I will never forget that name. He killed my savior, destroyed my entire world. And yet, I can't help but admire him. He confirmed the young master's words. Joseph steepled his fingers, lost in thought. After a long pause, he delivered his answer. I cannot help you. He is a man beyond my reach. Disappointment washed over the protagonist's face. So this is how it is. I should have expected this. After all, he is merely the son of a count. But still, I am grateful he was honest. Just as he was about to speak, Joseph cut him off. Let us change the terms. Vlad looked up, his attention captured. I am offering you a contract for 7 years. The proposal left Vlad stunned, utterly confused. Joseph leaned forwards. You may not understand this, but I have just set aside my honor as a nobleman. Know that this decision took immense resolve. Vlad glanced at Jurger, meeting the knight's fierce stare. I don't know the customs of this world, he thought, but this feels unprecedented. Joseph continued. For saving my life, I promise you a future. For these 7 years, I will clothe you, feed you, and train you. I will forge you into a knight capable of achieving anything, no matter the obstacle. Hearing the word knight, Vlad's eyes widened in shock. It was the one thing he had always craved. Joseph pressed his advantage. In return, you will pledge your loyalty to me. You will do only as I command. Naturally, anything related to Godin will be forbidden. However, we'll permit you to handle matters in the Sora slums. I can even offer my assistance. I've heard that Z is now residing at a monastery. At the mention of his friend's name, the protagonist's expression grew cold. Joseph asked, what can you truly achieve with a single sword? A blade is not the only sharp weapon in this world. I have my own. He met Vlad's gaze, his eyes serious and calculating. So, what is your decision? After Vlad gave his answer and departed, Joseph moved to the window. Georgia spoke from the shadows. He strives for something great. Why are you so determined to have him? You could find any number of useful pawns. Perhaps, Joseph replied. They all have potential. But whether that potential can be realized is another matter entirely. Jorger pressed, "So you believe he will meet your expectations?" Joseph didn't answer right away. His mind drifted to the night sky, to his life or death battle with the Phantom. He finally confirmed the knight's assumption. "Yes, I saw it with my own 2 eyes." "He is not just unpredictable," Jorger warned. "He is dangerously untamed. He will not be easy to control." The young master looked at his loyal knight. "You are correct, and 7 years is a long time, long enough to bind and pacify even a wild beast." The knight closed his eyes humbly. "Then I will do my utmost to serve." "Good," Joseph said. "The more difficult the challenge, the greater the reward." He turned back to the window, a faint smile on his lips. "I thought he was merely a useful little wolf, but it seems he is a wolf who dares to chase the moon." A new day dawned. Jorger led Vlad to his new quarters. "This will be your personal room." Vlad gasped, his eyes wide with delight. "It's incredible, the floor is so clean. And there's even a bed." This is a palace." Jorger was taken aback by his sheer joy over such a modest room. Then he remembered. He had forgotten Vlad came from the slums. "Our vassals are usually from noble houses. They often find these quarters difficult to adapt to." He let out a sigh, as long as he didn't mess things up, because of those words. Vlad shuddered, looking up nervously. He asked if the knight was talking about the peanuts. Sir Joer just told him to forget it, scoffing that he wasn't really listening anyway. Vlad thought to himself, "You already beat me up for it." With that, the knight left, ordering him to the training grounds after he ate. They would now fight twice a day, morning and evening, just like on the expedition. But his path was suddenly blocked. Lady Oksana and her retinue approached. Noticing him, she offered a warm smile. "My faithful knight," she said. As Vlad hesitated, Sir Joer whispered that this was Lady Oksana, Sir Joseph's mother. He warned him to show proper respect. Following their etiquette lessons, both master and disciple bowed deeply. After a polite greeting, she wished them a good morning, her gaze falling upon the boy. "So this is him?" she asked softly. Sir Joer confirmed it, adding that Sir Joseph had personally invited the boy. Her eyes scanned him carefully. "I see." Vlad dared to glance up, intrigued. But when he met her tender smile, a deep blush crept up his neck, and he quickly lowered his gaze. A slight shiver ran through him. She thanked him, asking if he was the one who saved her son. He stammered nervously that he was only doing his duty. She moved closer, her presence overwhelming. "You must be rewarded," she insisted. "You've done more than you can possibly imagine." He tried to thank her, but suddenly, she stroked his hair. "A wonderful color," she murmured. "It suits your blue eyes perfectly." Her hand trailed down his arm. "Such broad shoulders for a thin frame. You need to gain some weight. It would suit you better." She promised to send him new clothes. Her actions left Vlad utterly flustered and tense. He managed another thank you. With one last kind smile, she turned to Sir Joer and told him to carry on. The knight wished her a good day. And the moment she was gone, Vlad let out a huge sigh of relief. The knight looked at him surprised. "What was that? Are you always like this?" Vlad, still flustered, confessed he'd never met a noblewoman before. Sir Joer admitted that, for a first time, it wasn't bad. Even he found Lady Oksana difficult to talk to. He led the way down the corridor, telling Vlad it was time to eat. They soon arrived at a dining hall, bustling with other people. But as Vlad sat down with his meal, a vassal named Soin approached. He loudly cleared his throat and spat a glob of phlegm right into Vlad's soup. He stared at Vlad with a smug grin, waiting for a reaction. "My apologies," he sneered. "What will you do now? I must have mistaken your bowl for a trash can." Soin's cronies roared with laughter. Vlad stared down at his ruined soup. Then, without a word, he calmly scooped the disgusting saliva out with his spoon. And flicked it behind him. He then raised the spoon, now clean of impurities, and resumed eating as if nothing had happened. He thought, "This happened sooner than I expected." Soin's face twisted in confusion. What was wrong with this kid? Why was he so calm? Our main character simply recalled Sir Joer's words. "Every action you take now reflects on Sir Joseph's reputation." While calmly eating, he wondered how he could possibly beat this guy if that were the case. Soin, furious at being ignored, turned to leave. "This is so infuriating," he muttered. "We finally had a chance to put someone in their place." "What's your name?" Vlad asked suddenly. Soin froze and turned back. "What did you say?" Vlad's eyes, now full of cold rage, locked onto him. "I asked for your name." An incredible chilling aura exploded from Vlad. The bully broke into a cold sweat. "What is this pressure?" he thought. "I'm Vlad," our hero stated, rising from his seat. He repeated the bully's name, Soin. Then he walked towards the exit, his voice a low threat. "I'll remember that." Time passed. The Count and Ragas patrolled the castle walls. Suddenly, loud clashes echoed from below. The Count peered over the edge at the training grounds. "It seems they've begun their training. We should observe." Ragas agreed, standing beside him. The Count's eyes found Vlad. So that's the boy I heard he was blonde. He looks clever. But Ragas was looking elsewhere. My lord, he said, look over there. The Count followed his gaze to another part of the training grounds. Someone was watching from the shadows. It was Sir Joer hiding and observing his student. The Count smirked. A first session always causes anxiety. He crossed his arms. Let's see what this boy is made of. Down below, the main character picked up a wooden sword and stepped onto the field, ready to face one of Soen's friends.
Wood crashed against wood with a deafening crack. Vlad unleashed a furious barrage of strikes, relentlessly pushing his opponent back. The lackey gritted his teeth,
Desperately dodging the onslaught. As Vlad struck again, the Count remarked, He's fierce. His opponent is much larger, yet he fights so recklessly. Do you think so, my lord? Ragas asked. Yes, the Count replied. He has something. It's commendable. He may be clumsy, but he's trying to use everything he has learned. Meanwhile, Vlad continued his assault, his mentor's voice echoing in his mind. It all starts with your footing. You can instill fear with just your stance. Your shoulders and your gaze. He settled into a perfect stance. As his opponent swung wildly, Vlad ducked low, his eyes tracking every twitch of muscle. He knew he could control his opponent's movements with his own. The lackey prepared to strike again, when suddenly, Vlad feinted lunging to the right. The sudden move threw the larger boy off balance, a flash of panic in his eyes. Then, in an instant, Vlad closed the distance. He stared straight into his enemy's soul and delivered a devastating blow to his side, appearing behind him in a blur. The guy clutched his ribs, gasping for air. He was definitely aiming for my left, he thought. But before he could recover, Vlad grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked his head up. He drew back his other fist. A supporter of Soen, he snarled. Did you enjoy your laugh in the dining hall? His eyes blazed with fury. Go on, giggle some more.
With those words, he smashed his fist into the guy's face. Blood exploded from his nose. The other vassals on the field froze in shock.
I understand this is training, Ragas said, disturbed. But is it normal for him to be so brutal? The Count simply nodded. Let him be, he answered. To become a true knight, one needs a powerful spirit. He glanced toward Jor, who was still watching his student intently. And it seems his mentor agrees. Ragas had to concur. Down below, Vlad continued to pummel his target. Another vassal ran up, yelling for him to stop, but he was completely ignored. Do you see me as nothing? The boy demanded. Just as he spoke, Vlad's fist poised to strike again, suddenly froze in midair. He released his grip, letting the guy crumple to the ground. Looking down at the pathetic figure, he turned and apologized to his friends.
Staring at that cold yet ferocious gaze, the boy swallowed hard, his mind racing. What kind of look is that? While he checked on his friend, Vlad simply walked on. Catching up to Soen, he stopped a faint smirk on his lips.
He offered a half-hearted apology, claiming he got too carried away to think straight. This only enraged Soen, who hissed through his teeth. You absolute moron! Vlad merely walked around him, adding that he'd like to apologize in advance. He strode past coolly, stating that this was far from over. He'd find another reason to call him out. Soen turned, clenching his jaw as he watched him go. That damn idiot was completely insane. Sir Joseph had brought a rabid dog back from the slums. Later, Vlad met Gera in the dining hall. Did you hear? Gera asked. Rumors are flying among the servants about you beating up the other vassals. The main character took a bite of sausage. How's the job? Gera grinned. You think I'm just some ordinary groom I serve the great Count Bazid? But then his smile vanished. His face grew serious. Forget that. I heard you're roughing up guys all over the estate. That's a serious crime. Vlad just looked at him. Why are you acting like this is news? He asked. Have you forgotten I've always been a criminal? If anything, he was taking pity on them. Recalling their past, Gera had to agree. Our main character added that he never started it. They always came looking for a fight. So why was it okay? Because now no one bothers me unless it's absolutely necessary. It's quieter this way. Their conversation was cut short by a boy who approached their table. He offered a clumsy greeting, smiling nervously. My name is Portly Canner. Gera watched with interest while Vlad asked him what he wanted.
Portly hesitated, a tray of food trembling in his hands. Seeing it, our main character told him to either sit down or get lost. The boy's face lit up.
Really? He asked, his eyes shining. He quickly sat beside them, thanking Vlad with a huge smile. Chewing on his sausage, Vlad frowned in annoyance. He was thinking, I meant for you to leave. Portly just smiled sheepishly, admitting he usually eats alone in the washroom.
Can't you see I'm still eating? Vlad grumbled, about to take another bite. Delicious, right? His new acquaintance blurted out. He beamed proudly.
My father supplies these sausages. Our family provides all the local produce and meat. We've raised livestock for generations. I saw you taking extra, he offered. Do you want more? Our main character eyed him suspiciously. What was this kid's angle? Did he really think he could be bribed with sausages? Next thing they knew, their new friend led them to his room, which was filled with mountains of meat sent by his father. He sends so much. I can never eat it all by myself. Staring at the feast, Vlad smiled. Right. All the vassals here were children from noble families, the kind of people he'd never even meet back in the slums. Perhaps making at least one useful acquaintance wouldn't be so bad. Jera was already drooling over the meat paradise. Our main character turned to Portly. So could we eat together? From now on, the boy was ecstatic. Really, you wouldn't mind? Vlad gave him a firm slap on the back and confirmed it. We'll definitely get along, he said, though his inner thoughts were far colder. This was never about the sausages. Sometime later, Sir Jaeger walked the halls. Serving Sir Joseph and raising that kid was draining him. He prayed Cade and Maxime would recover soon. He needed their help. Suddenly, Sir Gregory's voice cut through the silence, making him stop. Where are you off to in such a hurry? Jaeger sized him up, offering a clipped greeting while cursing him internally. Gregory chuckled. Your displeasure is written all over your face. As you can see, I'm a little busy, the knight replied flatly. Gregory waved a hand. I'm not surprised. You must be swamped handling all of Sir Joseph's work alone. What do you want? Jaeger demanded. Gregory replied that a man of his skill should really start training a disciple. It's not too late, you know. Jaeger's expression darkened. Shouldn't you be focused on your own student? He wondered why the man was suddenly so concerned. Gregory laughed, nervously rubbing his neck. My dear Portly is already quite an adult, though he could stand to lose some weight. So what? Jaeger pressed. What do you want? The knight awkwardly brought up Vlad. I think he's a good kid. He forced a smile, adding that Vlad was courageous with a strong spirit. Jaeger crossed his arms. I said I was busy. What is it you need? Gregory fumbled for words. As you know, it's not proper for a knight to interfere in a student's business. It doesn't look good. And Vlad seems to have taken a liking to Portly lately. That kid has no friends at all, Jaeger retorted. Exactly, Gregory urged. Which is why I need you to tell him. And to befriend my student. He's my cousin's nephew. I can't have him being bullied and asking the others has been useless. I've already tried. Jaeger's eyes showed a flicker of interest. For free? Gregory was thrilled he'd gotten his attention. He thumped his chest with a fist. If everything works out, you can call on me for a favor. Jaeger stared into the distance, looking thoughtful. Then he replied, I wasn't listening to you. It seems we're making progress, Gregory said brightly. The knight repeated, I said I wasn't listening. But Gregory kept insisting they were getting somewhere. Meanwhile, Vlad and Jera were in the stable. I'm telling you, it's not you, Gera said. You can't even get on a horse. These animals are well trained. They aren't afraid of people. However, the moment you get close, they get scared and run. This has nothing to do with skill. Another groom agreed it was strange. Our main character's face was a mask of frustration. He swore under his breath. It was always the same. Dogs, cats? All animals seemed to recoil from him. Was it some cursed presence? Would horses be just as terrified? Suddenly a memory ignited in his mind, his eyes widening. The night of the dead. He and Gerda riding a horse toward the camp. Back then he was on Sir Jaeger's personal steed. Gerda held the reins true, but she had mentioned that a knight's horse is a precious noble creature. Vlad's brow furrowed in deep thought. He lowered his gaze, a realization dawning on him. Could it be that only the finest horses would accept him? He couldn't just declare that out loud. No, he resolved himself. He would learn to ride no matter the cost. Just then, a maid stepped into the stables. She approached with a gentle smile, announcing that Lady Oksana had summoned him. Vlad looked up, taken aback. Lady Oksana, for me? A short while later, Lady Oksana smiled warmly and remarked, Who would ever have thought that you grew up in the slums? Her gaze lingered on his new attire. Those clothes suit you very well. He sat bolt upright, every muscle tense with nervousness. He didn't dare to move an inch. I told the tailor not to make them too snug, Oksana continued. You are after all 17 and still growing. My son grew so much at your age. Vlad could only manage a silent nod. She smiled again. When summer comes, I will provide you with other clothes. Dressing appropriately for the season is essential to maintaining one's health. He bowed his head, thanking her with a flush of embarrassment. But she simply said, You saved my son. I am the one who should be thanking you. I apologize for calling you away from your training. You may go now. He bowed, deeply offered his thanks once more, and departed, closing the great doors behind him. He stopped in the hall, finally taking a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. A tormented look crossed his face. Why was being near her so suffocating? He glanced at his fine new clothes, wondering, how much did this cost? This comfort felt utterly alien, like wearing someone else's skin. He looked down at the tattered rags he still clutched in his hands. These weren't his anymore either. He walked down the long corridor, his mind a whirlwind. He could never get used to this life. He had fought so desperately to join this family, yet he felt more like an outsider than ever. It was like a foreign flesh clinging to his very soul. A sudden noise from outside shattered his thoughts. He stopped, moving towards a window. Down on the training grounds, a crowd had formed. Soin was beating Portly. Senseless snarling, You pig, have you forgotten this feeling? Enjoying your quiet little life, are you? Soin's face twisted with rage as he struck the boy again. How do you like your new friend now? He spat, kicking him viciously. Filthy idiots always flock together, don't they? Watching the cowardly assault from above. Vlad's expression turned to ice. People were the same everywhere.
There are those who live and thrive, and those who simply can't let others live in peace. They were nothing more than pathetic cowards who prey on the weak.
He threw his old clothes over his shoulder and continued walking. Looks like I'll be wearing these tonight, he muttered to himself. Soon night fell over the estate. The main character approached Portly's room and knocked. A frightened voice whimpered from inside. Who is it? Vlad raised his voice to announce his presence. It's me. The door creaked open and his new acquaintance uttered his name like a question. Seeing Portly's battered face, Vlad frowned but didn't say a word. Not a single one. Portly, his face a canvas of cuts and bruises, managed a weak smile. What brings you here so late? Vlad's reply was blunt. I need something from you.
Portly looked surprised. Vlad then pointed past him into the room. Give that to me. Following his finger, Portly's gaze landed on a leg of ham hanging from the ceiling.
You want my prized ham? He asked, his voice laced with disbelief. The main character simply gave a firm nod. Portly's head dropped in disappointment. He thought that even if they weren't friends, perhaps they could at least share a friendly smile in passing. He looked up at Vlad's cold, indifferent face, so it seemed he too believed that only blood could be taken from him. Still, it was better than being completely alone. With that crushing thought, he miserably handed over the ham. As Vlad took it, he spoke. Don't be upset, I'm simply charging a fair price. Portly was visibly surprised. He had no idea what he meant. The protagonist's face grew dark. A knight I once knew told me something similar, he said, his voice low. A knight takes only what is rightfully his. With his payment secured, he went to claim his revenge. He now stood before a large group of thugs with Soin at their head. 14 against 1, Vlad observed coldly. Even in the slums, they didn't sink to this level. Soin pointed a trembling finger, his face purple with rage. Shut up! We'll see how long you last! The main character simply beckoned them forward with one finger. Come on, I came all this way for you. Shouldn't you return the favor? Hearing the taunt, Soin gritted his teeth and lunged forward. Attack him! He screamed. A dark grin spread across Vlad's face. I'm glad I changed my clothes, he murmured. He then drew his sword and advanced. Because tonight, blood will be spilled. And so the battle began. The first to rush Vlad were the first to fall, collapsing from his devastating blows. The last of the vanguard took a heavy hit and began to lose his balance, but Vlad struck again in a flash. Don't retreat, Soin shrieked from the back. He can't defeat all of us. Block his sides, surround him, he commanded, cursing under his breath. When they last fought, he was different. How could he have changed so much? Just 2 months ago, he could barely hold a sword. Don't retreat, he bellowed. I'll kill anyone who runs. In the next second, a shadow fell over him. Vlad had suddenly closed the distance, his sword poised to strike. He looked down with a menacing glare. You dare speak of killing? He asked. Have you ever actually taken a life? His opponent raised his own sword. You idiot, he exclaimed. What did you just bark at me? He swung his blade down, but the main character
ducked with deadly grace and moved in closer. A thought flashed through his mind. During the expedition, he had trained to deliver single powerful blows.
He struck, but his opponent blocked. A silent voice in his head acknowledged it. The results of his training with Jaeger were showing. You drive your opponents, into a prepared trap. After several precise blows, his foe was exhausted. As he once again tried to call him an idiot, he missed a blow that struck his shoulder. His eyes widened in shock. Vlad swung his weapon again, a realization dawning on him. The interval. The space. My own flow. Crouching down sharply, he swung his sword in a low arc, hitting his opponent right under the knee. The man's balance shattered instantly and he crashed onto his back. A searing pain exploded in his leg. He screamed through clenched teeth, and the next moment, Vlad loomed over him, sword raised. He froze, pure terror seizing him. Tears of dread streamed down his face. Gritting his teeth, Vlad plunged the sword downward, tip first. Immediately, a piercing, terrified shriek echoed out. His friends froze in their tracks, staring in absolute shock, as his entire body trembled. He was shaking with so much fear, it was a wonder he didn't wet himself. He looked up at Vlad and saw the sword buried in the dirt, mere inches from his head. Vlad's eyes were menacing, as he warned him to never meet his gaze again, and to stay away from the chubby one. From sheer terror, Sobanin couldn't even force a word out. He just gave a sharp nod, realizing from those merciless eyes that Vlad had been dead serious about killing him. With that, our main character stood sighing that the warm-up was over. He turned to the others and asked,
Who's next? It was time to finish what they'd started. They went rigid, paralyzed with fear, not daring to move. He took a few steps closer.
If you won't come to me, he said, then I'll come to you. As he advanced, the poor fools trembled, but the threat radiating from him still kept them rooted to the spot. Soon after, loud screams filled the air and blood began to spill. The Count, observing the carnage from his window, smiled faintly. "Magnificent," he whispered. Soon the day of the monthly Knights' Assembly arrived. All the knights, along with the Earl, gathered in the throne room. The lines had been drawn. On one side stood Ryger's supporters. Opposite them were those loyal to Joseph, with the neutral parties in between. The knight captain Anitas unrolled a scroll. He announced a change in the duty schedule to prepare for the absence of Rager and the
knights departing on a mission. Next on the agenda, he declared, is the distribution of sacred items from the church. The Count, seated on the throne,
glanced toward Ryger's knights. Seeing their faces taut with rage, he noted how the atmosphere had soured. Ryger's supporters were seething, ready to erupt. In contrast, Joseph's side looked entirely different. He smiled. It was a sight worth celebrating. After all, Joseph's faction had been utterly demoralized until now. While the captain spoke, Jorger looked at the Count, and seeing that faint smile under his mustache, he thought with surprise. Is he smiling? Soon the captain announced the meeting's end, reminding all the knights to focus on their duties. As they dispersed into the corridor, one of Ryger's men glared at Jorger and sneered. "You brought in a mad dog that doesn't know who it can and cannot bite. I suppose origin truly matters." Hearing this, Jorger just met his gaze with a grin. The knights scowled but walked on, avoiding a fight. Just then, another approached. "That was your student, wasn't it?" Gregory walked up to Jorger and laughed. "They're all seething with rage." He turned and asked what he meant. The knight just smirked. "You know exactly what I mean. Why play dumb? The news is already out." He grinned wider. "I heard Vlad orchestrated a massive beatdown. Even the drill instructor admitted he couldn't handle him, calling him an anomaly." Jorger mused, so that's how it is. He really was a thorn in their side. Gregory thumped his chest. "Thank you. And as promised, you can call on me no matter how serious the request." Jorger moved on, waving farewell. "I'll keep that in mind." He closed his eyes, smiling to himself, thinking he was proud of the boy. After all, considering who his teacher was, this was the least he could have done. A short time later, Joseph and two of his knights gathered around a mannequin draped in fine armor and surrounded by gear. "My father sent this," Joseph explained. "A gift for Vlad." Jorger asked, "From the
Count himself?" Vorden sighed, rubbing his chin. "This is far too extravagant for a simple vassal." Jorger noticed the material. "This is orc leather, a gray orc."
Joseph confirmed it. "Gray orcs are only found in the north. Armor like this marks a true northern warrior. It seems he's taken a great liking to him. He believes Vlad has proven himself a worthy investment. And in only a month, he'd earned his father's approval." Jorger agreed, adding that, at the very least, no other vassal could defeat him. "I heard that rumor as well," the young master said. "Word travels fast." He produced a letter.
"We can't afford to sit idly by either." A knight asked what it was. "This," Joseph said, "is our next move." Jorger took the letter, unfolding it. As he read, he murmured, "This is an unusual invitation." The young master asked, "Can you answer it?" The knight looked up with confidence in his eyes. As it happens, he confirmed, "I've been holding back lately, and cleaning up after him." "Excellent," Joseph replied. "Then it's decided. We're going to Deer." Jorger was calm, but Vorden looked uneasy. Soon after, they set out. Riding in the same carriage as the young Master Vlad listened to stories about Deer. "It's famous for its lemons," he said. "A blessing since we're unlikely to find fruit in the north. It's also one of the gateways to the central regions, which makes it crucial for northerners." Our main character asked why Sir Jorger went along. Joseph closed his eyes and confirmed his thoughts. "Because a crisis is an opportunity, especially when that crisis isn't your own. There is a dispute within the Hano family. This invitation from Deer is in essence a cry for help." Vlad thought for a moment before saying, "The world of aristocrats is truly complex." "Indeed," Joseph replied. "This is a battle for the lands of Deer." The main character added, "A battle between members of the same family." The young master replied that it was expected. Enmity between relatives is a long-standing tradition among nobles. He thought of the rightful heir of the Hano family, Alicia. Her uncle Andra Hanel claims she is illegitimate. If she were gone, he would surely become the next Baron of Hanel. Alicia was the only child of the former Baron, but her inherent limitations as a woman have weakened her position. In the end, she has no choice but to prove her legitimacy through a duel of honor organized by the church. Their blood connection was distant yet undeniable. He was merely her 8th cousin, but that was enough to be considered family, a relative he could use to keep Hanel in their grasp. His father had approved the plan. Vlad simply nodded, understanding his role. Through the window, he saw Jorger on horseback, a truly impressive sight. Is that a knight the heiress family hired to defend her honor? He wondered. Sensing the stare, Jorger's brow furrowed. What's with that arrogant look? He snapped.
Vlad, taken aback, insisted he hadn't done anything. But Georgier launched into a tirade. Does a mere vassal dare ride in comfort, while his mentor, a knight, travels on horseback? Vlad looked away, offering no defense. A vein pulsed on Jorger's temple, his irritation boiling over. After scattering the other vassals, I could finally hold my head high. But now this? You can't even ride a horse. I can't believe I'm teaching such a fool. His student replied meekly, I can only ride an expensive horse. A moment later, he added, at least I think I can. The knight's rage exploded. Then you should be on the other horse. You're more of an aristocrat than I am. The main character's head sank in defeat. Suddenly, his heart hammered against his ribs. What's happening to me? My heart's been pounding like crazy lately. Is it because of all this stress? He thought, frowning. He glanced up at the young master, and it was no surprise. Sir Joseph never stopped talking in front of him, while Sir Jorger grumbled at his every move. Suddenly, a deep rumble shook the entire carriage. A jolt of unease shot through him. An earthquake! The other escorts felt the tremor as well. Vorden, riding behind Jorger, shouted, The ground is shaking. Another violent shockwave followed his words. Jorger roared, Everyone halt, dismount now! The knights obeyed instantly, scrambling from their steeds. Vlad cursed, kicking the carriage door open. He grabbed the young master, pushing his head down. Get down! Joseph, startled by the sudden action, commented, Your loyalty is admirable. But there's no need to panic. Vlad didn't understand what he meant. Just then, the violent rumbling ceased, and stillness returned. Vorden sighed in relief. It's finally over. That was my first time in an earthquake, Vlad said. That wasn't an earthquake, Joseph replied, pointing into the distance. Scars had been gouged into the earth, massive tracks that rose nearly as high as the trees. That, Joseph explained, was a giant worm of death, a fallen dragon. The name of the monster echoed in Vlad's mind. He was stunned for a moment. Then a grin spread across his face. That sounds so cool. Soon they arrived. Their carriage stopped before the palace, and Joseph spoke. You are free to go where you please. Alone, Vlad asked. Take Gerda with you if you wish, the young master said. Go explore and see everything you can. Vlad hesitated. Where did he even want to go? Noticing his silence, Joseph asked, Are you unhappy with this? No, not at all, he replied quickly. Of course I'm happy to, but Joseph cut him off. Think about why I brought you here. It's not every day you witness a duel of honor, let alone a team battle. Knights from every walk of life have gathered here. Observe them, learn from them, understand what you must become. The words struck Vlad with surprise. It was better to see something once than to hear about it 100 times. He truly wants to raise me properly, Vlad realized. He hopes this experience will broaden my horizons. Jorger approached them. Don't get yourself beaten up in some back alley, he grumbled at his student. We're sparring this evening to warm you up. Vlad gave him a weary look. I'm not that stupid. I've already lost all faith in you, his mentor shot back. You can't even ride a horse. As they left, Joseph added, Report to me every evening. If you notice anything unusual, tell me immediately. The main character put his hands behind his back and bowed. I understand. He then walked into the palace grounds. It's been so long since I've had any free time. Maybe I'll take a walk. He surveyed his surroundings. This estate is smaller than Basit's, and it looks old. Do they not maintain it? As he stepped outside, he wondered, Are they famous for lemons? It's not like they're rolling in money. Suddenly, his sword began to vibrate at his hip. He looked down instantly as a voice echoed from the blade. Nameless, I think I remember this place. I recognize that tree on the hill. Vlad's gaze shot upwards, spotting a stark white tree bare of leaves. A small smile touched his lips. I was just looking for a place to pray for the first time in ages. He made his way toward the tree where a small cemetery lay. He remembered their pact. The voices' pact. He would give Vlad a sword, and in return, Vlad would give him memories. They had been speaking all this time, and now it was time to repay the debt. Meanwhile, inside the throne room, Joseph met with Alicia. I am truly grateful you came all this way, she said from the throne. Of course, he replied smoothly. In a crisis for the rightful heir, one must answer. The call of blood is what matters most. Is it not, Miss Alicia? Alicia was silent, her face hidden in the hall's dim light. Joseph continued. Count Bassett has already given his permission. The decision rests with you. Her hands clasped nervously in her lap. I have already decided. It will be as the Count wishes. He nodded, and she added, If victory is mine. His gaze hardened with confidence. Do not worry yourself with that. The sword of Bassett always promises victory. After their meeting, they left the throne room. We shouldn't underestimate her, Vanden commented. Jorger agreed. You can sense the temperament of a ruler in her. It might seem like a risk, but she holds her ground well. My thoughts exactly, Joseph replied. She maintained control until the very end. His expression turned grim. Our plans remain unchanged. Meanwhile, Vlad stood by the tree gazing at the graves. In the end, only memories remain of them. Perhaps that's why people are so obsessed with leaving their mark. When you see the scars left behind, memories of that day rush back. He looked sadly at a grave. I wish I could have done something like this for my mother. He sat down beside the cold headstone, lost in thought.
Clearing away the neglected leaves, he noted that the grave had been utterly forgotten. After brushing the stone clean, he swept the debris aside.
When suddenly his hand froze. He gazed at the sword, realizing that respecting the guardians of the land was a sacred duty. The voice within him affirmed his thoughts. A wry smile touched Vlad's lips. He lowered his gaze, drew the blade from its sheath, and urged the spirit to look into his heart. After all, he hadn't even visited the knights he'd come here for. The Nameless One offered his thanks. Then Vlad plunged the sword into the earth, assuming a posture of deep prayer. For a moment, a profound calm settled over the hill. Then a ghostly silhouette of the Nameless One materialized behind him. Something is returning to me, the spirit whispered, looking at the ancient tree. I remember this tree, but it was smaller then. A memory flickered. It's as if I was here with someone else. He felt a strange presence and fell silent, then warned. It feels like that creature is watching us. Recognizing the tone, Vlad asked what he meant. But the voice simply requested, May I borrow your body? For a moment? Vlad consented, but only for a short while. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. Seconds later, his right eye began to pulse, with an ethereal blue glow. When he opened it, the Nameless One was in control. A torrent of untamed mana erupted from his body. Vlad's new eyes widened in shock. What is that? Before him stood the same tree, now miraculously covered in leaves. Coiled at its peak was a magnificent white serpent. The voice explained that it was a spirit. The white snake's gaze remained fixed on him, making him incredibly nervous. A spirit, he thought. So many strange things are happening lately. He noted that the spirit seemed to be staring right at him. The Nameless One corrected him. It is looking at the one inside you. Intrigued, the serpent began its descent. Vlad watched his excitement growing. It's coming down. The voice calmly replied that he doubted it would bite him. Our main character frowned, wondering how the spirit could be so sure. He observed the snake, realizing that while it was enormous and strange, it radiated no threat at all. As the serpent reached the ground, a comforting warmth spread from it, as if spring itself had bloomed on that very hill. Their mystical encounter was shattered by a sharp voice from behind. Who are you? Startled, Vlad flinched, and the Nameless One immediately retreated from his body, the blue glow vanishing from his eye. At the same time, the white snake began to fade. Vlad watched, mesmerized, as the spirit's form grew transparent. The girl stepped closer. How did you get here? She demanded. He turned, and she spoke with cold authority. Only members of the Hano family are permitted here. It was Alicia, but he had no idea. He stood sheathing his sword and offered an apology. I was looking for a quiet place to pray. She frowned skeptically. Praying here? He quickly presented his card. I'm not a suspicious person. I'm a disciple of Sir Jair. She crossed her arms, reading the card with a suspicious glare. After a moment, she conceded, You really aren't suspicious. He gave a relieved smile and thanked her, which was followed by a deeply awkward silence. He panicked internally. It was a grave offense to stand at an aristocrat's grave. If he said the wrong thing, Sir Joseph could find himself in serious trouble. He pictured Jair already cracking his knuckles and knew he'd be in for it too. He had to say something to smooth this over. Is there any way I can help you? He asked. Seeing her simple clothes, he made a guess. Are you a maid? Did you come to tend the grave? She seemed taken aback that he didn't recognize her. He quickly added, I cleaned the place up a bit before you arrived, but there were so many leaves. She turned to look. You cleaned it? She saw the spotless grave, and he explained that he believed respecting the spirits of the land was just common courtesy. He then took the bucket of supplies she carried, insisting that he would handle the rest. With a rag in hand and an awkward smile, he tried to strike a deal. Could I ask you a favor? Please forget you saw me today. If Sir Jair finds out, he will be furious. She was silent for a moment, then a sly smile graced her lips. Tilting her head proudly, she replied, I'll forget if you clean it properly. He cursed in his mind. Biting his lip in frustration, he thought, persuading beautiful women is always the hardest. With a newfound fury, he began scrubbing the gravestone. Alicia watched, covering her mouth to stifle a quiet laugh. She then turned her gaze to the ancient tree, and that is how the main character's first fateful meeting with Alicia concluded. Time passed. On the training grounds, the thunderous clang of steel echoed. A knight's sword crashed against a shield. Vlad, watching from behind a corner, gasped in awe. Incredible, he thought. So this is a duel between knights? The two warriors traded furious blows, a whirlwind of offense and defense. The Nameless One commented, He has good strength. The main character asked if he meant Sir Colin. The voice confirmed it, adding that if Colin ever got a clean hit, he could easily shatter bones. Vlad frowned. He's a monster, no wonder they call him the fearsome boar of Middle-earth. But Sir Pablo seems even more impressive. The Nameless one agreed. His shield technique is superb. He possesses the agility to deflect most attacks. Vlad continued to watch, amazed. I can't believe this is just a warm-up for tomorrow's match. To become a knight, do you really have to be this powerful? The voice reminded him that Sir Vorden was also a knight. Vlad recalled the cheerful, plump man and realized that all knights were different. When he was in Sora, he never understood. But now, things were becoming clear. He was finally seeing his place in this vast world. He let out a heavy sigh, thinking, I still have such a long way to go. Soon, the day of the duel arrived. The throne room was packed, and Vlad was tightening the straps on Jir's armor. Tighter, Jir grunted. Vlad complied, his eyes scanning the crowd. He spotted Ender Hanel among the nobles. Is he trying to usurp the position of head from his own niece? He wondered. Jir's voice cut through his thoughts. Watch carefully. It's not every day you get to witness a knight's duel. His student nodded in agreement. Jir added, I don't know what happened yesterday, but don't worry about it. The main character stared completely stunned. Seeing the blank look on his face, Vlad simply frowned and asked, Why the long face? It's written all over you. He looked down, lost in thought. To be honest, this was all a bit shocking. After all, the knightly skills he'd secretly studied were nothing short of legendary. His mentor closed his eyes, speaking with wisdom. A child learns to walk before they can run. You are not yet ready to sprint. The loftier the peak, the longer the journey. Hearing those words, Vlad recalled the moonlit training and fell silent. After a brief pause, he closed his eyes and replied with resolve, I understand. Suddenly a voice boomed from the doorway, ordering all to salute. The grand doors swung open, revealing the silhouette of Lady Alicia. At her side was her ever-faithful knight. Everyone in the hall immediately formed an honor guard. Vlad thought to himself, so that's Master Hanel. I never would have imagined. I'd heard she was young, but this... Alicia glided forward, moving gracefully down the hall. As she stepped out from the shadows, Vlad's world froze. It was yesterday's maid. A voice confirmed his fears, announcing, Lady Alicia has arrived. It really was her, the Nameless knight added. You can now add insulting an aristocrat to your list of crimes. Those words were the final nail in the coffin. The main character cursed internally, his face a mask of doom. With her knight in tow, she headed for the throne. Her path led her right past Vlad. When she drew near, he felt her cold, arrogant gaze land on him, and a wave of nausea washed over him. He and the other knights immediately bowed. Panic screamed in his mind. She recognizes me. A faint, satisfied smile touched her lips as she passed him. She then took her seat on the throne, crossing one leg over the other with regal grace. The priest declared, Now that both sides of the duel are present, we may begin. Let the gods be our witness. A duel where everything is on the line shall now commence. An honorable yet brutal contest of wills. Sir Yu was pitted against Pablo. Duncan was to face Yard, and Jurger would clash with Colin. Noble blood is blue. Red blood cannot bear the weight of duty and karma. But Alicia wasn't about to shed her own blood so easily. As the first duel began, she tossed down her handkerchief, shouting with excitement, Stop! That's enough! We surrender! The old knight Duncan, fighting for her honor, was already gasping for air. He struggled to catch his breath, refusing to accept defeat. This isn't over, he roared, but the priest pointed to the ground. Your lady has thrown the handkerchief. You must accept your loss. His opponent Card stood without a single scratch. Captain, he said respectfully, it was a great fight. Duncan looked up, breathing heavily. Am I still your captain? He thought in anguish. I raised you to be the future of House Hanel. But who knew he'd return with a blade meant to strike down his own master? He gritted his teeth, the shame burning within him. The priest raised his hand toward Card, announcing, The winner of this duel is Sir Andrus. Knight Colin laughed heartily. Andrus? What a magnificent start, he bellowed. Andrus smiled, full of satisfaction. Of course, he replied. The priest then called the next combatants. Sir Jurger and Sir Colin stepped forward. Colin, a mountain of a man, dwarfed his opponent. The priest repeated the rules. The use of aura is forbidden. The duel ends upon surrender by the master, or the representative, or if a wound prevents the fight from continuing. Jurger turned to his student. Noticing Vlad's gaze, he pointed to his own eye, sending a silent message. Watch carefully. You haven't even learned to walk yet, you're already trying to run. This gesture took Vlad by surprise, and he focused his full attention on the duel. His mentor drew his blade, his eyes fixed on his opponent with deadly seriousness. This, he thought, is today's lesson. And the teaching material is a wild boar from the Central Plains. Sir Colin wasted no time, drawing his sword with incredible speed. He swung with furious power, but just as the blow was about to land, Jurger deflected it with a resounding clang. His opponent swung again and again. Jurger continued to effortlessly evade. The muscles in Colin's face tightened. He clenched his jaw, thinking, he's always one step ahead. But I'll win. I just need to be a little faster. And a little stronger. With that thought, he raised his sword high and brought it crashing down. Jurger leaped back, avoiding the devastating blow with ease.
Colin attacked again, but Jurger sidestepped, then ducked under the next swing. This deadly dance continued with Colin unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks.
To the untrained eye, it looked as if Jurger was being overwhelmed. From Andrus' side, cheers erupted. He's a beast. He's already got him cornered. But Pablo saw the truth. He watched with a grim expression, thinking, can't they see it? At some point, the entire flow of this battle shifted completely. I'm sure the swordsman himself is feeling it right now. And just as he predicted, Colin was growing desperate. Why? Why can't I reach him? Jurger gave him a condescending look and uttered a single taunting word. That's all. This was all the provocation his opponent needed. You freak! Colin roared, charging forward. As he closed the distance and raised his sword, Jurger's grip on his own weapon tightened instantly. The Nameless Knight spoke to Vlad. Watch closely. A split second before Colin's blade could connect, Jurger thrust his own sword forward. Vlad realized this was the moment his master wanted him to see. He locked his eyes on Jurger's every move. Then, a second later, Jurger flicked his sword upwards, deflecting the enemy's strike and sending his arm flying back. Colin ground his teeth in pure rage, but when his eyes met Jurger's, his fury turned to fear. He charged again with a desperate war cry, and their blades began to sing, clashing in a flurry of new blows. The Nameless Knight asked, "Did you see it? He's making his opponent miss by redirecting his momentum. This is what I call the counterattack technique." Vlad's jaw hung open in awe. He thought, a technique that not only deflects an enemy's attack, but uses their own power to create an instant opening. Finally, Jurger's sword delivered, the final decisive blow, smashing his opponent's sword to the ground. He looked down upon the knight now kneeling before him, utterly spent.
Colin trembled, a cold dread washing over him.
He's on a completely different level, he thought. A level that feels utterly insurmountable. Realizing it was hopeless, he closed his eyes and bowed his head. I have lost, he admitted. The priest announced, the winner is Lady Alicia's representative, Sir Jurger. Hearing this, Alicia let out a sigh of relief, but her uncle and his supporters were far from pleased. As Colin struggled to rise to his feet, Jurger stepped forward.
Stepping beside his student, he asked, "Were you watching closely?" The main character flashed a confident smile, confirming he hadn't missed a single detail.
The priest's voice boomed, announcing the start of the third and final duel. Two knights faced off, after which one stepped forward, declaring his name was Pablo. From House Einstein, he finished with a grin. What's this? Do we already know each other? Pablo's expression became deadly serious as he repeated his name, his glare intense. The knight grew nervous and introduced himself as Uar of Shad. Nameless noted that Alicia had found a worthy champion. Pablo was on
par with Colin, but Uir was on another level entirely. They remained motionless, the battle yet to begin, as Alicia stared at her knight in surprise.
Then Uar placed one hand behind his back, extended the other, and bowed deeply. Joseph, seated near the lady, was shocked by the gesture. A knot of dread grew in his stomach. Why is he bowing? Uar introduced himself once more, and then declared that he was refusing the duel. The unexpected statement sent a shockwave through Alicia's side. Joseph's face darkened with anger. In contrast, Andra clapped his hands with glee, asking, "He's refusing? In that case, the duel is over, is it not?" The muscles in the young master's face clenched with fury. He finally understood. So he had 4 cards up his sleeve from the start.
Andra placed a hand on his chest, gesturing grandly. "Priest, announce to the gods my victory." But Joseph's voice cut through the air. "It's not over yet."
All eyes snapped towards him. Andra sneered. "Your knight has abandoned the duel. I understand his feelings, but it's finished." Joseph shot back. "This duel doesn't end until I say it does. House Bezid will not accept a predetermined outcome." Behind Andra, his supporters began to whisper urgently. "You should at least hear him out. Sir Joseph represents the North. Their knights obey the center if something goes wrong. It could mean open conflict between the North and the center." Andra reluctantly relented. "Fine, and what do you propose?" Joseph's mind raced for a solution. If a better outcome was impossible, then he had to prevent the worst. Right now, only a decisive, bold move could turn the tides. Only then could they hope to plan for the future. He declared, "We will continue the duel. Lady Alicia's reputation will not suffer because of this plot." "And who will replace him?" Andra asked mockingly. "If you have a champion, I accept." A triumphant grin spread across his face as he thought, Duncan was her only knight. There's an unwritten rule that guests don't bring large retinues. This duel can never happen. Seeing that arrogant smirk, Joseph's expression hardened. "We have such a person." Andra's confidence instantly vanished. The young master then declared, "I, Joseph of House Bezid, in the name of Lady Alicia's honor, present to you a powerful warrior." He sharply pointed his finger directly at our main character. "I present to you Vlad of Sora." Hearing this, Vlad was stunned into disbelief. This was the last thing he expected. Andra immediately shouted, "He is not a knight." "Therefore he is not worthy to participate," Joseph calmly replied. "Anyone who holds a weapon in their hands can participate in a duel of honor." "My opponent is a knight," Andra roared back. "Sending a mere vassal against him would bring dishonor to Arnstein," Joseph thundered in response. "And what about you? Did you consider the honor of House Bezid when you dared mock our family with such a pathetic trick?" Hearing this, Andra shuddered and fell silent. The young master furiously shouted, "I will vouch for him!" To avoid escalating the conflict, Andra had to agree. What can one insignificant vassal possibly do, he thought. Later, Joseph helped his student tighten his armor. Vlad asked excitedly, "Will I really participate?" "In a duel with a knight," his mentor confirmed it. Vlad frowned. "I won't die, right?" Joseph replied. "If it comes to that, I will intervene." "But won't that be bad?" Vlad asked. His mentor closed his eyes and remained silent. A cold dread crept over him. Why is he so quiet? The young gentleman called out to him, and Vlad turned around. Unexpectedly, Joseph wrapped his arms around him in a tight hug. Vlad was completely surprised, nervously saying he shouldn't have. But this was no ordinary hug. Joseph whispered seriously into his ear, "Just hold out for 10 minutes. I had a plan from the beginning. I've already given orders to Vorden. You just need to buy me time." The main character asked, "Will 10 minutes be enough?" He replied, "The more the better." Realizing the seriousness of it all, Vlad responded, "Understood. I'll try to hold out." After that, Joseph let him go. "Be careful." Vlad stepped forward. "I will." He walked out onto the carpet that led to the throne and stood before Alicia bowing. She gave only a brief nod in response. He then turned to face his opponent, Sir Pablo. Vlad drew his sword and introduced himself. His opponent's face twisted with rage. He threw his shield to the floor and said with venom in his voice, "You are not worthy to hear my name. The moment an unworthy brat like you appeared, this ceased to be a duel of honor." The main character looked down, thinking how he hated that word. He remembered looking from the slums at the sparkling city in the distance. Why do people always grab at beautiful and shiny things? He may have come from an unworthy place, but he wasn't going to give up so easily. He tightened his grip on his weapon. "In what way am I inferior?" he asked. "What makes us so different?" Pablo was unable to respond to this and could only say that the standards of the Bezid family had fallen greatly.
Vlad frowned furiously, looking his opponent straight in the eyes as he pulled out his sword. "I can ignore the rules
"Of the duel," Pablo said. "Fight with all your might." He gave him an arrogant look. "I will nip all this in the bud." Our main character bent down slightly, preparing for battle. He abruptly took off, rushing his opponent. Their swords immediately crossed in a shower of sparks. Vlad's sword trembled, and Pablo noticed. He knocked his weapon away, forcing him to create distance between them. But today, he deserved to shine. For the first time in his life, he raised his sword not for himself, but for someone else. Rushing at the enemy again, he clenched his teeth. Just then, Nameless spoke. "Aim to the left, where he was covering himself with a shield." Following the voice's instructions, the main character moved. The warrior began a relentless assault, his blade a blur of motion, but the knight parried each strike, noting grimly that old habits die hard. Gasps echoed through the hall. "He's so fast," they whispered. This newcomer was no simple opponent. When Pablo blocked a right-handed strike, Vlad instantly struck from the left. Fending off the blows, the knight thought to himself, he was born with it, the fury of a starving wolf. Pausing for a breath, Vlad's advance halted.
Pablo frowned. "You have impressive spirit," he declared, "but you are far from mastering it." At those words, a chilling fear gripped the main character. His opponent swung his sword in a devastating arc, kicking up a cloud of dust. Muscles strained on his face as Vlad dropped to one knee, blocking the blade with trembling hands. A terrible grinding sound filled the air. The main character gasped, thinking, "It feels like I'm being crushed by stones." Pablo raised his sword once more. "Are you out of tricks?" he sneered, bringing the blade down again. It crashed against the main character's sword with a deafening ring. Vlad quickly used his other hand to support his blade, but the Nameless one commanded, "Don't just block advance. Try to parry me." Gritting his teeth, he stared down his opponent. But in the next instant, he saw another crushing blow coming and froze completely. Pablo's strike landed with immense force. The desperate block failed, and Vlad was sent flying backward, his back slamming hard against the wall. He screamed in agony, collapsing to one knee. The knight, who had been observing with a detached calm, finally began to move. He walked leisurely toward his fallen foe. As he loomed over him, Vlad looked up. With an indifferent expression, the knight said, "Impressive, but you're not ready. I can still raise you." He lifted his sword for the final blow. "It's a pity we met here. Find me again later." At these words, Vlad clenched his teeth. The Nameless one, accepting his fate, thought, "I gave it my all." The gleam of the knight's sword reflected in his eyes. But he refused to surrender. In a last-ditch effort, he swung his own weapon, deflecting the killing blow. Joseph and Jorger, ready to intervene, stared in shock.
Andra, his supporters, and Alicia all watched with their mouths wide open. Pablo's own face tensed. He recognized that move, the Jagger technique. Is that a counterattack, he wondered? Stunned, Pablo lowered his sword as Vlad slowly, painfully rose to his feet.
Astonished voices filled the hall. "How is this possible?" someone cried out. "A mere vassal parried the knight's sword?" Andra scoffed. "It must have been an accident. Look at him."
Noticing Vlad's ragged breathing, he added, "He can barely lift his own weapon." Hearing this, Pablo thought to himself, that was no accident. He knew that technique firsthand, and even he struggled against it. Suddenly, Vlad spoke, drawing all eyes to him. Utterly exhausted, the main character asked, "Why? Only him?" The knight grew wary. Has he lost his mind? But as Vlad stared downward, he murmured, "I did too," his voice trailing off. Looking at that haunted face, Pablo realized the boy wasn't crazy. He was lost in his memories. In that moment, the main character saw it all again, standing before the forge day and night, hammering his will into the earth.
A boy who was told he was worthless, yet always dreamed of shining. He longed to be skilled, praying for a single chance to prove himself.
He dreamed of becoming worthy. Looking from his sword toward the gleaming capital city, he knew he had to reach that shining place. Remembering this, Vlad's gaze filled with unshakable resolve. "I want to be there too," he declared. Seeing this, Pablo's eyes widened. He realized this flower was about to bloom, a magnificent blossom the world had never seen before. Their swords clashed once more with a thunderous roar. Andra and his supporters flinched, not expecting the fight to resume. The main character's hands gripping his sword began to bleed from the strain.
Jorger watched in awe. "I never imagined he could use what I showed him," he thought. "I only demonstrated it to teach him the importance of the basics." As his student pressed the attack again and again, even forcing the knight back, he thought in disbelief. To think he can already wield it like this? Pablo concentrated. The boy's blade had lost its physical edge, but in its place was something far more dangerous, an unbreakable will. He stared at Vlad's determined face as he charged again. How amusing, he thought. But what is the purpose of this will? He raised his weapon to block, but then he saw it. The blade in the boy's hands began to vibrate. Pablo froze his eyes wide. Is the sword crying? He wondered in disbelief. The blade continued to tremble, humming with a strange light. Is it really about to bloom? Steeling himself for what was to come, he swung his sword. Then I shall fulfill my duty as a knight. He unleashed a powerful strike. His opponent blocked, then attacked again. Pablo thought, I must keep blocking, I have to endure. As he met Vlad's sword once more, he knew the moment was here. His world is about to blossom. Gritting his teeth, the main character parried the blow, and where their swords met, an otherworldly light erupted. What is that? Andra shouted in shock. A brilliant aura-like blue flame suddenly engulfed his sword. The knights in the hall instantly recognized it and gasped in unison. Pablo turned and roared, A shield! Bring me a shield now! A squire scrambled to obey. He snatched the shield, gritted his teeth, and struck his own sword against it with a mighty clang. Pablo! He shouted proudly. He pointed his blade at the main character. You are a worthy opponent. State your name. The main character wanted to answer, but he hesitated. He was a boy born in a place without worth, who had clawed his way past a life of darkness, toward a place where everything shines. Now, standing in that shining place, he had proven his own worth. His eye began to glow with a piercing blue light as he gripped his sword and roared his name for all to hear. The aura around his body exploded with blinding light. Everyone in the hall shielded their eyes, utterly stunned that this power could come from a mere vassal. Pablo finally acknowledged him as an equal. The knight's own eye blazed with a golden aura as he bellowed, Come at me! In response, Vlad charged forward with a deafening war cry.
With a leap and 2 blinding flashes, the battle in the hall reached its climax. In the end, our hero was defeated. Pablo smirked down at the boy who lay unconscious at his feet. You did a great job, he murmured. But Vlad was lost to the world, resting in defeat. Suddenly, Endra's indignant voice cut through the silence. That was aura, he bellowed. The use of aura in a duel is forbidden. He is disqualified. Pablo shot him a look of disgust, thinking to himself, How pathetic. A beautiful flower has just bloomed before his eyes, yet all he considers are the fruits of victory. He then noticed Joseph and Jaeger approaching. They stopped bowing their heads in unison. Thank you for fulfilling your knightly duty. Pablo returned the gesture, replying, I simply did what was required. The honor was mine. Joseph then turned to the priest nearby. Was that truly an aura? He asked, his voice trembling. The priest excitedly confirmed his words. The young master then posed a critical question. Between the rules of the sacred duel and the code of the Swordmaster, which holds more weight? The priest gasped. Joseph explained that a special code accompanies the prestigious title of Swordmaster, a title only one man in all of history had ever held. The Swordmaster's code is one of honor and duty, he declared, forever linked to the crown. He turned to Andra. The code and the rules are intertwined. What is greater honor or duty, no one can simply choose. Therefore, he continued, today's incident should be seen as a favor to both the Holy See and the crown. Until they reach a decision, we must wait to determine the duel's outcome. Everything young and tender in this world, he proclaimed, has the right to flourish with dignity. Potential itself is beautiful, and those who reveal it to the world are invaluable. Such moments must be cherished. All who hold the sword of honor swear an oath to fulfill their duty as the Swordmaster, and the founding king did. He frowned, declaring, this is the first code. Sometime later, sunlight streamed over the estate as Vlad finally awoke. He winced, groaning heavily before calling out for Jaeger and some water. Joseph, who was sitting beside him, immediately poured a glass. The main character sighed, complaining that every single bone in his body ached. Joseph handed him the water. Here, take this. Hearing that voice, Vlad nearly leaped out of his skin. Young master, he called out in shock, but Joseph just smiled. I'm glad to see you're regaining your strength. Vlad sat up, lowering his head in guilt. I ask for your forgiveness. There's no need to apologize, he replied. Just relax. Does it hurt anywhere in particular? Vlad took the glass, shaking his head. Not really. I'm grateful, Joseph said. Honestly, I had no idea you were capable of something like that. Thanks to you, the duel has been postponed. Vlad looked confused. Postponed? It means the result is undecided, he clarified. The matter grew complicated when the rules of the sacred duel clashed with the code of the Swordmaster. Hearing the word code, Vlad remembered a mysterious voice from his past mentioning it. Joseph continued his explanation. According to the Swordmaster's code, one must take an oath to become a knight. If all goes well, you too will take that oath one day. At those words, our main character's eyes widened in delight. He imagined himself sitting proudly on a warhorse, a real knight. Joseph rose from his chair. I hope you'll be all right. I cannot stay here for long. Vlad insisted he was fine, that he could
get up right away, but Joseph cut him off with a smile. I won't allow it. He turned, adding, that's because I am the type of person
who appreciates those who have earned it. As evening approached, Alicia stood by her window. What of our guests? She asked. Duncan replied, they've departed. My lady? She sighed, upset. It's a shame I couldn't give them the attention they deserve. Andra has left as well. The duel was postponed, the knight confirmed. He requested personal protection from the church through the priest. She frowned. I can't believe I just let those who seek my ruin simply walk away. It makes my heart ache. Duncan counseled patience. There will be a time for that. Turbulent times demand we gather our strength. It's vital to gain complete control over our domain. She lowered her gaze sadly. It is my duty. A moment later, she asked, how is the lemon harvest? Not very good, I'm afraid. She turned to him, her voice laced with worry. The yield keeps falling. Perhaps we should plant more barley. Shouldn't we wait a little longer? He asked. We can't just change our entire production structure on a whim. She conceded. You're right. It's a difficult decision to make so hastily. She faced the window again, closing her eyes with a heavy sigh. It seemed that once the court's issue was resolved, another challenge was already waiting. Opening her eyes, she noticed something peculiar outside. She called to the knight. Do most knights know how to ride a horse? He seemed surprised by the question, but quickly confirmed it. We couldn't call ourselves knights otherwise, he said. It's as fundamental as wielding a sword. A sad smile touched her lips. It seems the gods haven't blessed him with everything. Noticing her gaze, Duncan moved to the window and looked out. A moment later, he sighed. I understand Sir Jaeger's pain. Meanwhile, directly below, Vlad was desperately trying to control a horse. But the beast bucked and kicked, doing everything in its power to throw him off. Finally, the horse succeeded. He crashed to the ground, his eyes squeezed shut in pain. He rubbed the sore spot. As Jaeger approached, everything works out on expensive horses, doesn't it? His mentor grumbled. Vlad looked away, rubbing his nose. Well, it probably needs to be even more expensive. Hearing that, his mentor's hand balled into a fist. In a flash, he smacked him on the back of the head. Think before you speak. The student grabbed his head, protesting. But I definitely managed to ride last time. Gerda trotted over, confirming his words. He was certainly on horseback then. Jaeger frowned, realizing this was more serious than he thought. He assumed he could just teach him himself. He glanced at the horse Gerda was calming and wondered, could it really be true? Even his own horse shies away from him. He turned back to his student, staring into his eyes, and knew there was a deeper problem here. With a terrified neigh, the horse reared back. Placing a hand on his sword's hilt, Jurger declared, That's enough for today. His student asked, We're not training tomorrow either. No, he replied. We'll skip tomorrow as well. Vlad's shoulders slumped. Then when can I finally ride? His mentor's answer was firm. We're putting it on hold for now. The main character squeezed his eyes shut, his voice thick with frustration. I've heard that so many times. Jurger's gaze sharpened. Is that a problem for you? Vlad confirmed it was. Jurger sighed, admitting there was no quick fix. We'll figure it out when we return to the capital. He added, for now I have other matters to attend to. As he walked away, Gerda approached. Why do the horses seem to hate you more every day? Vlad put his hands on his hips. What if I can't even handle the expensive ones? His friend smirked. Maybe you should try riding a cow. They're definitely dumber than horses. Vlad scowled. Are you kidding me? Think before you speak.
Look who's talking, Gerda shot back with a grin, patting the horse. Just keep riding in the carriage. I'm sure Sir Jurger would prefer that.
He mocked him further. I'll go take this fine gentleman to his stall. Ignoring the jibe, Vlad watched him leave. He cursed under his breath. What could possibly be the problem? A voice echoed in his mind. Perhaps you're moving too fast. Animals are sensitive to such things. So what should I do? Vlad asked. The voice replied, you must learn to control your speed. It is a path to mastering your inner world. If you can wield your mana freely, it continued, you can command your own velocity. Vlad hesitated. But I can barely even use it consciously. My aura is still so weak. That is only natural, the Nameless one explained. Wielding it in true combat requires immense training and skill. Remember Jurger's words. You cannot run before you learn to walk. Resigned, the main character sighed in agreement. He looked up at the sky. The farewell ceremony is tomorrow. Then we return to the capital. His gaze drifted to a tree on a distant hill. Should we visit that place? One last time? Meanwhile, Yubar strode through a grand corridor. The mission was a failure, he thought, but he was certain his lord would understand once he heard the full story. You can't blame the sea for its violent waves. He recalled Vlad unleashing his aura, a completely unexpected variable. He closed his eyes. The more he considered it, the more absurd the situation became. A mere vassal. But suddenly a flicker of movement shattered his thoughts. He froze. A cold light reflected off a blade, and he looked down to see its razor edge pressed against his throat. What an aggressive greeting, he said calmly. Jurger, the man holding the sword, remained utterly silent, his eyes like ice. Yubar glanced at him. There's no need to go this far. Jurger's brow furrowed. From where I'm standing, he growled. It was absolutely necessary. Have you been waiting long? Yubar asked coolly. Don't you have anything better to do? Jurger's reply was flat. It's my day off. The knight almost laughed. Isn't this a waste of a good day off? Jurger's patience began to fray. Because of you, I have to work on my weekend. Yubar feigned sympathy. I understand you're unhappy, but I had no choice. The knight's grip tightened. What a coincidence. Neither do I. Yubar ran a finger along the blade's edge. Such a shame. Covering his left eye, a powerful aura exploded from his body. We're in the same line of work. You of all people should understand. In response, Jorger's own aura flared to life. Yubar's lips curled into a sneer. When the master says bark. The dog barks. An oppressive silence fell between them. Neither moved, two predators locked in a standoff, waiting for the first fatal twitch. Suddenly, Yubar grinned, dispersing his aura and raising his hands. I suppose that's warning enough. They call us knights, but we are dogs. We bite only on our master's command, he continued. So now that you're done barking, enjoy your day off. The smallest drop of blood here is a declaration of war on the Shahad family. Before he could finish, Jirger's fist crashed into his face. The force of the blow sent Yubar stumbling back, slamming hard against the stone wall. Jirger tightened his grip on his sword, his teeth clenched. My lord is a good man, he snarled. Which means I'm allowed to bite, just a little. Yubar wiped a trickle of blood from his lip.
Does that mean I was lucky? Is this enough for you? Jorger's answer was another punch driving deep into his gut. Not even close.
The air rushed from Yubar's lungs. He collapsed to his knees, gasping and coughing, trying desperately to breathe. Jirger loomed over him. Since we're in the same business, I'm sure you understand. Yubar looked up, a painful grin spreading across his face. Yes, this should be enough. Jirger's eyes were cold. I hope we meet again. Once is not enough to repay you for mocking my lord. The knight struggled to his feet. Oh, I'm sure we will. The empire is crumbling. Men are being forced to choose sides. Hunched over from the blow, he walked past him, raising a hand in a dismissive wave. See you soon? Jirger watched him go, his body tense. A storm is coming, he thought, picturing the fires of war. A time is coming when the sword will be all that matters. Meanwhile, Vlad stood before the ancient tree. It's like an old friend, he murmured. Let me try speaking with it. The Nameless one agreed. To be honest, I can't believe the serpent recognized me.
I was surprised myself, Vlad admitted. He knelt, placing his sword on the ground.
Let's be quick before we run into Nalisha.
We're not supposed to be here. As he spoke, his right eye began to glow, and the Nameless one's consciousness flooded his own.
When he looked up, the colossal head of the serpent spirit was inches from his face, its presence overwhelming. He flinched back. The creature still inspired a primal fear. This is your friend? He asked nervously. I hope so, the Nameless one replied from within. The serpent circled him, its massive body gliding silently. Vlad followed its movement. Does this mean it's happy to see us? Perhaps. The snake stopped and raised its head, looking directly at him. It closed its immense eyes, and a strange smile seemed to form on its lips as its tail began to wag with joy. Vlad felt a chill run down his spine. Why is it acting like this? The voice was calm. Do not try to understand the spirits. They are another form of life entirely. As the serpent continued to sway its head happily, the Nameless one added, It is only natural that the fragile soul of a mortal cannot comprehend such a being.
All creation fell silent as the colossal serpent froze. It opened its great maw, and a cerulean glow pulsed from the nearby flowers.
The light drifted towards the tree, illuminating the entire clearing. As the radiance descended, Vlad reached out, surprised by its gentle warmth. He looked down to see the ethereal light clinging to his body. Stunned, he heard the Nameless one whisper that he never expected, to witness a forgotten enigma in this place. The serpent seemed to smile as it bathed him in the glow, and the voice declared this a blessing from the spirit.
Time passed, and the day of their departure finally dawned. Alicia confessed her regret, wishing they could part with a grand feast.
Joseph assured her that her kindness was more than enough. Now it's time to mend the cracks in the Hunno family, is it not? She closed her eyes, offering a faint, grateful smile. He and his knights then bowed deeply, announcing it was time to leave. But Duncan, remembering something, called for them to wait a moment. He approached a vassal of the Bazid family, summoning him forward. Vlad stared, a mix of confusion and surprise on his face, until Joseph prompted him. The main character complied, stepping into the circle. Jorger remarked to the young master that they must have a ceremony prepared. Something like that, he replied. But I asked them for a simple farewell. Duncan then instructed Vlad to kneel, and he obediently lowered himself to one knee. Alicia smiled, her voice filled with gratitude.
Without you, I would not be standing here today. You defended my honor and exposed a duel tainted by deceit. No amount of thanks could ever be enough.
She presented him with her handkerchief. Therefore, though you are not a knight, I wish to entrust my name to you. A man nobler than any knight I've known. Joseph saw her true intention immediately. A clever woman, he thought. She's cementing her bond with the Bazids through a promising talent like Vlad. She expresses her gratitude while securing an advantage. Meanwhile, the main character stared at the delicate fabric, realizing it must be incredibly valuable. Should he really accept it? He recalled Jorger's warning. If a noble offers a gift, you must accept it as a simple courtesy. He winced, remembering how he refused peanuts once and earned a harsh beating for it. He couldn't endure that again. With that grim thought, he took the handkerchief from her hands and thanked her. A wave of shocked gasps swept through the crowd. His mentor buried his face in his palm, gritting his teeth in shame. Joseph forced a nervous smile. I hadn't considered. He grew up on the backstreets. He knows nothing of the noble world's customs. Duncan grew flustered, telling Vlad that was not how it was done. Vlad looked up, his expression one of pure bewilderment.
What do you mean? A lady can offer her scarf in two ways. She can hang it on the hilt of a sword, or pass it from her hand to his. The first is a sign of respect.
The second is a confession of love. The main character, in his ignorance, had accepted the handkerchief directly from her. He looked at her face, which had
suddenly turned crimson with embarrassment, and had no idea what to do. The entire audience stared, waiting to see what would happen next.
Vlad, still utterly lost, turned to see a storm of emotions on everyone's faces. I will definitely find a good use for this scarf, he stammered.
After that painfully memorable farewell, they finally hit the road. Joseph sighed. I haven't experienced such a scene in a very long time.
Though I suppose I'm to blame, he chuckled. I imagine the traveling minstrels won't be short on coin for a while. Vlad shrank into his seat, head bowed in guilt. My sincerest apologies. His mentor, riding alongside, barked at him. From this day on, if an aristocrat gives you anything, you look to me first. Do you understand? Vlad promised he would keep that in mind. Joseph adjusted his cape. In any case, congratulations. You are now a man held in high esteem by the noble Lady Alicia. You've been promoted. You are now an honorary knight. Hearing those words, Vlad froze. Disbelieving his own ears, he repeated, an honorary knight. That's not all, Joseph confirmed. In any place where her name holds weight, you will be treated as a knight. The word echoed in his mind. Treated like a knight. The main character's heart soared.
Of course it's limited for now, Joseph added, since she has only just become a baroness.
Vlad's excitement cooled as understanding dawned. So that's what an honorary knight was. He glanced down at the handkerchief. It made sense. He couldn't have become a true knight so easily. You received it by mistake, Joseph said, his tone turning serious. But do not lose it. That is no longer just a scarf. It is her honor. The main character asked what would happen if he lost it. The young master's gaze was like steel. You would be held responsible. This only happened because you accepted it with both hands. Vlad shuddered. His eyes screamed a clear message. The consequences would be more than he could ever handle. He clutched the handkerchief tightly. I will never lose it. Joseph then produced a document with a faint smile. Things ended absurdly, but thanks to you, this is no longer needed. Vlad peered at it. Is this a debt agreement? Joseph confirmed it. This document states that Alicia borrowed 10,000 gold from us. The staggering amount made him gasp. 10,000 gold, Joseph explained it was a safety net. If she had lost the duel and her status, she would have had to give up everything. It was the only way to protect her from Endra. Of course, she never took a single coin. Vlad asked why he was so determined to control Lady Alicia. Losing the duel meant losing her right to succession, Joseph replied cryptically. Our cause is a spark in the ashes. A single gust of wind is enough to ignite a fire. With Alicia within our family's reach, Endra cannot help but feel the pressure. The main character looked at him confused. He was slowly beginning to understand the tangled web of aristocratic life. Suddenly, a sharp sound from the side broke the silence. He whipped his head in that direction. What was that? Joseph asked. Vlad replied, I heard something from the
forest to the west. Now all was quiet. But a second later, a cloud of dust rose over the hill, followed by the thunderous sound of hooves.
A dozen riders were charging straight for them. Vlad squinted, his blood running cold. As he realized the cavalry was heading right for their carriage, his hand shot to his sword. Are those bandits? Joseph calmly placed his hand on the hilt, preventing him from drawing the blade. Then he ordered the obstruction removed. A slight smile touched his lips as he revealed he had prepared for this, even before the duel. With that, they exited the carriage. The soldier leading the group knelt before the young master, as did all his men. He presented a bloody bag, reporting that they had arrived late and were collecting their just payment. Joseph glanced down at the bag. Is this all? His tone implied he expected something more. He praised the man and commanded him to rise. Standing, the soldier looked at Vlad, asking if this was the vassal who had earned Lady Alicia's recognition with his own hands. The rumor had already spread across the entire land. Hearing this, our main character flinched. Joseph just sighed and confirmed it, saying they could admire him later. Vlad looked up, his eyes meeting the soldier's intense gaze that seemed to burn a hole right through him. He grew tense, realizing this man's aura was different from the other knights. A spirit of pure danger radiated from him. Every instinct screamed that this man was not to be trifled with. Joseph asked if they would accompany them back to the capital, but the man replied that they were in a hurry. The young master
Called it a pity, but thanked him for his service. The soldier touched his chest, responding that he was merely being loyal.
as Bazid's hidden sword. Vlad's mind reeled. Bazid's hidden sword. Just what kind of people were these? His interest in the bag's contents grew stronger. What could be inside? Joseph turned, noticing his stare. He asked if Vlad was curious about what was within. Pulled from his thoughts, our main character nodded. With a grim expression, Joseph explained that inside was the world of aristocrats, a world of coldness, cruelty, and absolute unforgiveness.
The bag held the head of Andra, his face forever frozen in a mask of pure horror. Time passed.
The Count sat in his office, remarking that a group of pilgrims was apparently passing through the capital, and wondered if he should greet them. Ragus replied that it seemed they wanted no such attention. They claimed they would quietly observe the dragon's trail and then depart. The Count grew pensive. The voices of the gods desired nothing. It had been a long time since he'd seen such seemingly sincere pilgrims. He suggested it might be wise to watch them from the shadows. His assistant smiled, knowing his master would say exactly that. The Count replied that this was precisely why Ragus enjoyed his station. He would make the
preparations. The Count agreed, then changed the subject to his second son and Vlad. He had heard they accomplished something
extraordinary. Ragus confirmed it, adding that the report was enough to make even an old man's heart race. The Count crossed his arms over his chest, lost in thought. The first code of the Swordmaster. He hadn't heard that term in a very long time. An elite education for those with proven pedigree and talent.
These rough diamonds were polished with the utmost care, making situations that required the first code exceptionally
rare. He remarked that such carefully cultivated knights were a rare sight indeed. Ragnus wished his master could have been there to see it. The Count mused that it wasn't just him. Others would have enjoyed the sight as well. It reminded him of Bazid's golden generation. At this rate, the old legends would spoil the newcomers. His assistant was certain Joseph would have appreciated it. The Count closed his eyes, a faint smile on his face. He thought his son was suffocating, that he had already given up. But instead, he had crawled through the mud and returned with something that shined. He opened his eyes, his expression serious. There was much to consider now, because in the end, he could only choose one of them. Time passed and the dining hall buzzed with conversation. One of the vassals asked if the others had heard. Vlad had returned after completing his mission. His friend couldn't believe it. Was it true he fought a duel with knights? Another chimed in, claiming he'd heard Vlad had even achieved inner peace. Someone else scoffed that it couldn't be true, that it was ridiculous. How could this rootless commoner, Sojin, and his friends sat in nervous silence at the mere mention of Vlad's name? Suddenly, the dining room door swung open. Our main character walked in announcing that he was dying of hunger.
A month had passed after all. He paused, scanning the room, and realized the entire atmosphere had changed. Everyone
Immediately fell silent, daring not to meet his gaze. Whether they were from noble houses or not, whether their status was high or low, none of that mattered anymore. The childish brawls in the back alleys were over. This was the moment a new power entered the stage, the only one who had seen another world. Later, Vlad sat at a table eating sausages with an annoyed expression. He could feel every eye in the room on him. "It's hard to eat like this," he muttered. Portly replied that it would likely be this way for a while. Everyone knew what happened in Deer. Vlad licked his fingers. Rumors sure travel fast. Portly then asked what his plans were for the vacation. "You knew about it, right?" They were given 2 holidays a year, and all the students were leaving this week. Vlad asked if he had to leave too. He wasn't a noble. He had nowhere to go. Portly's face lit up. "Then, would you like to come to my home?" His father had wanted to extend an official invitation. In truth, Portly had never had a friend before. Vlad raised an eyebrow. "So you don't have such a great track record either, huh?" Portly insisted his family was very welcoming, and they could also provide him with unlimited access to fried meat. He'd also heard Vlad was looking for a horse. Hadn't he mentioned what his family did? They could find him a proper steed. He seemed to recall several horses with pedigrees even finer than Sir Jair's. This news electrified Vlad. "Are you serious?" he asked. "If so, then I'll make sure I get that vacation, no matter what it takes." Sometime later in the training hall, he clashed with Jair, who calmly parried his attacks, holding his sword with just one hand. Vlad gritted his teeth, his eyes locked on his master's movements. Jair watched him with a serene expression, saying nothing. He struck back. "You need to focus." Their blades met again and again in a shower of sparks, each blow delivered with immense force. Vlad swung his sword, his face a mask of intense concentration. Jair saw it in his eyes. What was he planning? Vlad unleashed his sword art, moving like a blur straight towards him. He closed the distance in an instant. From behind, a heavy blow from Jair's sword slams into his back. Because of this, Vlad buckles, coughing from the sheer force of the impact. Jair's voice is ice. "I warned you not to attempt the impossible. Do you think that duel with the knight made you special? Am I nothing to you now? Have my words lost their meaning?" Vlad turns to face him, their gazes locking in a tense standoff. For a few agonizing seconds, silence hangs in the air. Finally, Vlad gets to his feet, clasping his hands behind his back. "That's not it at all. Please forgive me. Don't come if you feel forced. Don't seek me out if you think you can handle this alone." Jager's words are final. "We're done for today. You can go." Vlad can only nod, the weight of his master's disappointment crushing him. As he leaves the training hall, a heavy shadow falls over his face. Jager watches him go, thinking, what he's achieved is admirable, but it's a single grain of sand on an endless beach. Something impermanent that can be swept away by a great wave at any moment. It's also unreliable. Later, as Vlad walks the corridors, the Nameless one speaks. "He was right, you know. You must start with the basics. I would be angry too. I just wanted to prove my point," Vlad mutters. Nameless replies, "Not all knights can use aura, but that doesn't mean they're inferior. Aura is simply the embodiment of one's potential for growth. We must not forget, you only recently picked up a sword." He's the kind of man who wouldn't scold you even when you deserved it. You should reflect on Sir Jager's words again. Vlad sighs heavily. I know. He thinks to himself, I'm used to scorn and ridicule, but this was disappointment. That look hurt more than any blow from a wooden sword. Nameless suddenly pipes up. In the end, you didn't even ask about your vacation. The realization hits Vlad. You're right, I completely forgot about it. Forget it. He sighs. What's the point of a vacation under these circumstances? It seems today I'll just swing my sword until I can't think about anything else. And so he does. He stands alone, practicing his strikes over and over again, until finally he unleashes a final blow, pouring every last ounce of his strength into it. The strike carves a mark into the very ground. He's exhausted from the long practice, breathing heavily and wiping the sweat from his face. You must finish for today. Nameless warns. You've reached your limit. If you burn out now, you'll become exhausted. Get injured and all your efforts will have been for nothing. Vlad raises his head and agrees. He looks at the moon hanging in the night sky and thinks, I was finally able to grasp that glow. From high on a wall, Jager watches him from afar. He continues to stand observing in silence. He is a wolf, he murmurs, chasing the moon. At that very moment, the counties of Roma and Trova are engulfed in raging flames. Within the royal hall, someone is slaughtering people, their screams echoing in pain. A badly wounded knight lies slumped against the wall, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen comrades. He looks up as a voice cuts through the chaos.
I was wondering where you were.
The man's face is hidden in shadow. You certainly tried your best on the last task. He approaches the wounded knight, the blood of the dead dripping from his sword. The knight's expression is pure rage. So you finally came all this way, Godin. My lord's orders came first, and my own honor second. I am certain this is not blind obedience. Count Gar's knights were never like that. Godin sneers, his expression twisting with malice. And that's why they're all dead. The knight roars his name. Godin, one day your light will disappear. You must tell Count Gar that I will be waiting for him in hell. Godin raises his sword, his expression chillingly calm. Of course, he says with a serious look. I will pass on the message immediately. With a final strike, he kills the knight. Sometime later, Vlad asks Joseph, "Did you say vacation?" Joseph nods. Yes, weren't you invited to the Kaner house? Vlad is shocked. How do you know about that? Joseph explains. Rumors spread quickly. Sir Gregory's student is enthusiastically telling everyone. Vlad mentally traces the path of the rumor, but says nothing. Joseph continues, I plan to give you time off anyway. And you even have a place to go, so I have no reason to deny you. Vlad thanks him, his eyes glancing towards Jaeger, who stands nearby. Jaeger's eyes are closed, his expression completely calm. Joseph notices the strange tension between them, but says nothing. A small smile plays on his lips as he thinks. It seems something happened between them. I could easily clear this awkwardness, but I must respect their relationship. The tense atmosphere is suffocating Vlad. He thinks, maybe I should just pay my respects and leave. But then Jaeger speaks, even though it is a vacation. A knight should never forget about his sword. Vlad is a little surprised, but he understands. Jaeger continues, only I will know about a day without training. But if you miss a week, the others will know. He thinks to himself, he is not one who will skip training just because I didn't tell him. But you need to control such moments so you do not go astray. We will see you when you return. A joyful expression finally breaks onto Vlad's face. Joseph adds, still, you shouldn't have high hopes for the horse. Your problem is perhaps too difficult even for the House of Kaner. You must find out the reason why the horses don't like you. If some are more friendly, you should find out what region they are from. Vlad stands with his hands behind his back. I understand, sir. Joseph tells him, you can go, we will see each other in a week. He agrees and starts to leave, but stops when Joseph adds one more thing. Don't bring any gifts. Vlad looks at him from the doorway and says, I will keep that in mind. He wonders, does that mean he actually wants a gift? He really did seem to like that portly man. After Vlad leaves, Joseph thinks out loud about the Kaner house. Jaeger says, if everything goes well, they could become friends. Perhaps so, Joseph replies. They both truly stand out. Jaeger looks at him and asks, do they not need him? Joseph pauses to think about it. He is the kind of person who will ask if someone has something he needs, but he is not going to simply give it away. Sometime later, Vlad stands still. A confused and dissatisfied expression is on his face as servants try on clothes on him. He wonders what he is even doing here again as Oksana looks on. That's a very beautiful color, she says. It goes great with leather armor. You are very strong, so anything you wear suits you. Vlad blushes a little, but flustered, he thanks her for her kindness. Oksana then inquires about his vacation to the Kaner house. When one is a guest, she advises you must always look your best, and it is impolite to speak ill of your hosts. She steps closer, her gaze intense. You must not allow them to criticize me. Understand, Vlad is stunned by her request. Their eyes lock for a tense moment. A deep blush creeps up his neck as he agrees. Very well, Oksana says, satisfied. After your vacation, I will be hiring a proper tutor for you. One mistake, like taking a handkerchief with your bare hand, is all it takes to reveal your origins. Vlad flinches, deeply embarrassed. The memory burns in his mind. He quickly asks for her forgiveness. As a knight, she reminds him, you are an honorary nobleman. You must act the part. Then I will keep that in mind, he vows. Just then, a maid presents a basket. Take this with you, Oksana instructs. It's filled to the brim with bright yellow lemons. Joseph brought them, she explains. It is rude to arrive as a guest empty-handed. Vlad bows, deeply grateful for her thoughtfulness. A rare, kind smile touches her lips. Now go, get some rest, and return safely. With the basket in hand, Vlad exits the room and closes the door behind him. He catches his reflection in the glass, his expression unreadable. A ghost of his former self stares back at him. He feels like an imposter. It's as if he's wearing clothes that were never meant for him. His thoughts drift to Xena. Is she really in the monastery? As he walks, he can't help but wonder. Yet how is she faring? He feels certain that she too is wearing a life that doesn't fit. Meanwhile, inside a monastery, whispers fill the air. I heard the Bazit house has a new student. One who's already making a name for himself. They say he can already emit an aura. No, that can't be true. I heard he's just incredibly handsome. Blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. Xena, scrubbing the floors nearby, freezes at their words. With that kind of talent, another girl muses, he must be from a noble family.
Releasing an aura at his age, he could become a knight of the north. Xena's eyes fall to the floor. It couldn't be him. It must be someone else.
He couldn't have achieved so much so fast. She would be happy enough just knowing he was alive. The gossiping girls finally notice her, their faces twisting with scorn. Get back to work, one of them sneers. How dare you slack off? You're useless enough as it is. You'll be toiling like this for the rest of your life. Finish this floor and then get to the dishes unless you want trouble from the abbess. They turn to leave. She has nowhere to go and no one to run to. Might as well get used to the hard labor. Make sure it's all done by lunch. A bitter smile touches Xena's lips. It seems I've learned the Rose's smile quite well, but the smile vanishes as she's pulled back into a dark memory. Not just anyone can enter our monastery, the old nun had said, her voice like ice. This is a sacred place. We cannot accept girls from such a background. You're mistaken, Marcella had pleaded. They are all pure. The bishop himself watched over them. Regardless, we cannot simply take them in on such short notice. But Marcella cut her off. And why not?
I have donated a fortune to this monastery, enough to feed everyone here for 10 years, with plenty to spare. The old nun was about to argue.
But she quickly fell silent. Xena had asked, Madam, what about you? Marcella turned her voice firm. The girls come first. She pointed towards the monastery entrance. Get inside, now. The girls rushed in, but a nun blocked Marcella's path. You are not permitted entry? Marcella's face was grim. I expected as much. Please take care of these children. They are good workers. Suddenly, rough-looking men appeared. One of them pointed a finger. There she is. There she is. Marcella spun around, shouting at the remaining girls. Hurry, get inside. A brute grabbed her by the hair. Finally caught you, witch. Xena struggled, tears streaming down her face. Marcella! She screamed. Stop! Let her go! Her cries echoed as they dragged Marcella away. Helpless, she watched them disappear, just before the heavy monastery gates slammed shut. Back in the present, a sob escapes Xena's lips. Her entire body trembles uncontrollably. Vlad, she whispers through her tears. At that very moment, Vlad stands on a quiet street. He muses, not aristocrats, but they have influence in Citrum. He stands before a breathtaking estate. Is this really the place? An old butler and a line of servants bow deeply. Welcome home, young master. We are overjoyed to have you back. Suddenly, Portly rushes forward, beaming with joy. Vlad, he shouts, embracing his friend tightly. It's been too long, I've missed you. The butler smiles warmly. It is wonderful to see you, sir. Portly asks with a cheerful grin. Where is father? The master has gone to greet some unexpected visitors, the butler explains. If you don't mind, shall we take a tour of the family's pride and joy, the farm? Vlad raises a hand, a slight smile on his face. Of course, I wouldn't mind at all. The butler bows again. Thank you, young master. However, Vlad adds, I'd like to see the horses first. I have high expectations. The butler's friendly smile never wavers. Of course, the head of the family will show you his prized steeds himself, but it wouldn't hurt to see the others. He begins to walk. Please follow me. A short while later they arrive, at the stables. The moment the horses laid eyes on Vlad, they were seized with terror. They whinnied in fear, scattering in every direction. Every animal he approached fled from him in a panic. The three of them stand in stunned silence. Vlad stares at the ground, his expression heartbroken. It's not just the horses. Even the riding bulls are terrified of me, but why are the sheep running away too? Why are they whoa? The butler watches him with deep concern. This seems quite serious, young master. Have you tried visiting a church? I am not cursed, Vlad replies flatly. Priest Andreas himself vouched for me. The butler, taken aback, immediately begs for forgiveness. Vlad gazes at a distant herd, his heart sinking. This is killing me. What's the point of having an aura if I can't even ride a horse? While everyone else rides majestically, will I be forced to walk behind them in the dust? Portly, seeing his friend's despair, steps in. Hey, let's go check out the war horses at the farm. For battle for riding, whatever you need. I'll show you anything you want. Surely one of them will work. With a sorrowful gaze, Vlad asks, could a horse like that truly exist? Portly claps him on the shoulder, trying to lift his spirits. Of course, we have a magnificent stallion you haven't seen yet. He has the finest pedigree of all my father's horses. I'll convince him to let you see it. He patted the man's shoulder reassuringly. Let's take a walk tomorrow, but first dinner and some rest. Later that evening within the grand estate, the kitchen was alive with the sizzle of countless meats in a massive pan. Vlad watched the chefs working over the fire and remarked, this is quite a spectacle. Your family doesn't do things by halves, do they? Portly laughed heartily, but their attention was stolen by a booming voice. There you are, a man with a joyful expression declared. Welcome. I am the head of this family, Olsen-Kaner. Forgive me for not being able to personally greet my honored guests. Vlad bowed respectfully. The pleasure is all mine. I am Vlad, a student of Sir Jer. Olsen's eyes lit up. Of course I've heard the rumors about you all over the capital. He clapped Vlad on the back. Welcome. In his mind, however, his thoughts raced. This is the boy who awakened the Swordmaster code.
For the first time in an age, this is the birth of a new star, the pride of Sua. My dear Portly has made a magnificent friend, he exclaimed. Let us go inside. We can chat while dinner is prepared. I'm overjoyed to host such important guests. Vlad observed him thinking, of course.
There are other guests. Are we joining them? Olsen grinned. What's more, everyone is from the Bazid family, so this is perfect. With that, they strode into a hall, where the other guests were already gathered. Vlad froze his eyes, locking onto a familiar face. It was Rudiger sitting at the other end of the chamber. What is he doing here? Vlad wondered. Rudiger sat with his hands calmly folded. It has been some time, he said, his voice carrying across the room. His gaze pinned Vlad in place. How have you been? Vlad bowed. Master Rudiger, I did not expect to see you here. Rudiger replied. To be honest, I wasn't certain. That I wished to dine with you tonight, but I heard the food was too wonderful to refuse. Vlad's expression hardened. Why must he be so difficult? He glanced away only to notice something far more chilling. Every single guest in that room was staring at him with pure, unadulterated contempt. He met their glares, thinking, it seems they've already united against me.
Not that it's surprising. The nobles despise me for refusing their master's kindness. And as for their subordinates, I've defeated every last one of their prized students.
If they want to fight, I'm ready. He declared, I accept. I was also looking forward to this. Rudiger watched him with a placid expression. Is that so? He asked, a faint smile touching his lips. I heard you were on vacation. Do you have some free time tomorrow? I wanted to invite you somewhere. Sometime later, a company of knights rode across a vast field. Vlad, however, wore a less than pleased expression on his face. He sat silently, his gaze drawn to the animal ears of a girl named Dorothea. The Ruga beastman noticed his stare. What are you looking at? Never seen a beastman before. With an indifferent look, Vlad replied, There's a first time for everything. She conceded, That's true. It would be strange if someone from the slums of Sora had. How did you become a vassal of Bazid anyway? He retorted, What's so strange about that compared to being Master Rudiger's personal beastman mage? His words struck a nerve. Dorothea glared at him, annoyed. You can use aura, can't you? Then how can you not even ride a horse? Even your friend can ride properly. Vlad simply said, Life has shown that anything can happen. Dorothea huffed. However, it still looks suspicious. He turned away with a weary sigh. More grumbling. Doesn't she ever get tired of it? And all this because I crashed their unplanned vacation? They just had to organize a spontaneous falconry hunt. Are you even listening to me? Dorothea snapped, losing her patience. A flash of anger crossed Vlad's face before he silently looked away. Are all beastmen so sociable? He finally asked. Was that racial discrimination? She shot back. Fine. Are all mages this talkative?
Was that discrimination based on my occupation? She countered. Dorothea, Rudiger's voice cut in. Stop bothering him. It wasn't easy.
Persuading him to come along. But every time he looks at me, his expression is so pained, she complained. Rudiger sighed. Anyone would be if you pestered them like that. She looked away with a disappointed pout, making dissatisfied sounds. A knight pointed into the distance. My lord, how about this location? Rudiger looked where he was pointing. It looks good, he said. An open area, so we can see everything. Portly added, It seems we will be hunting from here. Vlad watched this with indifference. He said nothing, but his eyes were sharp. A hunt? I don't think so. After all this time, they haven't even released the falcon from its cage. A knight pointed to a group of people in the distance. Master, you should see this. Rudiger also looked toward them. It seems we are in luck, he said slowly. I cannot believe we found pilgrims out here. He addressed his knights. Raise the flag. Warn them of our presence so they do not think they are in danger. Immediately, the soldiers did as they were told. Now, Rudiger said, we just need to find our prey. At that same moment, in a meadow far away, a herd of horses grazed. A black-haired stallion suddenly sensed something strange. A deep tremor in the earth made it nervous. A huge monster was burrowing just beneath the surface. A short time later, the knights galloped at full speed. In the direction of the pilgrims. Vlad watched with a serious face, thinking, anyone can see this is not a war, but an escort. This was never about falconry. The cart he was riding hit a stone and jumped, startling him. I think I'm getting seasick. I'd rather walk. Are you all right? Portly asked with concern. Are you feeling sick? Vlad jumped off the cart. It's not that bad. My heart is just pounding, he said. Is it because the cart is shaking so much? He began to walk beside him. So what now? He needed to feel the ground beneath his feet. Gazing out, he remarks on the incredible view. Portly agrees, admitting this was a sight he truly wanted to show him. The meadows stretch on endlessly. all the way to Vanna. While monsters sometimes appear this year, thanks to Mr. Joseph, there's no need to worry. Vlad questions all because of him. Portly nods with certainty. He recalls the winter hunt, remembering how he'd shaped this very landscape. Suddenly, a massive cloud of dust billows on the horizon. He wonders what it could be. A thundering horde of horses gallops across the plains, kicking up a storm of dirt. Vlad's eyes shot open. He reeled back, stunned by an unexpected jolt, a feeling he couldn't explain. His hand flew to his chest. Why was his heart pounding like this? Meanwhile, the thunderous stampede of horses continued its charge, bearing down on the knights' formation. "A herd of wild horses!" one of them shouted. Rudiger narrowed his eyes. "For now," he muttered, "they are merely uninvited guests." He paused, a sense of dread creeping in. But why are they fleeing south? The question hung in the air, silencing the knights. "He's right," another murmured. "This time of year, they should be heading north for greener pastures." Rudiger's gaze remained fixed on the herd. They were running with a desperate urgency, as if being hunted. Vlad, his face a mask of shock, locked eyes with the stallion leading the charge. In that moment, their gazes met and the world seemed to freeze. Vlad felt rooted to the spot. But why? What was this connection? Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the very ground. "Master the earth!" one of the knights cried out. But Vlad knew better, his expression hardening. This wasn't an earthquake. It was a vibration, a feeling he remembered all too well. From behind the herd, the ground ruptured as a colossal nightmare clawed its way out. The lead stallion whinnied in terror, turning to face the abomination. The knights and pilgrims could only stare in horrified disbelief. Vlad's jaw went slack. "No," he breathed. "A remnant of the fallen dragon. A death worm." The beast was immense. The monster roared, chasing the herd with its cavernous maw wide open, snatching a horse and swallowing it whole. Dorothea stared, her mind racing. "Something's wrong," she declared. "Death worms are not carnivorous." What she was witnessing defied all known logic. As the beast devoured its prey, she spotted it. "There!" she yelled. "A strange energy is pulsing from the back of its head." "Master!" a knight screamed in panic. "The wild horses are charging straight for the pilgrims." The deathworm sensed a new vibration. Its attention snapped away from the herd, its massive head turning toward a new target in the distance. The camp of fleeing horses now on a collision course, with the pilgrims. "They're going to be crushed!" a knight roared. Rudiger turned to Dorothea, his voice booming. "What is that thing reacting to?" Her face was pale with fear. "These monsters are blind and deaf. They hunt solely by the vibrations in the earth." Rudiger's voice was like steel. "Then, get a hold of yourself and devise a plan to lure it away." Her eyes widened, but she nodded in grim agreement. "Vlad," Rudiger commanded. "Get her to high ground and protect her at all costs. Signal us when you have a way to distract that beast." Vlad's reply was sharp and immediate. "Understood." Rudiger drew his sword, its steel ringing in the tense air. "All of you listen to me. It doesn't matter if this makes sense. Our duty is clear. We hold our positions and do what must be done. We will fulfill the Count's command." With a mighty roar, he and his knights charged toward the chaos. "Protect the pilgrims," they cried in unison, their voices a singular wave of courage. "Forward!" Rudiger's expression was grim. This entire situation reeked of foul play, a dark hand moving pieces on a board. This means something supernatural is at work, he thought. A cold fire lit in his eyes. He knew no fear. His blade erupted in searing flames. "How dare they," he growled, "pull such a stunt in Biaza territory?" Moments later, Vlad, Portly, and Dorothea reached the high ground Rudiger ordered. She began pouring vials of colorful potions onto the ground, creating a complex pattern. "Now, what I need to find," she muttered. "What color was the vibration spell?" Vlad turned to her confused. "Searching by color." The Nameless one explained, "It is a form of divine secret. The Trinity creates a divine mystery by weaving together divinity and aura." Vlad was stunned. "So that's why," he thought, "she's Master Rudiger's personal magician." Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted in the distance with a deafening roar. They whipped around in shock. What was that? They watched as the deathworm, completely engulfed in the inferno, let out an earth-shattering shriek of agony. Portly pointed his face full of awe. "The Master did that." Rudiger unleashed his aura, causing both his sword and his left eye to burn with a brilliant, terrifying light. Vlad could only stare. "Incredible," he whispered. "He's on a completely different level." But the Nameless one shook her head. "It's not enough. He wasn't fully prepared." Rudiger faced the writhing behemoth, his expression strained. "So this is the strongest of the dragon's remnants." The deathworm glared back, unleashing a concussive scream that warped the very air. It lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut, but Rudiger spurred his horse just in time. The monster dove straight into the ground, disappearing beneath the earth. "Master," the knights yelled, rushing to his side. "Are you all right?" "Don't lower your guard," Rudiger commanded. A deathworm wouldn't flee so easily. The Nameless one watched grimly. "This is getting complicated. No matter how skilled he is, he can't fight an enemy moving underground." Rudiger raised his flaming sword high. Find it, he ordered. It has to be somewhere close. His knights scattered, scanning the trembling ground, desperate to locate the hidden threat. Master over there! One of them shouted, pointing frantically. He could see the mound of earth churning as the deathworm tunneled at incredible speed. It's heading for the pilgrims. Rudiger wheeled his horse around and gave chase. Follow it, he roared. At the same time, Vlad turned to Dorothea, his voice laced with urgency. I think you need to hurry. He then noticed her using her tail to draw a complex symbol on a piece of parchment. His brow furrowed in irritation. Do you really think now is the time for games? Dorothea's face flushed red. What are you talking about? She snapped back. This isn't a game. It's a unique method of the beastman. As she spoke, the symbol began to pulse with a brilliant magical light. If you hadn't distracted me, she huffed, I would have been finished by now.
Portly thrusts a strange paper into his hand. Take this to Sir Rudiger, he urged. It must be rubbed or cut to activate. Vlad stared, pointing at himself in disbelief.
Me? He questioned, utterly confused. Dorothea shot back, her voice strained. The spell has drained me completely. I can barely even stand, she declared. You're the one who can ride, who else is there? But the Nameless one warned, even so you will be too late. The deathworm travels far faster beneath the earth. Sir Rudiger's knights will never catch it. In a flash, Vlad snatched the scroll from her hand. He knew in that instant. This was their only hope. Blondie, she cried out. What are you doing? To her horror, he leaped off the ledge. You madman, that's practically a cliff. But Vlad, with grim determination, slid down the steep incline. He thought to himself Sir Rudiger is vying with Sir Dove for leadership of the family. His knights are the absolute elite. As a mere student, he shouldn't have to intervene. But the memory of that cursed animal haunted him. Every fiber of his being remembered the agony of watching his home burn, utterly powerless to stop it. The Nameless one's voice echoed in his mind. Concentrate, your power is in your legs. Just then, Vlad's foot caught on a jagged stone. He lost his footing completely. A look of shock crossed his face as he tumbled downwards. His body slammed against the rocks, a scream of pain torn from his lips. He kept falling, his back crashing against the unforgiving stone. Tuck and roll, the Nameless one yelled, his voice laced with concern. Vlad instantly obeyed, shielding his head, protecting it with his arms as he plunged toward the bottom. Seconds later, he hit the ground with a sickening thud. For a moment, he lay motionless. Then, through the searing pain, he began to stir. Portly sobbed with relief from above. He's moving! Dorothea watched, her eyes wide with shock. How is that possible? She gasped. How could anyone survive a fall from that height? Vlad staggered to his feet. I didn't expect to be completely fine either, he admitted. I was sure I'd break a bone or two. Suddenly, a strange glow beneath him caught his eye. At the head of the camp, a horse reined to a halt. Its gaze was fixed on a single point. It turned, staring intently at Vlad, as a brilliant energy radiated from his body. The magnificent beast was completely focused on him. The Nameless one explained, that is the blessing of the snake. Without it, you would be dead. Vlad stared in awe. Incredible. Indeed, the voice agreed. We must return there later. He broke into a sprint, shouting, We'll have our chance, I'm sure of it, but for now we have to move. As he ran, his thoughts turned to the pilgrims. He glanced back and saw several of them, struggling with a heavy cart, and it brought him to a halt. His eyes fell upon a familiar face, Father Andreas. Is that him, leading these people? He wondered in disbelief. His eyes scanned the horizon. Where is Sir Rudiger? They were too far, way too far away. The deathworm would reach the pilgrims first. He clutched the enchanted paper tightly. This means the father is in grave danger. The Nameless one spoke. Sometimes coincidence is merely fate in disguise, forcing one to make a choice. Deep below, the deathworm tore through the earth at terrifying speed. There was no time to think, only time to act. Vlad tossed the scroll into the air, and with a steely gaze slashed it with his sword. If this was his path, he would not hesitate. The moment the blade connected, a magic circle blazed to life above him, bearing the same symbol from the scroll. Arcane runes cascaded from the circle, searing themselves onto the steel of his sword. Vlad raised the vibrating blade high and roared, You freak, I am right here! He plunged the sword deep into the earth. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then a powerful vibration began to emanate, spreading through the very ground itself. It's not enough, the Nameless one warned. You must amplify the vibration. Call upon your world. Vlad closed his eyes, and his mind was transported to a watery void reflecting a ghostly castle. When he opened them, an immense wave of energy erupted. Look at me, he commanded silently. I am the remnant of the fallen dragon. He remained kneeling, his sword buried in the dirt, waiting for the beast with unshakable resolve. His call had been answered. The monster's attention was now solely on him. The earth ruptured as the creature burst forth from below. Sir Rudiger watched in stunned disbelief at the sight. Portly and Dorothea were equally thunderstruck, their jaws hanging open in sheer astonishment. With cold determination, Vlad raised his head, locking eyes with the colossal monster before him. He drew his sword from the earth. "So you've come," he said calmly. The deathworm let out a deafening shriek and dove back underground. Vlad leaped aside, narrowly dodging the shower of stones. He landed gracefully, his eyes never leaving the monster's trail. The Nameless One's voice was urgent. "Do not even think of fighting it head-on. Your world is not yet deep enough to face such a creature. Simply holding its attention is more than enough." Vlad saw the knights galloping in the distance. "I know," he replied. He knew, but they were still so far away. The deathworm turned on him, its massive maw gaping open as it unleashed another earth-shattering roar. Vlad tensed, watching the beast's every move. It plunged beneath the surface with incredible speed. He dove and rolled, barely escaping its path. He watched as the creature vanished with a deafening rumble. "It's going underground again," he shouted. He scanned his surroundings frantically.
Where will it surface? The tension was suffocating. Left, right, or is it heading for the pilgrims again?
Suddenly, an overwhelming vibration erupted directly beneath him. He looked down in shock and saw the ground begin to crack and splinter. "Dodge now!" the Nameless One screamed. But as the ground beneath him exploded upwards, Vlad knew it was too late.
From a distance, Sir Rudiger saw the colossal beast swallow him whole. Horror gripped his heart. "No, that's impossible!" he cried out.
He stared at the monster standing amidst a massive cloud of dust. But as the dust settled, a new silhouette appeared. A man, on a horse. Sir Rudiger's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He was left speechless by the sight before him. From a herd of wild horses, Vlad burst forth, galloping wildly. He let out a triumphant roar,
declaring that he was riding the untamable beast. But the Nameless One noticed something more, an otherworldly energy. He urged Vlad to focus his world on the steed's forehead.
Vlad obeyed, his eyes widening. A transparent, ethereal energy pulsed from the horse's brow. The Nameless One confirmed his suspicion. It was spirit, a sign that this horse possessed the blood of a unicorn. A wild, unrestrained laugh escaped Vlad's lips. With pure joy lighting up his face, he gazed at the horizon. "So this is what the world looked like from horseback. Incredible," he bellowed. Just then, our tiger drew alongside, shouting his name to cut through the exhilaration. Drawing closer, the knight asked if he was all right. Vlad gave a sharp nod, his spirits soaring. Our tiger's gaze fell to the young man's sword, a thought striking him. He'd enchanted his own blade, a lure. To think he would throw himself into danger without a moment's hesitation, willing to become a sacrifice for the sake of others. This young student, he had truly awakened the Swordmaster's code. What an astoundingly brave decision. He had fulfilled his duty more admirably than any knight present. Vlad, taken aback by the praise, offered his thanks, but our tiger's tone grew serious. "Do you think you can handle it?"
For the pilgrim's safety, this worm of death must be slain. The true battle was about to begin. Shocked Vlad stated the obvious. The deathworm was a piece of the fallen dragon.
With unwavering resolve, our tiger declared, "I can handle it." A tense silence hung between them, their eyes locked. "You have the mark of Dorotha," he stated, "and you ride that majestic steed. You will be the bait to lure the worm." Vlad glanced at the horse, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could he even stay on? But then he saw it. The horse was looking right back at him. It was a gaze of perfect understanding. Just as it protected its herd, Vlad protected his people. A new resolve hardened within him. "All right, let's do this. I can do it," he affirmed. Our tiger issued the command. "Gallop around that hill, then circle back. I will be making preparations on the other side." With a look of pure determination, Vlad spurred his horse toward the hill. He broke away from the knights. And immediately the monster locked onto its new target. Glancing back, he saw the deathworm thundering toward him. "Good," he muttered. "It's taking the bait perfectly." His unicorn-blooded steed surged forward, accelerating with impossible speed. The knights watched in awe. "What is that acceleration?" they cried. A faint smile touched our tiger's lips as he watched Vlad's retreat. "He is different, isn't he?" Meanwhile, Vlad focused on the mission, keeping his eyes on the colossal beast pursuing him. The Nameless One's voice echoed in his mind. "Lower your sword, vibrate the mark, and show the worm you are here." Vlad instantly obeyed, dragging the tip of his blade through the earth. The enchanted steel carved a glowing trail, a beacon for the monster. He let out a defiant war cry. As the mark blazed across the ground, the Nameless One spoke again. "Look, the dragon. It follows your light." At that very moment, our tiger dismounted. "Get the pilgrims to safety," he commanded his men. "The rest of you prepare for battle." They moved as one, obeying their master. Their eyes were fixed on the approaching spectacle. Vlad galloping towards them, leaving a trail of light, pursued by the deathworm, which annihilated the very hill he had just circled. Our tiger watched them draw near. They're getting closer. He closed his eyes, holding his sword before him with a single hand, as his body was consumed by an overwhelming fiery aura. With a flick of his finger against the blade, the very earth beneath him boiled, transforming into a sea of lava. Vlad, still leading the monster, was stunned by the cataclysmic event before him. He couldn't tear his eyes away. What is this? He gasped. He watched as a blazing, immense energy erupted from our tiger, standing calmly amidst the molten rock. He has temporarily expanded his world, the Nameless One explained. A feat only possible for knights who have achieved true self-mastery. This man was far more powerful than they had ever imagined. Vlad stared in utter disbelief. That power was so ferocious it could incinerate his own world in an instant. The monster roared its pursuit relentless, but then it sensed it.
A wave of primal fear washed over the beast. It skidded to a halt, trembling in absolute terror. Vlad saw it immediately. The monster's gaze was locked
on our tiger and the overwhelming pressure he emitted. This is bad, the Nameless One warned. The dragon senses a true threat in his world. Vlad realized this couldn't go on. His own world was far too weak to recapture the monster's attention. But just then, his steed began to turn on its own, shocking him. It galloped in a tight circle, baffling Vlad completely. Where are you going? From the horse's powerful movements, a new vibration began to spread. Across the land.
Vlad panicked. The deathworm is too fast for this. But the horse let out a powerful cry, and what Vlad saw next.
It left him utterly breathless. He stared dumbfounded at his mount. He saw the stump on the horse's forehead begin to glow with an intensity that dwarfed its earlier light. Your inner peace and the white serpent's blessing, they are resonating, the Nameless One revealed. A long-forgotten divine secret resurrected from the world's memory. This incredible phenomenon was enough to once again draw the deathworm's gaze. A powerful unified aura exploded from Vlad and his steed. The monster's attention snapped back to them. It unleashed a deafening shriek, its eyes fixed in their direction. Forward, Vlad commanded, and the horse shot ahead. A unicorn without its horn, and a knight without a horse of his own. On the horizon where they first met, the two became one. A single white star blazing in the endless night sky. Vlad charged toward our tiger, who stood unmoving, his power concentrating. But the Nameless One warned, it's not enough. Our tiger's world grows stronger by the second. It's only a matter of time before the worm ignores you again. Vlad gritted his teeth, feeling the strain. He was at his limit. He couldn't push out any more aura. He galloped on desperation setting in. But suddenly pounding hooves thundered up from behind. Several knights flanked him, their faces set with resolve. We cannot give up now, one shouted. In that instant, they all unleashed their auras. A rainbow of brilliant energy erupted around them. That chon, the Nameless One declared, should be enough. One of the knights yelled to Vlad, keep up the pace, charge right past the commander. With a determined nod, Vlad urged his horse onward, closing the distance. As Vlad and the knights draw near, a powerful voice calls out. They rush past Rudiger, who commends them for a job well done. He now stands before the colossal beast. The monster roars as Rudiger unleashes his immense energy. My turn, he declares. Lava pools beneath his feet as he proclaims, this is the domain of bees. His eye ignites blazing with ferocious power. This is a land where your kind has no right to exist. With a mighty roar, Rudiger swings his sword.
A firestorm of terrifying power erupts around him. He brings his blade down with devastating force, releasing all of his accumulated energy. Begone!
An inferno explodes from his strike, engulfing the colossal monster. Everyone nearby could only stare, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. Shock and joy ripple through the crowd. Vlad is stunned. Is this the world of a knight with the power of self-awareness? He watches the deathworm burn to ash. This is the true world of the knights. A spectacle that completely shatters common sense. To witness a knight's world is like watching a mountain soaring into the infinite heavens. He thinks of the knights he knows. Can they all do this? Vlad's mind reels, his gaze fixed on the impossible scene. He asks aloud, can I truly do this too? The Nameless One responds, of course, if your inner world is so absolute that nothing can shake it. A moment later, the battle is over. Rudiger kneels, his greatsword planted in the earth, gazing at the lingering flames. Vlad approaches him. He gets the knight's attention. Are you all right? Rudiger looks up. Glad you're back. You did well. Vlad glances at the fire. Won't the meadow burn? Rudiger shakes his head. The grass is damp. It's fine. It'll burn a bit and then die out. He tries to stand, but his legs tremble violently. Man, I could use a cold beer, he groans. He stumbles and collapses. The Nameless One observes. It seems he's facing the backlash from temporarily expanding his world. Rudiger extends a hand towards Vlad. Hey, give me a hand, will you? But Vlad does something unexpected. He sits down right beside him. You should rest too. Rudiger freezes, utterly surprised by this gesture. For a few seconds, he just stares at his outstretched hand. Then a slow smile spreads across his face. Hey, so you're one hell of a horseman after all. Despite the rumors I heard, Vlad replies coolly. As you can see, those weren't about me. They both turn to look at the steed he'd ridden. Rudiger chuckles. That's a special horse. A faint smile plays on their lips. Vlad nods. I know. He starts to say more, but a firm pat on his back cuts him off. The knight who clapped his shoulder grins. That was incredible. Good enough to take down one of our own students. You did great. We'll be seeing you again. Seeing. Vlad, a bit flustered, manages a slight smile. Thank you. Suddenly a familiar voice calls his name, drawing his attention. He immediately turns toward the sound. It's Father Andreas approaching with the other pilgrims. Vlad stands and bows respectfully. I'm glad you're all safe. Andreas smiles warmly. Everything is clear to me now. His eyes seem to look into the past. I knew it. I had seen that light before. A light that pierces even the deepest darkness. He takes Vlad's hand, and to Vlad's shock, kneels. I am eternally grateful. Vlad is completely bewildered, unsure how to react. Andreas closes his eyes, a serene smile on his face. My lord, he whispers. A boy who has found his own will acting for that reason alone. One by one, all the pilgrims kneel. We must offer comfort to the one who defended his world, and bless him with our grace and compassion. Today, countless hearts became a single light, and the boy's world expanded. Sometime later, Count Bayseat reads a report. Are you absolutely certain this is 100% true, he demands. Rajas confirms Dorothy sent the message herself. Through the crystal ball. The Count's face darkens with rage. I sent them there just in case. And now this dark magic again? Rajas reports. It seems some have settled in the north. It is the Empire's weakness. The old damned things are crawling out of the woodwork, but at least there is some good news. The Count nods grimly. Yes, we've been hearing his name more and more. He reflects on the past year's winter monster hunt, the duel of honor at Hadel, and now this incident with the pilgrims. If it weren't for him, we could have been disgraced. A small, intrigued smile touches his lips. How intriguing, he thinks. Summon Joseph, he commands. Rajas asks, you're granting permission. The Count turns, the worthy deserve their rewards. Later that night, as darkness falls, knights and pilgrims rest around crackling campfires. But Vlad sits alone away from the others. He stares into a small fire, polishing his blade with a focused gaze. He pauses, noticing the wear on the steel. He looks at it, thinking, have you been through a lot as well? Rudiger's voice breaks the silence. Why so pitiful, sitting all alone over here? Vlad turns, acknowledging him. Sir Rudiger? The older knight sits beside him. Where's Portly? Vlad replies. Dorothea took him. She needed him for something. Rudiger, holding a bottle, asks, and Father Andreas? Vlad stares into the flames. He's praying with the pilgrims. A calm expression settles on Rudiger's face. So everyone's busy, huh? He offers the bottle to Vlad. Want a drink? I'm polishing my sword I don't have. But Rudiger cuts him off, annoyed. Refusing me again? You didn't take the peanut. You wouldn't take my hand to help me up, now that I think about it. You've refused every time I've offered you something. Vlad quickly takes the bottle from his hands. Sir, that's not it at all. He inspects the bottle. This is whiskey. Rudiger raises a finger, a slight smile on his face. The drink of aristocrats, he declares. Vlad smiles faintly, about to drink. He thinks, in the end, we're still brothers. Different personalities, but the same tastes. He takes a drink. As he does, Rudiger's gaze falls upon his sword. You should get that inspected when we get back. Vlad lowers the bottle. I saw the family blacksmith. A couple of days ago, he said the handle needs replacing. Rudiger stares at him, baffled. Why replace a perfectly good handle? Vlad gazes at his sword. He said the connection is weak. The entire hilt needs to be replaced. Unless I can find the one who originally forged it. He lifts the bottle to his lips, but hesitates. This blade is as unreliable as its master. Vlad admits, which is why he refused. The memories of his past failures came flooding back. He couldn't bear to lose everything the sword represented all over again. Rudiger watched him, a profound look on his face. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Nevertheless, that sword needs to be repaired. It's completely worn out. Vlad nodded in agreement. Then I must find the one who forged it. Rudiger's question made him think. And where is he? Vlad stared down at his sword, his expression hardening. In Sor, he declared. Rudiger chuckled. Of course, you're always screaming about being from that city. He smiled, a thought crossing his mind. So that's why they call him Shining? He was a beacon shining brighter than anyone else on the battlefield today. So that's why his brother had followed him to the ends of the earth. Getting to his feet, Rudiger asked, So will you get that sword fixed soon? He desperately hoped that someone somewhere would point him in the right direction. Vlad just stared back, his face an unreadable mask of silence. Rudiger clapped him on the shoulder. I just wanted to say, you did an incredible job making it this far. He turned to leave, waving with a grin. Don't sit around too long. We ride for Sor first thing tomorrow. Vlad watched him go without a word. Gazing at his sword, he thought, he's right. One day he would see it restored, because now they finally had a place to return to. He sat in the quiet glow of the fire as the horse that had aided him watched intently. The creature stood perfectly still, observing him with an uncanny focus. It could sense the immense, powerful aura radiating from Vlad. Meanwhile, inside the house of Count B's, Oksana was embroidering. While looking at a book her maid held open, she had just finished a tree on the fabric. Is this enough? She asked, holding it up for the maid to see. Does it look right? It's a perfect match for the family emblem in the book, my lady, the maid confirmed. Oksana rose from the sofa. Does that mean... It's time for the next emblem. The maid turned the page with a gentle smile. Here it is. Oksana began her work anew. You don't need to show me. It is etched clearly in my memory. This is the first time I've ever done this myself. As a child, I only watched my mother. The maid asked, but doesn't that make the task all the more precious? Oksana smiled softly. Of course it does. This is, after all, a forgotten tradition. Her eyes hardened. However, the knights of today, raised with such reverence, are unworthy of raising this banner. It belongs to us, and us alone. Sometime later, the knights were riding back toward the city. One of them looked around in awe. What a magnificent view! I've never seen anything like it. He stared at the herd of wild horses galloping beside them. I can't believe it. People and wild horses? Riding in perfect harmony. Rudiger watched them too. You're right. This is a truly rare sight. It may be the first and last time we ever witness this. He turned, a smile playing on his lips as he saw Vlad gazing at the horses. After such a brief encounter, he thought their bond was more special than any other. Vlad's eyes were locked on the black stallion. He knew their time together was over. They had to part ways. He had his purpose, and the stallion had a duty to its herd. The horse and its herd stopped at a cliff's edge, the stallion rearing up on its hind legs. Their eyes met one last time. This was as far as their journey together could go. Vlad raised a hand, bidding the magnificent creature farewell. Andrea spoke up, trying to break the somber mood. You shouldn't be so upset about a simple goodbye. Vlad looked down, a trace of sadness on his face. I was just saying what needed to be said. Andreas laughed. Humans struggle with sincerity, don't they? Life is just a cycle of greetings and farewells. Goodbyes bring tears. And greetings bring smiles. From my perspective, it was a truly wonderful meeting. I wonder when you two will meet again, after all the depth of a connection. Isn't measured by time. Vlad looked back at the horse with a small smile, thinking, he's right. One day we will absolutely meet again. At that very moment, a torrential downpour raged over Count B's estate. Lightning flashed, illuminating the Count's office. He held his head in his hands. You're talking about the fall of Count Equal. Ragaz confirmed the grave news. We've received an urgent report. Count Bazad pondered. There's been strange activity in the west for some time. But who would have imagined it would end like this? Is Count Gar truly that powerful? It appears the western houses formed an alliance with him, Ragaz explained. At its core, it seems even Ravam, the ruler of the west, was defeated due to a lack of manpower. Count Bazad demanded. And why did the imperial family do nothing? We know nothing of the central region's affairs, Ragaz replied. The Count stood. I see. He knew the north possessed a unique power greater than any other region. They were free from the influence of the imperial family, and the central authorities, all thanks to their unshakable wall. Thus, they had no choice but to turn a blind eye to incidents in other territories. I can't believe the house of a regional ruler fell so easily, he muttered. They weren't just some noble family, they were defenders of the pact. He realized the old rules and traditions had lost all meaning, because the rulers themselves had changed. Troubled times are upon us. You are right, my lord, Ragaz agreed. No matter how weakened the empire becomes, there must be a line. The fall of Count Ravam's family could signal the dawn of a new era. Looking out the window, he saw cloaked figures moving in the rain. Those aren't pilgrims, they're fugitives. From Ravam, under an old pact. Vlad stood with a troubled expression, wondering what to do. He was supposed to save the pilgrims, but ended up helping Mr. Rudiger. Mr. Joseph was not going to be pleased. He imagined his master's fury, thinking he might even be beaten to death for this. There was nothing he could do now. He knocked on the door. Sir, it's me. After being granted entry, he stepped into the office. Joseph was writing at his desk. You've returned a day early, he stated without looking up. Vlad confirmed it. Yes, that's how it happened. So I've heard, Joseph replied, finally looking up. I received a general report. Were you injured? Vlad shook his head. I'm fine, sir. Good, Joseph said. But from now on, be more careful. Vlad agreed. Agreeing, he promises to take care of himself. But their reaction makes him hesitate. Is everything all right? He seems to be acting normally, but then he feels the venom in their glares. It seems his assumption was wrong. He's finished.
Frustrated, Joseph mentions he's from the city of Sar. He admits he knows little of the slums there, but he'd heard that conflicts
Between factions only end when one side is completely wiped out, or forced to submit. Is that true? Vlad wonders why he's suddenly asking about this. He confirms and says that's likely the case. Joseph then presses, "Didn't you say you couldn't even send letters?" Vlad is confused, asking what he's talking about. Joseph clarifies, "I'm talking about your beloved, the one in the monastery." Vlad understands now. "She's my friend," he says. Joseph counters, "Whatever. I didn't know until now." He reveals he can't send letters to Sora, fearing someone there might get hurt. He wanted to be careful, but solving the problem requires time and effort. A man called One-Armed Jack proved useful in his own way. Vlad considers this. It must be true. After all, the moneylender had used his wealth to build connections with the powerful. Joseph rises from the table. However, he declares, "You did a fine job, proving your worth. You worked so hard for me, so I must repay you accordingly." Vlad looks up, his eyes wide with surprise. Joseph pauses, gesturing to an object. "This is a banner. It represents one's honor. In my grandfather's time, knights marched with such banners. He thought it was something he would never possess, so he appointed a knight to bear it for him." He turns, looking at Vlad. He had happily taken this role, with both hands. "You," he says, taking the banner, "deserve to carry your own. And the Bazid family guarantees it. From this day forward, he has their unwavering support. The man recognized by Lady Alicia, a vassal of my family. That is you. You must hold your head high beneath your own banner." He steps closer. "Take this, and go home. Go and destroy the people who deny you true freedom, and prevent you from returning." He stands before him with a faint smile, while Jer remains silent and stoic beside them. Vlad is deeply moved, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. Biting his lip, he thinks of it all. An unadorned sword from a girl and an old man. A name confirmed by a priest. A scarf bearing a noble lady's name. And now a banner with a family's coat of arms. These things gave a nameless boy a foundation, and he had earned every one of them. Vlad falls to one knee, bowing his head low. When he looks up, tears are streaming down his face. "My lord," he vows, "I will do as you command." Sometime later, Count Bazid sits upon his throne as pilgrims bow before him. He gazes at a large object bound in chains. So, he muses, "This is the evidence of the pact." Andreas confirms it. A dragon fragment is inside. A piece of the first dragon of perfection, defeated by the founding king. The Count watches with a calm, unreadable expression, saying nothing. Andreas bows low. "Forgive my bluntness," he says, "but House Ram was the only family in the West capable of protecting the pact." The Count
closes his eyes. "I understand. I will lend you my knights. I will help you transport the evidence as safely as I possibly
can. You are welcome as my guests while the preparations are made." Andreas bows his head in gratitude. Following this, the pilgrims cover the artifact with a white cloth. They lift it and depart from the room. Ragus speaks up. "You shouldn't worry. We had no other choice." The Count descends the stairs. "I am aware." From a Western perspective, the only other house capable of defending the pact is the ruler of the North, the Iron Duke, Tumor Baronoff. He gazes out the window, lost in thought. He knows there's nothing he can do, but that doesn't make the burden any lighter. Suddenly his eyes widen, having noticed something outside. "I have not seen such a banner in a very long time," he says. Ragus asks what he means. He steps closer, also looking out the window. I see." He's looking at the banner on the carriage Joseph had given Vlad. "It has been a long time indeed." The Count advises, "You should rest before you depart." Ragus notes, "He seems impatient." The Count muses, "He would be. I wouldn't have been patient either. A knight who is his own master. A knight banneret." He watches the carriage go. He must return to his homeland and fulfill his duty. Later in Sora, inside a decadent building, a huge crowd of men clamors outside a room. "When will she come out?" they shout. They chase my knight. She should be with me. The one with the most money decides." Inside, Marcella sits before a mirror, applying color to her lips as someone yells her name. An old woman beside her sneers. "They sound like pigs." "Come out when you're ready. You need to service as many as possible to pay off that debt." Marcella simply looks at her, her expression unreadable. The old woman catches her defiant gaze and her face hardens. She steps forward, grabbing Marcella's chin. "Let's see how long you can keep that confidence. We have plenty of time. You will be here even if your body begins to rot." A small, sly smile plays on Marcella's lips. She turns to her tormentor. "Then I wish you a long life, madam." The old woman recoils in irritation. That wretched little thing, even after everything, she hasn't changed a bit. She lets go. Just get ready and come out. Marcella places the lipstick on the table. She had risen far for someone who sells her body. It's still wonderful, isn't it? She whispers. She stands thinking, at least I am the one choosing my destiny, even if it is
The path to ruin. She leaves the room and the waiting men erupt. She's coming. We've all been waiting for you.
The moment they see her, the room explodes with joyous, hungry screams. The old woman addresses the crowd. Have you waited long? Show me your gold, all who wish to taste the honey of Sora's black rose tonight. The men shout their bids. Here 1 gold coin. Just 1, I'll give 2. Perhaps we should pool our money. We'll pay 3. Does that idiot think that'll work? I'll pay 3 gold coins alone. The old woman watches a greedy glint in her eyes. It's so amazing. From this withering flower, she would squeeze every last drop of gold and honey. One of the men screams out his offer. He's willing to pay 4 gold pieces. The old woman scoffs, finally a decent offer. But can he actually produce the coin? The men grumble in disgust. For 5 gold, they could have a month of pleasure. The madam glances at Marcella, about to speak. But a voice cuts through the noise, stunning everyone. 100 gold coins! The old woman freezes her eyes wide with disbelief. Every head in the room turns staring in shock at the figure who spoke. Slowly, the man ascends the stairs. I will pay him, he repeats, 100 gold. A chill of terror shoots down Marcella's spine. She clutches her hand, recognizing that voice. That sound. It was Godin, the sound that shattered her world that fateful night. The knight reached the top of the stairs, his presence commanding the room. Every eye was locked on him. Did you just say, the old woman stammered, 100 gold coins? The knight moved through the gawking crowd, radiating an intense, suffocating aura. They stared in awe, wondering who this powerful man could be. The knight reached the counter and asked, May I place an order? The old woman eyed his expensive attire. Even if the 100 coins were a bluff, he could surely afford 10. She starts to offer a menu, but the knight dismisses it. From beneath his hood, a familiar face emerges. It's Vlad. Even after I left, he says, I never forgot this taste. Fried sausages and black pudding hash, brown and white bread. Marcella gasps, her mind reeling. That's Jorge's usual order. He throws back his hood, his identity fully revealed. She chokes back a sob, recognizing him instantly. Her hands fly to her face as tears begin to fall. She remembers Jorge bringing him home, how she washed his wounds, the boy he became. Vlad looks at her, his voice soft. Marcella, he says, I've returned. She continues to weep as a faint smile graces his lips. But then a horrifying realization dawns on her. She leans in close, her voice a desperate whisper. You have to get out of here, one-armed Jack's men. They're everywhere. She tries to explain while the old woman watches them with cold eyes. So they know each other, she thinks. This looks serious. I need to end this before it becomes a problem. She gives a subtle nod to a group of men at a nearby table. One of them, his face a roadmap of scars, grabs his sword. The rest of his crew rises and advances on them. Marcella trembles with fear, but Vlad simply notes their approach. He turns his head slightly. Before I pay, he says, I need to settle a debt. The old woman raises an eyebrow. What debt are you talking about? His response chills her to the bone. One-armed Jack. He glares at her, his aura flaring with menace. I'm here to collect something he owes me. The men beside him are stunned into silence. One of them draws his blade. You've got a death wish, idiot, he sneers. How dare you speak the boss's name so freely? The words barely leave his lips before a line of red appears on his neck. Vlad's sword moves like lightning. He turns his gaze, locking onto the others. The wounded man collapses with a heavy thud. For a moment, the entire room is paralyzed by a shocked silence. Then the old woman lets out a piercing scream. Vlad raises a blood-soaked dagger to his lips. Be quiet, he commands. Shut your mouth and wait. After I'm done with these dogs, I'll have business with you. The old woman scrambles backward, trembling uncontrollably in pure terror. The other men draw their weapons, their faces contorted with rage.
What is this? Who the hell are you? Who sent you? Vlad glares back, his dagger held ready. Jorge. He answers, a powerful aura erupting from him. I am his last blade. The men are taken aback. What did he say? Then one of them recognizes him. Wait, I remember him, he shouts.
The blonde with blue eyes. That freak's name is Vlad. The men exchange glances. Is that really him? Wasn't he dead?
Who cares? We just hit the jackpot. Bring his head to the boss and we'll be rewarded handsomely. But if he survived until now...
He's not looking for a quick death. Vlad settles into a combat stance. Enough talk. Come at me. He looks at them with pure malice. It'll be just like last time. Try to kill me. The men recoil, stunned by his words. What's wrong with him? Is that really the same guy? He's like a bloodthirsty wolf. Vlad explodes into motion. If you won't come to me, he snarls, then I'll come to you. In an instant, he closes the distance, plunging his dagger deep into one of the thugs. He senses another man screaming, swinging a sword at his back.
But Vlad is faster spinning to parry the attack with his dagger. Immediately, more men charge him, weapons raised.
A terrifying expression twists Vlad's face as he lunges at another. One strike, one scream, one life. None of them would be leaving this place alive. His dagger becomes a blur, felling man after man.
You will pay for Marcella's tears, in blood. Meanwhile, across the city, in another dimly lit bar, Jack the boss himself sits alone draining a bottle.
He slams the empty bottle down on the table. Staring at the ceiling, he remembers Jorge. After Jorge vanished, Sora's slums became his domain. But he aimed higher, always higher. He never hesitated to steal, to betray, to walk over the corpses of his enemies to climb the ladder. But only now at the top does he understand. Life in the slums belongs only to the strong. He once believed winning was everything, but now he feels like the loser. Jorge had been the true victor, and he died. One day the same fate would claim him. Jack scrubs a hand over his weary face. His entire life could be ended by a single word from above.
Suddenly, the door bursts open. A frantic guard rushes in.
Boss, we have a problem.
Jack glares at him.
Why are you making so much noise?
We're surrounded, the guard yells. The boss looks on his expression unreadable. By who? He asks calmly. The entire slum. It's all of them. An iron net of soldiers had closed in around them. He threw open the window, his voice grim. It seems they're serious. Even more troops were positioned behind him. These were the personal guards of Sora. Panic erupted. What is this madness? Why are they doing this? We paid for months in advance. Maybe it's just a patrol? But the sheer number of them told a different story. This was an invasion. And amidst the chaos, Jack began to laugh softly. He knew this day was coming. He just never imagined it would be today. A wicked smile spread across his face. This was better. After all, watching everything crumble before his very eyes was so much more thrilling than rotting in ignorance. Not long after, the slum streets were flooded with soldiers, while one man walked with his escort.
We've received word, an underling reported. The guards have executed the order.
Vordan, banner in hand, turned to him. Are all the escape routes sealed? The man nodded nervously. Of course, we did everything in our power. Vordan's gaze hardened. Everything you could. Then why? Did you let the Count find out about this? The man paled, stammering. I have no excuse. One-armed Jack is a cunning man, that's why. A sharp cough from the Lord's representative cut him off. The man flinched, wondering who this knight was and how he could be so keenly aware of the situation in the city's slums. Trying to save face, he added, Still, since you are here, I am glad that cancerous tumor the Sora group will finally be destroyed. Vordan thought to himself, You're the real cancer here. How could a simple slum boss manage such a vast network? It was all sanctioned by this man, the so-called mayor. Obscene kickbacks were the only explanation. The signs of bribery were written all over him. The mayor then asked, So who will go inside the Beast family sent? A knight specifically for this task. He fell silent as Vordan stated flatly, He is already here. At that moment, Vlad's silhouette appeared walking toward them. There he is, Vordan said. The mayor stared in disbelief. Alone, Sir Knight, he called out. Surely nothing will happen to you. I've gathered all of Asora's guards. It is better to entrust this to them. But Vordan simply turned away from him. That will not happen. Humiliated, the mayor asked, But why do you refuse? Vordan's expression was like stone as he thought, Because Master Joseph orchestrated this entire stage. For Vlad's official debut. As Vlad drew near, Vordan asked quietly, Are you certain you can handle this? Perhaps you should take some soldiers with you. I heard there are more than 50 men in there. If you are injured, I will not be able to face Master Joseph. Vlad's expression was calm. Even if I get hurt, I will ensure it doesn't leave a scar. Vordan's face creased with worry. I told you I cannot allow that to happen. But Vlad paid him no mind. His gaze was fixed on the fortress before him. The two stood in a heavy silence as they watched it. Vordan could see the unshakable resolve in his eyes. He sighed, dissatisfied. Do you promise me that? He then presented the banner. Master Joseph asked that I give this to you, in front of everyone. And now we may begin. Vlad took the banner. I agree. He suddenly raised it high, then with a mighty roar plunged it into the earth. The banner unfurled, revealing two ancient emblems. The soldiers gasped in awe. Is that a declaration banner? I thought that tradition was forgotten. Another soldier whispered, Who is he? How did he receive that at such a young age? I heard Count Beast personally dispatch this knight. Vlad stood firm, his eyes locked on the building. He thought, From this moment, this is my land. Under the authority of these honorable names that recognize me, I will command even their very lives. Vordan opened a scroll, his voice thundering with righteous fury. Listen, you freaks of the slums, and you one-armed Jack. You must hear me. You have broken the laws of the Beast family and taken innocent lives. Therefore I, Peter Beast, rightful owner of Sora, can no longer tolerate your sins. And I have sent my confidant to deliver judgment. All rights bestowed upon him are guaranteed by me, and the Church of Faith One-Armed Jack and his accomplices must immediately open the door and allow my confidant to enter." As he finished, the soldiers slammed their weapons into the ground as one. They began to chant, "Beast, beast." The thunderous roar shook the bandits inside, filling them with dread. The soldiers cried out, "God protects the messenger. He must kill One-Armed Jack." They stood like a legion of judgment waiting for a response. Vorden closed the scroll. "Now you have the authority and the cause. You must act without hesitation." Vlad drew his blade, the steel singing in the tense air. "Thank you." He stood before the den of villains, and Vorden offered one last warning. "You must be careful." "I will," Vlad replied, continuing his silent preparations. A voice echoed in his mind. "He is likely getting ready now. Expand your field of view. The attack could come from anywhere. This fight will be completely different from any you've faced before. One of the fundamentals of combat is to seize the initiative and strike in an unpredictable way." Vlad closed his eyes, his mind flashing back. If he hadn't brought Godin that day, would Jorge still be alive? Or if One-Armed Jack had not threatened him, perhaps he would never have had to call upon Godin. He was haunted by a storm of what-ifs. But in the end, there was only one path forward. His eyes snapped open, a powerful energy erupting from him. "I must kill One-Armed Jack." He unleashed a devastating blow. The wave of energy slammed into the building, shattering its walls and shocking the bandits inside. They cried out, shielding themselves from the debris. Shards of wood and stone tore through them. Through the gaping hole he had created, Vlad entered, seeing the wounded men struggle to rise. He walked with his sword drawn, thinking, "Jack's world is devouring me. I must put an end to this here and now. I will sever this twisted connection and move forward." He stopped, his voice echoing through the ruins. "I am Vlad from Sora, authorized fiduciary and legal avenger." He advanced deeper inside. "I am here to end this feud." He raised his sword high, his voice a deafening roar. "One-Armed Jack, I have returned." Jack froze his eyes wide with disbelief as he recognized that voice. A slow, manic grin spread across his face as he rose from his chair. He began to laugh, reaching a hand to his face. He thought, "So you're the one who came to take my soul, my rising star." One of the bandits pointed his sword. "Take him!" he screamed. They all rushed forward at once. But Vlad met their charge without fear, swinging his sword in a deadly arc. His sword flashes, unleashing a devastating blow against the bandits. The sheer force sends several men flying, stunning those who dared to attack him. Vlad moves like a phantom, blurring through the crowd, felling his foes with impossibly fast strikes. One bandit lunges from behind, roaring for him to die. But Vlad senses it. He spins in a heartbeat, and his blade sings through the air, cleanly severing the man's head. The others stare in disbelief, shocked by his combat prowess. One of them stammers, "Is that really the guy we knew?" From the back of the room, a voice bellows, ordering them not to just stand there but to surround him. At that command, the bandits surge forward, their faces grim, weapons raised. They form a circle around him, preparing to strike from all sides. Someone shouts impatiently, "What are you all doing? Attack him together!" As they hesitate, the bandits tremble, realizing the truth. His swordsmanship is on another level. If they rush in blindly, they'll just be slaughtered. Someone has to be the first to fall. Vlad, his face an unreadable mask, tells them not to waste their time thinking. He swings his blade, channeling his energy into it, and declares that he'll kill every last one of them anyway. A magical trace suddenly appears on every bandit encircling him. With a hardened expression, Vlad unleashes his power. A wave of energy erupts, and all of them are grievously wounded by the single attack, crying out in agony. The remaining bandits stare in terror. One asks in a quavering voice how they could possibly stop him. From the second floor, a man drags a heavy chain, yelling for them to drop a metal net on him. They heave the chain net down at Vlad, who stands on the first floor. He sees it coming, then dashes forward in a blur, effortlessly dodging the trap. He continues his charge, evading every net they throw at him. One of the bandits screams in frustration, "Throw something at him! Don't let him get past! How can he be so fast?" Vlad finally stops gazing up at the bandits on the upper levels. They shout that he's hiding behind a pillar, and that they need to pursue him since they can't get a clear shot from there. Another yells to forget that plan and just block the stairs. That way he'll have no way up. The men on the top floor should get ready. The moment he appears, they must unleash a volley of daggers. Vlad calmly thinks to himself that these pests are causing more trouble than they're worth. A direct approach is too risky. He glances at the crowd of men guarding the stairs. One of them taunts him, saying he should try his luck if he feels confident enough. Vlad continues to assess the situation, wondering what to do. He can't keep using his aura indefinitely. His eyes then land on a thick cable wrapped around a pillar, and an idea sparks. He smirks, recalling how someone always complained to him that the curtains were too heavy, making it a chore to even walk. His cryptic words leave the bandits completely bewildered. In one swift motion, Vlad's sword slices through the cable, and the massive curtain begins to plummet. He leaps into the air, using the falling cable to propel himself upward, soaring towards the ceiling, to the absolute astonishment of everyone in the room. He then swings on the
cable, watching the shocked faces of the bandits below. With a sword in hand, he launches himself onto the balcony landing with perfect grace.
One of the men shouts, in disbelief, "He just flew up here? Men on the first floor move?" Vlad lets out a sigh, asking if this is really the best they can do. He then rushes towards the crowd of bandits, his sword a blur of motion. They charge back, yelling that they have to capture him. A bandit swings his sword, but Vlad dodges the attack with contemptuous ease, leaving the man stunned. Vlad's counterstrike is instant and lethal. He cuts down man after man, and their
screams of pain fill the air. He thinks to himself that their blades are sharp, but their movements are hopelessly clumsy. After felling another bandit, Vlad considers that
Sir Jagger's wooden practice sword is far more dangerous than these thugs. He sighs, feeling a hint of fatigue as he glances down. A sudden sound snaps his attention, his eyes widening in surprise. He instinctively dodges, just as an arrow smashes into the wall beside his head. The archer calls him a damn rat. One of the bandits yells, "Fire! Don't let him reach the stairs!" Immediately, a hail of arrows rains down on him from multiple archers. Vlad begins to run forward, weaving through the deadly projectiles. His eyes lock onto a target. He vaults over the railing and leaps to the other side, grabbing onto the massive chandelier in the center of the hall. It swings wildly, making it impossible for the archers to get a clean shot. Then, with a look of intense focus, he launches himself from the chandelier onto the balcony, taking down the archers with a few lightning-fast strikes. The remaining soldiers are stunned by his incredible feat. Vlad continues his slow, deliberate advance and asks if they were expecting him, because he was on his way, regardless of all the commotion. The bandits just stare back, their faces a mixture of shock and fear. Vlad casually picks up a teapot from a nearby table and drinks its contents. He then tosses it to the floor, where the remaining liquid spills out. Wiping his mouth with his hand, he asks if he should come to them, or if they'll finally muster the courage to face him. He must, after all, collect his
payment for them squatting in his house for so long. The bandits are dumbfounded by his words, watching him in stunned silence.
Vlad starts walking forward, thinking that one-armed Jack must have believed this was his territory now. A fatal miscalculation. This place is the Smile of the Rose, his nest. Elsewhere in the city, Harvin sits in his office, his face a mask of frustration. He sighs, muttering that one-armed Jack has lost his mind. Even common market thugs know better than this. What is he supposed to do when the man robs people so brazenly in the open? He reflects that after Jorge's death, Jack became a completely different person.
Before, he would bleed his debtors dry, but he never pushed them past the point of no return. Now, he sees no hope at all. Within a few
short months, the entire economy of the lanes had completely collapsed. Harvin fumes, wondering how he can possibly report that someone has stolen such a massive amount of their contraband. Suddenly, the door to his office bursts open. A young man calls his name and asks if he's heard the news. The lanes are on lockdown. Harvin looks up, asking what he's talking about. "Who blocked the streets?" he demands. The young man shouts that it's people from Sora. They've come to capture one-armed Jack. Sora's personal guard has them completely surrounded. Harvin grits his teeth, his hand covering his face in frustration. Apparently, one-armed Jack had finally crossed the line. He couldn't just stand by. If left unchecked, the alleys would run red with blood. His subordinate asks, "Wasn't he close to you?" "I mean Vlad," the man clarifies. Harvin lowers his hand, his eyes sharp. "Why bring him up now?" The man explains that a blonde was seen with the new arrivals from Sua. Harvin scoffs. Is he the only blonde in the world? He called himself Vlad of Sora. Harvin's pen freezes mid-stroke. He snaps his head up and demands, "Are you serious?" The subordinate nods. "I also heard he just planted his banner right in front of the Rose's Smile." Noticing his boss's hand trembling, he asks, "Sir, are you all right?" Harvin's mind raced with the rumors he'd heard. A young vassal of Bazid who awakened his aura during a duel of honor. A prodigy who'd accomplished the incredible feat of hunting a deathworm. Grabbing his cane, he thinks, what if it's all true? With a grim look, he storms from the office, determined to see for himself. At that very moment, Vlad is a whirlwind of steel. He leaps into action, his sword swinging with deadly purpose, felling a bandit in a single fluid motion. More thugs swarm him, one lunging for his back. "You die now!" he screams. But Vlad pivots in a flash, his blade severing the man's leg with a clean arc. A dagger flies from his hand, finding its home in another bandit's skull. The remaining men charge forward, their war cries filling the air. Vlad becomes a blur, carving a path straight through their ranks. He moves like a phantom, each swift strike leaving a defeated enemy in his wake. Jack observes the massacre through his aura, completely captivated. His movements are simply breathtaking, he thinks. Such raw talent, such effortless will. He's a true monster. Vlad faces the man who first tried to kill him. a chilling smile playing on his lips. With all that time you had, he mocks you could have fixed your teeth. The man can only gurgle, his body shaking in agony. Vlad yanks his sword free. You won't be needing this anymore. With the last man down, Vlad stands tall. Nameless states, that should be enough. Vlad nods in agreement. It seems so. He couldn't perfectly recreate the scene from that day, but bringing this conflict to its inevitable end was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Jack sits in silence, his eyes closed, waiting. The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs breaks the quiet. His eyes snap open just as Vlad pushes through the door. Drenched in the blood of his enemies, Vlad enters the room sword in hand. With a gaze as cold as ice, he announces to the boss, I'm here. Without turning, Jack remarks, the rising star himself, welcome. He slides a glass of liquor down the bar. Care for a drink? He finally turns to face Vlad, taking in the bloody spectacle. Jack sighs with a smirk. I see you're not one for pleasantries. He stares at his own reflection in the glass. Vlad of Sora. He downs the alcohol in one gulp. I'd heard the rumors, but I never truly believed them. After finishing his drink, he sets the glass down with a cough. I should have dealt with you much sooner. He turns to Vlad. I assume you've already killed the manager. He rises from his chair and lets out a laugh. I'm just glad someone I know finished the job. I kept putting him on the back burner, not wanting the hassle. As Jack speaks, his hand drifts to the hilt of his sword.
A powerful crimson aura erupts around him. With a wide, menacing smile, he declares, however, I despise uncertainty.
Vlad's eyes are locked on his foe. Depravity. A world that feeds on its own. The overwhelming awe he once felt is completely gone. He readies his stance, a new certainty burning within him. This world is no longer big enough to contain me. He and Jack stare each other down in silence for a few more seconds. With that same cold expression, Vlad declares, I'm coming. Jack's grin widens. By all means. Vlad surges forward. You were once an insurmountable wall, but this is the last time I'll grant you that respect. He unleashes a devastating strike, which Jack barely manages to block. The sheer force of the blow pushes Jack back, a flash of shock on his face. He roars, channeling his strength to throw Vlad off. But Vlad lands perfectly, and in the next instant he's rushing back in. He strikes again, but Jack parries. The lane's way of speaking is truly without mercy. Vlad brings his sword down with crushing force. Jack raises his blade to block, but the immense impact drives him down to one knee. He struggles to hold the position, both their hands trembling from the strain. With a furious roar, Jack finally deflects the blow. The sudden move stuns his opponent. Incredible! Jack bellows, launching his own furious assault. The rising star who once held a wooden sword has been reborn as a monster. It's clear now. I must be at least your equal to return the favor. Vlad weathers the storm of blows, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. Jack looks at him with a wide smile. Your progress is truly admirable. He drifts into his memories. He remembers his own dream, a dream to grasp the shining stars no matter what it took. He needed power, so he sought even more strength, more blood. He did whatever it took, climbing to the very top of the slums. But why? Why couldn't he get any closer? Even as those stars became tarnished by blood and greed, they were still the same stars he yearned for. He shields his eyes from a sudden blinding light. Through the glare, he sees Vlad's sword raised high, emanating that brilliant glow. What is that? In that moment, searing pain. His hand is severed. A final realization dawns on him. To grasp something that shines, you must first become worthy of shining yourself. Vlad stands over him, radiating an immense, powerful aura. Jack's severed hand, still clutching his sword, clatters to the floor. He presses his hook to the bleeding stump, a raw scream of agony tearing from his throat. Vlad looks down, his aura fading as he catches his breath, exhausted. Jack grits his teeth against the pain, and then begins to laugh. That's it, he cackles madly. I hope Jorge is watching this model. Enraged by a reflection of his own past, he swings his sword, roaring for the man to be silent. His blade strikes with righteous fury, fueled by the thought that this man deserves no forgiveness. He was an accomplice in Jorge's murder, the one who stole the Rose's smile. He stabs again and again, his mind screaming that this monster sold out Marcel and deserves a miserable end. Blood erupts from countless wounds as Jack shrieks in agony. He thrusts with his hook, laughing wildly. What a beautiful day, he cackles. We should open every barrel of rum and throw a party. A crazed, wide grin splits his face. I climbed higher than you ever could. Vlad's sword flashes as he shouts, I told you to shut your mouth. Their weapons collide in a deafening crash, throwing them both backward. With eyes locked, they measure each other, their emotions worlds apart, both preparing for the final clash. Vlad raises his sword, his expression a mask, of deadly focus, ready to charge. Jack pulls back his hook, a manic smile plastered on his face as he rushes forward. They meet in a maelstrom of steel, and with every successful strike, blood paints the air. But Jack's hook fails to find its mark. while Vlad's sword pierces straight through him. Jack manages a faint smile, thinking this might be better. Instead of being crushed by a colossal world like Shorhei, it's better to be trampled by a young world, one fighting to rise even higher. Vlad stares down at him, his face, an unreadable stone carving. What are your last words? Jack gently strokes his own head with his hook. A small smile plays on his lips. You did great. His eyes begin to fade as he murmurs, time for me to rest. Vlad watches in grim silence, saying nothing. He pulls his sword free, and Jack stumbles back, clutching the gushing wound in his stomach. Blood pours between his fingers. This is enough, he gasps. He raises his head, a final smile gracing his lips. I lived like a villain, but it was still a rush, wasn't it? Even in the end, he was overcome by a shining new world, he says with a booming laugh. I did it! Jack stumbles back against the railing, raising his hook to the sky as blood streams down his body. He screams Jorge's name, shouting, I had a spectacular time! With those final words, he begins to topple over the balcony, his eyes locked on Vlad. He plummets to the first floor with a look of pure bliss on his face, utterly silent. Vlad hears the sickening thud from below. He looks at the spot where Jack once stood, thinking that revenge is supposed to be sweet. It had to be done, but then, what is this bitter taste in his mouth? He turns his gaze, falling
Upon the glass Jack left on the bar. He walks over, picks up the forgotten drink, and downs it in one go, followed by a heavy sigh. Vlad looks down, a shadow of sadness crossing his face as Jack's taunt echoes in his mind. I climbed higher than you. He continues to stare at the bar, lost in thought.
He places a few coins on the counter. This is for the drink, he tells the owner. Take it back. He leaves the room muttering, a knight should only take what he has paid for. As he exits, he thinks, this is the smile of a rose, a place where travelers like water never stay for long. Vlad looks down at the fallen Jack.
Today, a single frozen drop of water flowed out of this world and left endless ripples in the world of a young boy.
Meanwhile, outside Vorden thinks, it's terrifyingly quiet. What happened in there? He then spots a lone figure slowly emerging from the building. It's Vlad. He walks steadily toward the soldiers, completely drenched in the blood of the bandits he slaughtered. Vorden stares, his mouth agape with utter disbelief.
He's about to speak, but freezes when he meets Vlad's terrifyingly grim gaze. The boy's very presence struck a deep
fear into the hearts of every soldier. They could not utter a single word. They stared, whispering amongst themselves. Is all that blood? I can't even process this.
Did he really defeat over 50 men, all by himself? It was impossible to believe, even seeing it with their own eyes. They were
completely outmatched. Vorden looks on, utterly stunned. This wasn't respect he was feeling. It was closer to pure fear. Vlad glares at them, his eyes filled with exhaustion and disgust, breathing heavily from the battle. Everyone before him remains paralyzed by shock, unable to break the heavy silence. With the same grim expression, he simply turns and walks away. Vlad continues his slow, heavy trek down the city street when he hears a voice call his name.
He turns, his expression vacant, looking toward the sound. It's Harvin.
Vlad! Harvin shouts. Over here, it's me! Vlad stares in his direction, indifference clouding his eyes as he repeats the name, trying to place it. Harvin stands in the crowd of soldiers, waving frantically and calling out to him. Suddenly, recognition dawns. Vlad's eyes widen in genuine surprise as he whispers Harvin's name. Vorden notices the interaction. It seems they know each other, he commands. Let him through, that's. Soldiers obey, parting the way as Harvin slowly walks toward him. He and Vlad just stare at one another, a silent, stunned moment passing between them. Harvin finally breaks the silence, taking in the blood-soaked figure. Are you okay? A weary smile finally appears on Vlad's face. He lets his sword fall, whispering, It's really you. He steps forward, wrapping his arms around his friend, his voice breaking. Everything hurts so much. Harvin looks at him, alarmed. What's wrong? What happened? Vlad, with his eyes closed and a faint smile, simply says, I finally feel like I'm back. The next morning in a quiet house, Vlad wakes with a grimace, muttering, I just can't get used to this. He looks out the window. Is it because the view isn't the slums? Gerda enters the room. Captain, are you awake? You should try to get more rest. Vlad turns to him. It's hard to lie still. My whole body aches. What is it? Gerda approaches with a wide, kind smile. I brought you some water to freshen up. Vlad eyes him with suspicion. Something's not right. What are you up to? Gerda looks baffled by the question. What are you talking about? I've always been this way. But in his mind, he thinks the captain's connections are starting to pay off. It'll be hard to sit still now. I didn't follow him just to watch him become Bee's groom. Vlad stares at him, thinking, I see right through. He's definitely plotting something, he says aloud. You don't need to be afraid. As long as you do your job well, I will take care of you. Gerda looked startled by this. Do you really promise? Vlad raises an eyebrow. Perhaps you'd prefer I do something else if you can't trust me? Gerda's face lights up. No, not at all.
Of course, his trust is absolute. Sir Vorden requested his presence the moment he awoke. Excellent news. Vlad thinks his mind already racing. There is much to discuss.
Sometime later, in a room overflowing with a grand feast, Vlad stares with wide-eyed disbelief. A man could die from eating all this, he exclaims. Vorden, with a weary sigh, retorts that he'd rather die if he doesn't eat it. He gestures to the mountains of scrolls piled high. I must review every document, but they are endless. One-armed Jack's influence ran deeper than anyone imagined. I understand, Vlad says quietly. He was born in these slums, he grew up here, and he ruled them. Vorden sighs in frustration. Uprooting all of this will take time. By the way, what are your plans now? The aftermath must be handled, but your main job here is done. Vlad admits he doesn't know. Vorden explains that until Mr. Joseph arrives, he is officially on standby. He could, however, help with the work. But how Vlad asks. I know little about documents. Vorden simply produces a scroll. He smirks. Did you really think I was unaware? Vlad takes the document, his eyes scanning the text. The captain of the guard, a representative of the authorities. Vorden's smile turns cunning. It's the right to make arrests. Essentially, it's a piece of paper that lets you beat people up within reason.
Mr. Joseph wants to use this chance to cleanse the slums, to pull out the weeds and plant worthy seeds. This is the next stage of the master's plan.
And you are the right man for the job. After all, you know these slums better than anyone. Vlad concedes. That sounds logical. Vorden waves a hand. Chumche. No need to start immediately. For now, go relax, meet some old friends. You could even bring a girl. Vlad's expression darkens as he replies. I already told you, she is just my friend.
Vorden continues eating unfazed. I've requested a visit to the monastery. I thought they would grant it immediately.
But we've been asked to wait a couple of days. I'll let you know as soon as there's news. Vlad thanked him for his efforts. He understood. Vorden was more attentive than he expected. He hadn't even needed to ask. But there was something else. Are one-armed Jack's remaining henchmen in the prison? Vorden nods. We arrested every last one. They were everywhere. Vlad asks, can I get in there? Why do you need to go to the prison? Vorden asks. With a grave expression, Vlad states, there's something I need to find out, and if they aren't there, we'll tear apart the entire slums if I must. Later at the prison, a guard informs him Jack's henchmen are in the far section. Vlad thanks him. Thanks. The guard lets him pass. As he walks the cold corridor, inmates in their cells take notice. Whispers begin to spread. Is that him? Is that his dagger? It can't be. He's Bezid's chosen one. Why else would he come here? One prisoner's eyes widen in terror. Does that mean he came to find all of us who attacked Rose's smile and get revenge? At that moment, Vlad stops before their cage, his silent gaze chilling them to the bone. The prisoners are paralyzed by his presence. They look at him with absolute, overpowering fear, scrambling away from the bars to the back of the cell. Vlad's expression remains impassive. His cold eyes scan the crowd, finally locking onto a figure cowering in the rear. So there you are, he says. It's so dark in here, it's hard to notice someone squatting in the corner. Startled, the figure slowly raises his head and looks at him. Vlad says, give me 40 silver pieces and I will release you. He remembers Odor the boy who helped him escape the city and speaks his name. A genuine smile finally appears on his face. He remembers the dark-skinned boy shunned even in the slums who had never lost his light even among mountains of garbage. Sometime after at this monastery, several nuns are peering out a window in anticipation. Suddenly they spot him and cry out, he is here! Vlad is walking towards the monastery, a carriage following close behind him. He is wonderful and so handsome, one nun says. That blonde hair and those blue eyes, another adds. He is definitely a vassal of Bezid. Didn't they say a knight would come today? Has he already been knighted? Perhaps. There are many rumors. Why else would the headmistress herself be escorting him? And look at the people following him. Would local dignitaries trail after a simple vassal like that? I'm sure he donated a lot of money. Just to get closer to Bezid. It's no wonder the headmistress bought so much wine. Xena stands nearby, quietly observing. A woman enters unexpectedly, startling the three girls at the window. She asks loudly, her face a mask of disapproval. Why are you wasting time here? Haven't you heard that an important guest arrives today? The three nuns bow, agreeing as one promises that everything will be ready soon. The dissatisfied woman leaves, ordering them to move as the service will begin shortly. Immediately after the three nuns turn to Xena. Redhead, one sneers. We were scolded because you were standing idle. Xena ignores them and apologizes. The three nuns leave. One asks, did you hear her? We need to hurry. We'll go on ahead, you should come when you are finished. Xena agrees. As they leave, another says that they need to stand in the front row. Later in the main hall, Vlad stands before the assembled nuns with the headmistress beside him. She announces, "Today we have a special guest who comes from the boss family. Father Andreas himself has vouched for him." The nuns with reddened faces look at him. They whisper quietly, "His father personally vouched for him, and he is supported by Bizid. He's like a fairy tale knight." Vlad looks around, saying nothing. The girls continue to blush as they watch him. "He looked this way," one gasps quietly. "I think our eyes met." Vlad pays them no attention, thinking only, "I don't see her." He asks for all the nuns to be gathered. The woman next to him says that now they must pray. Vlad gets down on one knee and begins to pray. With his hands on his forehead, the nuns watched him in silent admiration. Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed through the corridor. It was Xena. Vlad heard it, and the barest hint of a smile touched his lips. She peeked through the door, breathing heavily, her chest heaving with exhaustion. A wave of relief washed over her. She thought with a joyful heart that the service hadn't ended yet. As Seema joined the other nuns, Vlad slowly rose to his feet, his eyes locked onto her. He said nothing, his gaze fixed on her. But a ray of sunlight obscured her face, hiding her from his view. He squinted, trying to see her more clearly, and his expression instantly darkened. A look of pure disgust twisted his features. He turned away sharply, an action that didn't escape the nun beside him. She approached with a worried expression, asking if something was the matter. Without turning back, Vlad's voice was cold as ice. "She's too thin. Have you been feeding her at all?" The nun was utterly bewildered by his question. She opened her mouth to ask, but Vlad's fist clenched in raw fury. He seethed, furious that he couldn't even do as he pleased. His hand fell to the hilt of his sword as he began to move. He walked with a slow, deliberate menace toward Xena. Every nun in the hall watched in silence, their eyes following his every step. He finally stopped before her, his gaze piercing and severe. Xena looked up at him, bewildered. "Is this Vlad?" The man she remembered was nothing like this. This person felt like a stranger. Her gaze fell utterly disheartened. "It can't be him." Suddenly, Vlad let out a furious roar that startled her to her core. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide with fear as she asked, "What is it?" He stared down at Xena's exhausted, pale face. His gaze then drifted lower, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Her arms were a tapestry of ugly bruises, and her skirt was... The sheer filth covering her ignites a dark fury in Vlad's eyes. His jaw tightens as he drops to a knee. He inspects her grimy skirt, his voice low and dangerous. "What is this? Are you completely insane?" The onlooking nuns gasp in shock, whispering amongst themselves. Could it be they actually know each other? Vlad's sharp gaze cuts to them. "Do you not feed her? Or even wash her clothes?" For Xena, time itself seems to stop. The realization hits her like a physical blow. It's really him. Her entire body begins to tremble uncontrollably. Hesitantly, her trembling hand reaches for him. Her fingers brush against his hair, a desperate need to confirm he's real. But Vlad's focus remains fixed below his face, a mask of cold fury, as he scrubs at the filth on her skirt. He feels the dampness of tears landing on his cloak. "You will answer me," he commands, his voice firm. He finally lifts his gaze, and their eyes lock. Xena bites her lip hard, a silent battle against her emotions. The dam breaks. Tears of pure, unadulterated joy stream down her face. A cold rage settles deep within Vlad's heart. He finally understands the hell she must have endured in this monastery. He rises to his full height. "That's enough crying. We're leaving this wretched place." He takes her hand firmly in his. As she tries to wipe her endless tears, he speaks again. "We're going home." Home. To a girl who never had one, the word was a forgotten dream. 2 street orphans without parents or a place to belong. Vlad pulls her into an embrace as she finally collapses against him. She sobs with overwhelming joy, clutching his clothes desperately. They were the only family each other ever had. Sometime later, inside a carriage, she tightly grips the small fabric bundle containing her things. With both hands, she squeezes the cloth, her knuckles turning white. She raises her head, a worried expression clouding her features. Vlad watches her, his own face a calm sea. "What is it?" he asks gently. Xena opens her mouth to speak, but he cuts her off. "Why are you staring at me?" Her words catch in her throat. Vlad's gaze remains cold, unreadable. He waits for her answer in absolute silence. Xena quickly hides her crimson face behind her, hands thinking how much he's truly changed. Noticing her discomfort, Vlad turns away. He gazes out the window and asks if she's truly this flustered, even though it's only been 6 months. They drive on wrapped in a heavy silence. After a few moments, Xena calms herself. She dares to look up at his profile again, thinking he now carries the air of an aristocrat. Then her gaze falls to her own, tattered, filthy rags. A wave of shame washes over her. As her head sinks low, Vlad's sharp voice cuts through the air, startling her. Before she can utter a word, he places a sweet candy in her mouth. His expression is steady as he says, "This isn't like you. Eat this and get yourself together." And get... Xena chews slowly. "What is this?" Vlad replies flatly. "Caramel. A knight I know gave it to me." She asks where he got something so expensive. "You didn't steal it, did you?" He leans back casually. "Think whatever you want." Xena lowers her gaze, hiding a small joyful smile. But Vlad, with one eye slightly open, sees the tear that escapes and trails down her cheek. He sees her shoulders begin to tremble. Flustered, he asks, "Why are you crying again?" Xena furiously wipes her face with her hands. "You're too late," she cries out. Before Vlad can comfort her, she turns away, consumed by her tears.
With a flicker of irritation, he leans back looking out the window and muttering, "The weather is great today." No matter where a person is born,
Every soul is worthy of a star in their heart. However, releasing that star back to the sky is another story entirely. The blacksmith stares at the
dying embers crackling in his furnace. He thinks they look just like him, fading away uselessly without achieving a single thing. He rises from his chair.
He needs to close up. Lately, not even beggars came to his forge. Stepping outside his gaze falls on the sword he made hanging on its stand. "I wonder how that boy is doing," he muses, remembering Vlad. He was such an adorable and pathetic child. The blacksmith turns away, closing his eyes, hoping the boy
Hasn't frozen to death. At that very moment, a familiar voice calls out, "Are you closing up already?" The blacksmith agrees, telling him to come.
back tomorrow. "I can't," Vlad insists. "I'll be busy. It has to be today." With a calm expression, the blacksmith asks what business someone from the slums could possibly have. Vlad replies, "I need this sword repaired. It's been neglected for far too long." The old man is stunned by his words. Vlad holds out the blade with a faint smile. "The other blacksmith said they couldn't fix it. They said you're the only one who can handle this." The blacksmith stares at him, utterly speechless. Vlad continues to present the sword, his gaze unwavering. "So, will you be able to do it?" The blacksmith is shaken.
From his stupor. "Wait, of course I can do it." He motions him inside. "Come in, sit down." Vlad hands him the sword and
The old blacksmith's eyes widened in disbelief. He drew the blade, its steel humming. "Magnificent," he breathed, tracing the history etched into the metal. "This scar here? Where did it come from?" Vlad glanced at the deep notch. "A goblin hunt last winter. The sword and I were still getting acquainted." The blacksmith pointed to other nicks, each with a story. Vlad told him everything, even about his role as bait for a deadly deathworm. "The blade scraped the earth as I lured it in." Awe filled the old man's face. This wasn't just a sword. It was a chronicle of heroic battles. Monster hunts and duels were honorable deeds, even clashing with the remnants of a fallen dragon. He felt a surge of pride for the sword's wielder, so unlike himself who had wasted away in the slums. Vlad had shouldered his duty with courage. A thunderous laugh erupted from the old man. "This is more thrilling than my greatest creation. Wait right here. I'm going to reforge this masterpiece." He pumped the bellows, and the forge roared to life with a furious explosive heat. The old man's passion, dormant for so long, had finally been reignited. The star that had lost its light was now burning brighter than ever. Meanwhile, down at the pier, Harvin, bottle in hand, casually asked about the deed. "The certificate for the Smile of a Rose, one-armed Jack's place. You have it now." Vlad offered a faint smirk. "It was a fair exchange." Harvin chuckled. "So you playing tavern owner now?" "Not exactly," Vlad replied. "I returned it to Marcella. It's closed for now, but that will change soon." "Ah, that explains this bloodbath," Harvin mused. "So what's next? Heading back to Sua?" "I'm staying," Vlad said with a hint of a smile. "I'm on reserve duty for now." Harvin grinned. "Look at you dutifully following the orders of a noble house."
"They asked for a small favor in my downtime," Vlad clarified. "To look into the hidden assets of one-armed Jack."
Nor anything else his crew might have missed. That money-grubbing rat was digging holes everywhere. "I could help with that," Harvin offered. Vlad looked him straight in the eye. "Of course, but whiskey isn't free, you know that, right?" He then shifted topics. "It seems Marcella is looking for the other girls. They've probably been sold off by now." Harvin sighed. "But they have to be somewhere nearby." He paused, thinking. "Wait, you need to find the Golden Girls too. Could the two cases be connected?" Vlad's expression soured. "Sounds like a headache. I did some digging, but the trail went cold." He recalled a face. "There was one named Anna, and a few others." "You're right, that is strange," Harvin agreed. "There should have been tracks, some kind of trail. One-armed Jack did a lot to claw his way out of the slums, but this doesn't feel like his style. I'll look into it, but my crew's been cut down, so I can't promise much." Just then, Odor approached them. "Vlad," he called out, getting their attention. "I checked that location, found something suspicious." As Vlad rose to his feet, he waved goodbye. "I've got to run." Harvin waved back. "If I find anything, I'll let you know immediately." As Vlad departed, Harvin muttered, "He just got back." And he's already back in the thick of it. A short while later, Vlad arrived at a butcher shop. While Odor stood guard at the door, he showed a note to the owner.
The man scanned the paper, his eyes lingering on the names written there. So, who are these people? He grunted. I thought you might have seen them, Vlad stated calmly. The butcher scoffed. Why look for people in a butcher shop? I don't deal in human meat. Vlad's gaze hardened. Is that so? I'm busy, the man snapped, turning away. Stop wasting my time with this nonsense. Get out. With a thunderous thwack, his cleaver slammed into a slab of meat. Vlad scanned the area. Has this always been a butcher shop? 6 months ago, this place was something else. The butcher kept chopping, his back turned. Ask the black bear about it. I have his permission. Vlad's mind raced. The black bear. One of the 5 heads of the slums. He's trying to scare us off with a big name. Too bad for him. I'll be sure to ask him, Vlad said, his voice dangerously smooth. But I am curious. How did you know there were names on that note? When you show a note to someone from the slums, their first reaction is anger. Learning to read is a luxury here. This guy slipped up. He was no local. Instead of human meat, you sell humans. Isn't that right? A tense silence filled the shop as the butcher froze, his cleaver held high. He spun around, launching a wild punch, but Vlad ducked under it with ease, creating distance and watching his opponent's every move. Who the hell are you? The man roared, his face contorted with rage. A sly smile played on Vlad's lips. I was about to ask you the same thing. Cooperate and this can end without bloodshed. The man just snarled in response. Good, Vlad grinned. This is more like the slums I know. He drew a dagger from his back. Odor, close the door. His expression turned deadly serious. The shop is closed for the day. Sometime later, Vlad casually wiped blood from his dagger. How did he even set up shop here? Odor, sitting nearby, replied, It's not surprising. There have been a lot of outsiders lately. One armed Jack let this place go to hell. So he's the one who created this mess? Vlad asked. He changed. After that day, Odor said cryptically. Vlad's mind flashed back to the interrogation. The so-called butcher with a dagger in his gut had confessed, I'm just a simple rent collector. The traders know the details. Who would have thought, Vlad mused, that human trafficking was happening so openly in the slums? At first I had no reason to get involved, but they've sunk their roots far too deep. Well, we have a lead, he said aloud. Things should start moving. The higher-ups can probably handle the rest, Odor commented. Suddenly Ned came sprinting towards them, shouting their names. He skidded to a halt, breathless. I found out what you asked. I saw a couple of them. Vlad handed him a freshly grilled kebab. Good work. This is for you. Ned's eyes lit up at the sight of food. So what did the children see? Vlad pressed. Taking the skewer, Ned began to speak. The brunette. Her name's Anna. The kids saw her get into a fancy carriage about a month ago, one they'd never seen around here before. Just as I suspected Vlad thought. So she was sold and taken somewhere else. She suddenly recalls a chilling piece of gossip. There was something strange, she began, and asked if they were all Ned. He confirms it, whispering that their stomachs were grotesquely bloated. A chilling detail. Why would anyone harm pregnant? Odor turns away from his brother, disgust clear on his face. What is wrong with you? He demands. But Vlad doesn't answer, lost in a horrifying thought. The fact that Anna was pregnant was shocking enough. But to think there are people who would sell an expectant mother, that's monstrous even for the slums. This should never be happening. A chilling memory suddenly resurfaces. The monster that attacked Joseph in winter. An image from the girl's memories flashes before his eyes. Nameless warns him that he must learn to heed his own visions. If he doesn't, the dreadful future he saw will become reality. Vlad grinds his teeth, praying it isn't so. But a nagging thought tells him, it would be foolish not to prepare. Later, in an office laden with a feast, Vorden asks if he's sensed any unusual activity. Vlad confirms he has, and then requests a leave of absence. Vorden, mid-bite, reminds him, weren't you the one I just assigned to handle? One-armed Jack. Vorden admits he's stunned. Vlad dealt with him so quickly. How can you need rest already? You just finished sorting papers. Is this matter so critical? That it can't wait a day or two. Vlad's reply is grim. It probably is. A serious look crosses Vorden's face. Think carefully. Are we talking about an approaching crisis? Vlad asks if it's beyond his authority, perhaps a matter for the mayor. That's not what I meant, Vorden says. He gazes out the window, thinking to himself. He barely secured this vacation. He won't waste it on work. But then his eyes spot a procession of carriages thundering toward them. Did they decide to pressure me from all sides? Jurger gallops at the head of the column. They weren't expected for another 2 days. Moments later, as the knights and carriages halted. Filling the street, Joseph emerges. His expression is utterly calm. The mayor rushes forward with an enormous fake smile. What an incredible honor! That you've graced us with your visit. Joseph walks right past him. Has everything been peaceful? Of course, Vorden interjects. It must have been a difficult journey for you. Joseph's eyes narrow. Are you sure nothing has happened? His gaze then shifts to Vlad, who stands silently beside them, A worried look etched on his face. His stare deepens. So that means something did happen. He strides toward the building. We'll talk inside. After a moment, the mayor gestures to a door. This is my office, please right this way. But before they can enter, Jurger steps forward. I'll inspect it first. The mayor sputters indignantly. How rude do you think I'd hide something to harm Master Joseph? Jurger turns his face a mask of cold fury. That's for me to decide, he growls. The embarrassed mayor backpedals. There's nothing suspicious, I swear. But if you still don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Joseph turns to Vlad. Well done. Surprised by the praise Vlad gives his thanks. Joseph continues to study him. Is this what you wanted to tell me? Vlad hesitates. I feel like I might be causing a panic over nothing. It's all right, you can tell me. I thought I needed help, but it's probably better to ask the mayor about it. Joseph thinks. His training paid off. He knows how to pick the right moment, after all being part of the family. Doesn't automatically grant you power. You made the right decision, he says aloud. Jurger returns. Master, the room is secure. Joseph steps inside and declares, You have a fine office. He walks to the window. And a beautiful view of Sora. The mayor eagerly agrees. Yes, everything is clear from here. Joseph touches the grand chair. This needs to be replaced. It's too flashy. The mayor is confused. What do you mean, what's wrong with my chair? Then a shocking realization dawns on him. Sir, what are you trying to say? Joseph calmly sits down in that very chair. You may continue, he says. Tell me what you were going to report to the new mayor of Sora. Sometime later, Vlad navigates the slums. The very smell makes him sick. It's never easy to be here. He thinks the oldest and most difficult lane of the slums, the most terrible part of the backstreets. It reeks of blood and countless other foul smells. He turns and looks down an alley where a large crowd is gathered. Vlad studies the people and thinks, you can see it in their gaze. They live side by side with death. No wonder even one-armed Jack avoided this place. This was to be expected. They stop at a building. Pork Butcher's Alley, he says. He approaches the door and knocks firmly. A man on the other side opens a small window. Who is it? You probably already know, Vlad replies coldly. They've been watched since entering the slum. The man slams the window shut. You'll have to wait, Nameless speaks in his mind. He's trying to get on your nerves. But Vlad remains perfectly calm. He thinks to himself, before I would have ignored such disrespect. That attitude seemed normal. But now the honor of many is associated with my name. He raises his head silently looking at the sky. Vlad steals his resolve. He cannot close his eyes to this any longer. After a long wait, he and Oder still stand motionless. The man finally opens the door. You can come in. But Vlad continues to stand silently, in place with his eyes closed. The man doesn't understand. What's wrong? Why don't you come in? Oder looks at him with a slightly worried expression. He says nothing. The man becomes irritated. If you're not coming in, then leave. As he goes to shut the door, Vlad speaks with a very serious tone. If you close that door, I am not responsible for the consequences. The man looks at him blankly. What did you say? Vlad takes the banner from Oder's hands. You asked for this. He thrusts the banner into the ground. He identifies himself, his voice ringing out. Under? The honorable names that have vouched for me. I will take advantage of the rights granted to me. Go and tell the Black Bear to come out and meet with the full representative of Based. He's heard the news, hasn't he? He knows what happens when I erect this banner. He must take this seriously. This is my last act of mercy. Sometime later, the former mayor exits the building and approaches his carriage, turning to the building with tears in his eyes. He sees Joseph standing in his old office looking out at the city. Joseph looks down and thinks, I didn't mean to feel compassion, but I realize that I still do. Jurger says, he's just paying for his crimes. Given all the revealed corruption in the administration, he cannot escape.
Punishment in Sutram. That's probably true, Joseph replies. I simply feel guilty that my actions resulted in his punishment. By the way, what did the Black Bear say?
Vlad, standing behind him, reports, he said that he would cooperate with all his might. Apparently everything went smoothly, although it seemed to me that he was quite stubborn. Probably a common past helped us find a common language. Joseph thinks I doubt it was that simple. After all, he runs his entire operation on fear. It must have been a difficult position for him acting in unfamiliar territory, but he handled it perfectly. Still, Joseph's ambition to raise him wasn't just about swordsmanship. He aimed to forge him into a sophisticated knight. He turns, acknowledging his master's intentions. Joseph observes the figures gathered in his office. 5 knights, 1 magician, 10 administrative staff, and loyal elite soldiers, and of course 1 student. These were his vassals, their fates now intertwined with his own. If he triumphed as the next family head, they would all rise. But if he failed, they would all fall with him. For everyone here, Joseph was their cornerstone. He declares that from this moment, his focus will be on the smooth governance of this city. He would try his best, but first, something else demanded his attention. He knew he wasn't ready to face the darkness that had seeped into every corner of Sora, but one could never be truly prepared. If he had only struggled until now, from this point on he had to move forward. This might be his last chance. That's why he announced he was entrusting this task to Sir Gregory. He was to select a team and begin the investigation. Gregory bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for being trusted with such a critical mission. Joseph watched him, thinking that Gregory was a knight who remained neutral, even within the family. He wouldn't be blinded by the conflict between brothers, and he wouldn't fail. Though not strictly his man, he was the best choice for this task.
Gregory stated that the nature of their mission would require extensive tracking. For that, he wanted to work with Sir Cade, whose surveillance skills were second to none.
He then turned his gaze, landing on Vlad. With a slight smile, he addressed the rising star, telling him that he was counting on his strength. Sometime later in the barony of Offman, a man and a woman stood over a child's bed as lightning tore across the sky. The boy in the bed was breathing in ragged, shallow gasps. He looked gravely ill. A worried man asked, "Will this truly save him?" The woman at the window
Replied with cold certainty, "Of course, my lord." The man looked back at his son, clutching his small hand tightly. He promised that he could rely on
them. Tears streamed down his face as he vowed to pay any price, if they could just save his boy. The woman took off her hood, the air around her beginning to twist and swirl. "There's no need to worry so much," she cooed. "God cannot watch over everything." A powerful dark energy began to pour from her form. She smirked, a wicked
smile spreading across her face. "That's why people like us exist." Later, Sir Gregory grumbled about the disgusting weather.
Vlad, standing beside him, agreed. "We almost had them, but not everything in life goes according to plan." Gregory uncorked a flask, catching Vlad's attention. He offered it to him, asking, "A little won't hurt, right? It's cold. Care for a drink?" Vlad simply turned away, saying he would go find some firewood. "It's all wet," Gregory called after him.
"You won't get a fire going." Still, Vlad continued on. "It's worth a try." Gregory took a long sip from his flask, murmuring, "He's just like him, just like Sir Jair's
apprentice." After a while, Vlad examined a small branch, finding it completely soaked. Useless. They were going to be drenched to the bone. Just then, Cade appeared holding a bundle of branches. "This should work. It's hollow inside." Vlad turned, reaching out to take the kindling, thanking him for his effort. "I'll carry it." As he took the brushwood, he noticed Cade staring at him silently. He glanced away, a thoughtful look on his face, as if he wanted to say something. "I didn't get a chance to say this on the way." Cade began bowing his head. "Thank you." Vlad offered a small smile. "I was just doing my duty. Don't worry about it. How are you feeling, by the way?" Cade replied that he was fine, all thanks to him. Back then, he thought he would surely lose his limb. Gregory approached them. "Now I see. I chose the right people." He smiled faintly. "Many would have refused this work simply because they are knights." Both men looked at him, the memory of Sir Vorden flashing in their minds. Gregory continued, "We're no longer knights, we're mercenaries now." They had entered the territory of Baron Edmund. Thanks to the Black Bear's intel, they were on the right trail, but they lacked any hard evidence. They were still in the north, but this was no longer B's territory. They could no longer expect support from Lord Joseph.
"Our mission is to remain undetected and search this village. Do you understand?" Both men nodded in unison. Gregory
began walking. "All right, let's move out. We need to conserve our strength." But Vlad paused, his eyes fixed on the distant village, that mournful
cry they heard last winter. He prayed he would never have to hear it again. Sometime later, they rode into a small village shrouded in an eerie fog. Gregory muttered,
"I feel an ambush waiting for us here." He had a bad feeling again. The place was deserted. Vlad noted that maybe it was just too early. Cade pointed ahead. "There's an inn." Gregory looked. "Good, let's head there." The man inside noticed their approach. "Visitors at this hour." Gregory waved, explaining that the rain had delayed them from reaching the village in time. "Could we trouble you for a bowl of soup each?" The man eyed them suspiciously. "Are you mercenaries? There's been nothing but chaos here. I can't shelter anyone."
Gregory pressed on. "We just need a place to stay for a couple of days, because of the weather."
"You'd really turn us away." A little girl peered out from behind a crate, looking at them.
Vlad smiled and gave her a small wave, thinking she reminded him of
Xena as a child. But then, unexpectedly, Nameless called out his name, startling him. He quickly moved away from the others, whispering, "What's wrong?" "This isn't like you," Nameless replied. "It must be this location. I will lend you my world. Look at the girl, now." At that command, Vlad closed his eyes and focused his aura, turning his senses toward the child. He saw it instantly. a powerful dark aura coiling around her. He was stunned by the sight. Nameless recognized the aura immediately. That is a curse. Vlad was thrown back into the memories of his childhood. He thought of how children were pure and innocent, yet they were always the first to be sacrificed. He had seen it happen countless times, adults stealing from the young, leaving children with no choice but to die. They would perish from hunger and cold, or die from exhaustion, searching for the parents who had abandoned them. Witnessing this hell, he vowed to never become like them, to never live like this. He charged forward, stick in hand, driving off the men who preyed on defenseless children. An oath was sworn, a promise that must be kept. Knights are protectors, and he would protect this child. After some time, these thoughts guided Vlad to the church. The Nameless One spoke. It seems we're here. The pendant's energy pulsed, pulling them closer. Vlad nodded. Let's go. His companion agreed.
Inside the empty church, he whispered, See anything suspicious?
Nothing out of the ordinary, the Nameless One replied. Vlad agreed quietly. Not yet, anyway. He glanced to the side, a cold feeling creeping in. Something feels wrong. The Nameless One suddenly warned, Someone's coming. Vlad spun around, his mind racing. He couldn't let them know he was searching for something. He had to act natural. Immediately, he dropped to his knees, pretending to pray. The man stopped behind him. You're not from around here, are you? Vlad turned. I arrived yesterday. The man nodded slowly. I heard, one of the new mercenaries. Vlad offered an apology. Forgive my sudden intrusion. His eyes then fell upon the book in the man's hand. His gaze locked onto an inverted cross. A jolt of shock went through him. So that's why everything felt wrong from the moment he entered the village. He hadn't seen a single normal cross anywhere. The man just smiled. No need to explain. God's embrace is always open to all. The Nameless One reported. I still don't see anything. The man continued. My apologies for disturbing your prayers. Vlad shook his head. Not at all. I feel better now. He added, I'll leave after I've finished. The man replied, This is a home for all who seek God. You may stay. As long as you wish. Vlad's expression hardened. The girl's pendant led him here. There was no doubt this village was hiding a dark secret. He forced a smile, but his guard was up. He couldn't trust this man for a second. Thank you, Father. As the man left, he added, I will pray for you as well. May the plague raging here spare you. The words stunned Vlad. A plague? The man turned back, a sinister smile, spreading across his face. And I shall also pray for our local children. Later, the old man asked, Who told you of a plague? Vlad replied, the priest. I met him at the church. He added with a tense smile. We plan to stay a few days, but news of a plague is concerning. Oh, don't you worry about that, the old man said calmly. This plague, it only takes the children. Vlad's blood ran cold. How can it only affect children? The old man sighed. Who knows, I heard it's ravaging more of Baron Upman's villages. Perhaps God is angry. It's terrible, but nothing can be done. Vlad left, thanking him for the information. As he walked, his thoughts swirled. Women vanishing in Sora. Children dying here. A chain of sinister events. He remembered the girl. This was no plague. But he had no proof. Should I return to Sora and borrow the shrine? The Nameless One dismissed the idea. Someone else's shrine won't work. This feels like a curse. One woven by a skilled black magician. Only an experienced priest could uncover it. Vlad was baffled. How could they pull off something on this scale? The Nameless One admitted, I do not know. We have many theories, but no proof. Just then, a child's voice cut through the air. The church gave this to us. Vlad peered around the corner, watching a man with several children. A little girl beamed. The priest gave one to all my friends. The hooded man examined the cross he'd taken from the child. He handed it back, turned to leave, and the children waved him goodbye. Vlad narrowed his eyes. He looks suspicious. If I'm lucky, I might find some evidence. The Nameless One warned, Be careful. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Vlad smirked. I'll be fine. I may have been a thief, but I was a pickpocket for far longer. The Nameless One sighed. That's hardly something to be proud of. A short time later, Vlad was tailing his target. Hiding behind a tree, he watched intently. He's luring me to the edge of the village. The Nameless One quipped. So, Mr. Pickpocket, I assume you've figured it out. Vlad winced at the nickname. He's right, he muttered. I can't follow him anymore. He knows I'm here. I need to fall back and report to Sir Gregory. I wouldn't be so sure, the Nameless One warned. He's not the type to let you go that easily. He's coming. Vlad looked out from behind the tree and saw the man was already upon him. Sword drawn for a killing blow. Vlad's own sword flashed out, blocking the strike, but the impact sent him flying, backward. He was stunned by the raw power behind the attack. The Nameless One shouted, He's coming again. No time to rest. From the left. Vlad managed to parry the second blow, but was thrown back once more, his boots skidding several meters. Across the ground, the unknown man stood motionless, observing him. Vlad looked up, his mind reeling. They had only crossed swords, but he already knew. This man was a knight. The stranger lowered his head, and Vlad saw it. His hand was trembling violently after those two blows. He raised his head again, his gaze silent and intense. Vlad stared back. Was he a former knight, or an active one? He settled into a fighting stance, leveling his sword and closing one eye. The enemy exploded forward, closing the distance in a blur. Vlad's eye snapped open, a powerful aura flaring to life. A fatal blow is always unexpected. He twisted his body, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. I only have one chance, he thought, swinging his blade in a deadly arc. This is the only moment he unleashed to counterattack his sword,
striking the man's hood though he'd aimed for the head. Instantly, the stranger's own blade began to glow as he channeled his energy into it. Vlad's eyes widened.
Is that an aura? He moved to block with his own aura-infused sword, but the Nameless one cried out for him to stop. They both swung, but it was too late. As their blades met, their auras collided and erupted in a blinding explosion of pure power. The collision was so powerful, Vlad dropped to one knee, his aura instantly shattering. He looks up to see a stranger with a sword radiating an immense power of his own. The Nameless man notes what a strange situation this is for them to meet. Vlad is stunned by the sight, and the girl who just attacked him stares back with an unnervingly calm face. This, the man says, is a holy night. Vlad whispers the words back. A holy night, which means this entire situation needs to be reevaluated. The Nameless man continues. Perhaps now isn't the best time for conversation. A sword is swift, but words take time. It seems she's already made up her mind. Defeat him first, talk later. He has to block her next strike. With a deafening clang, Vlad parries the girl's assault. His expression hardens. This is on another level. Sir Pablo's attacks were child's play compared to this. She's wielding so much aura, yet her expression is completely blank. As she prepares to strike again, the Nameless one explains that is the blessing. She doesn't need to create her own world, because the word of God is already with her. The girl unleashes a devastating blow. Vlad barely blocks it, the sheer force rattling him to the core. This is completely unfair, he thinks. How can she possess this kind of power? Simply by accepting the will of a god, he summons his strength, pushing her back with a powerful counterstrike. Vlad realizes that while the blessing grants a huge advantage, the Holy Knight has left herself wide open. As she brings her sword down in a heavy vertical slash, he rushes forward, gripping his blade with both hands. This is his chance. He unleashes a powerful parry, forcing her sword arm upward. She watches him, her eyes sharp as Vlad immediately presses his advantage. He swings with everything he has, his face a mask of fierce concentration. The moment his blade is about to connect, he knows he's won. It's a direct hit, but at the very last second, she dodges. His strike merely grazes her armor as she closes the distance in a flash. Vlad's eyes widen in shock. He can't believe her speed. The Nameless one shouts, "Focus! Find your balance!" But there's no time. He can't react. The girl slams him to the ground. He looks up stunned as she grabs his head with one hand and smashes it into the unforgiving earth. The impact is brutal. After the devastating attack, Vlad rolls over, struggling back to his feet. He freezes, utterly shocked, when he sees a sword blade resting right beside his head. He doesn't dare move. What was that? How did she do that? The Nameless one explains armor magic, a unique technique of the Holy Knights.
They use their armor plates to change a sword's trajectory? Vlad slowly turns his head, a grim realization dawning on him. She has a divine blessing and armor magic.
This is a total cheat. And after all that, there isn't a single drop of sweat on her face. She left that opening on purpose, to lure him in. He sighs with a wry smile.
She was just playing with him this whole time. The girl stares down at him and finally asks, "Who are you?" Vlad raises his hands in surrender. "I'm from Sora," he says. "I'm here to investigate."
She keeps her sword pointed at him. "Did you say from Sora?" Sometime later, inside a village house, the Holy Knight bows respectfully.
"I am from the northern diocese of San Rosino. It seems it was heaven's will that she meet a knight from Sora." Gregory bows in return, saying,
"I agree." He gestures to a seat. "Let's talk." Jusa takes a seat at the table. "I'm investigating a series of strange incidents." At first, she suspected it was some kind of plague, but it turned out to be a curse. She found traces of something ancient and very powerful. Gregory remarks,
"There is a church here. Sin should not be able to run rampant." With a grave expression, Jusa declares, "I believe the church is the source of the curse."
The revelation shocks them all. The Nameless one murmurs that she's more perceptive than she looks. Gregory's expression darkens with worry. This is far more serious than he imagined. For a holy knight, a follower of God's will, to suspect the church itself. He slams his fist on the table. This place is outside of Baal's jurisdiction. This situation is escalating far beyond his authority and his power. Jusa silently observes his frustration. To get his attention, she says, "Please convey my gratitude to the new mayor of Sora. His approach using information we couldn't obtain to handle the situation was commendable." Gregory looks at her, trying to read her intentions. Is she warning them not to dig any deeper? Or perhaps she's genuinely concerned for their safety. Anything involving dark magic is the church's domain. They have no official reason to continue their investigation. "I understand," he says. "Everything is okay." Vlad looks down, a dissatisfied frown on his face, but says nothing. He stands there for a moment thinking. The line has been drawn. A wall of authority and responsibility he cannot cross. A short while later, he sits by a window, his expression grim. They're not going to find Anna now. It's over. A young girl approaches him with a worried look. "Are you leaving already?" she asks. Vlad nods. "It seems we'll be leaving soon." She keeps looking at him, her eyes full of questions. "Why?" she asks. "Our work here is done," he replies. But she says in this world, our work is never finished. Her words catch him off guard. He looks at her in silence. This little girl just hit the nail right on the head. "Do you have any friends?" he asks. "Why are you always here?" The girl replies, "My dad told me not to leave." Vlad glances at the man drying dishes nearby. A reasonable precaution. Something deeply unnatural is happening in this village. The girl asks with an innocent expression, "Why don't you stay a little longer? They say the church is giving out gifts." The man smiles faintly. "Soon they'll gather the children for a blessing ritual. In hard times like these, it's something to be grateful for." Vlad looks at him intently. "When is this happening?" "In about 3 or 4 days, the man says. The priest said he would gather the children himself." The girl pleads, "Can't you stay until then?" Vlad considers this, looking down into his mug as he takes a sip. He thinks Jusa sent a carrier pigeon for reinforcements. "The Holy Knights will take at least 4 days to arrive. We can make it just in time." He looks up and says, "Perhaps we will." Be left behind. A wave of relief washed over the girl as she asked if he truly meant it. Fumbling in her pocket, she insisted that he must take this. Vlad stared down at her hand, asking what it was. Her face beaming with pure joy, she presented him with a simple gift, a ring woven from flowers. He took it and how could there be a flower ring without any flowers? He realized she must have crafted it from the ivy clinging to the courtyard walls. Not a single blossom grew in this village, not even the smallest one. The man called out to Marianne, telling her it was time to go upstairs. It was time for bed. The girl turned ready to protest, but his firm tone urged her to hurry. Though disappointed, she reluctantly agreed. She paused, a flicker of worry on her face. "You're sure you'll be here tomorrow?" Vlad offered a small smile. "That's the plan." Marianne's face lit up once more at his words. She skipped away, her joy overflowing, waving back as she shouted, "You have to promise!" Marianne joyfully bounded toward her room. But then her steps faltered. She froze, a look of terror seizing her features as her entire body began to tremble violently. She collapsed, hitting the floor with a sickening thud. Her father cried out in alarm, screaming her name. Vlad was stunned. He whipped around in shock. The man scooped Marianne into his arms as she continued to convulse, his voice breaking as he wept in fear. A frantic Vlad rushed to their side. The Nameless one spoke. "I will grant you my vision. It won't solve this, but you will at least understand what is happening." In an instant, his aura flared to life. Vlad's eyes widened. He could see a malevolent dark energy pouring from Marianne's eyes. "The curse has been activated," the Nameless one explained, triggered by the commotion on the first floor. Just then, several figures descended from the second floor. Justia ran, behind Gregory, who demanded with a grim face, "What is going on down here?" The father continued to cry out to Marianne, his voice raw with panic. "You have to wake up," he pleaded. Everyone stared in horror. As Gregory turned to speak to Justia, the Nameless one warned, "It's suffocating her. The curse is draining her life force." Vlad watched the foul energy, a white smoke coiling towards the church. How could he possibly explain what he was seeing? Justia's expression hardened. "So, they've sensed my presence," she said. She looked down deep in thought. "I was careless. I thought I had concealed my power enough. I never imagined they could detect this level of divine energy." She turned her sudden movement, drawing every eye in the room. As she walked out the door, she commanded, "If I do not return, explain. What happened to the knights who arrive after me?" Gregory could only sigh, his face etched with worry. Vlad was shocked by his inaction. Why was he just standing there? Was he paralyzed by the chain of command? Suddenly, piercing screams echoed from the village. In other homes, the same nightmare was unfolding. Terrified parents shouted, "Something's wrong with our child. Please just try to breathe. You have to wake up." Fury ignited within Vlad, and he clenched his teeth. He didn't escape the slums just to merely survive. He wanted to wield a sword for more than just admiring knights. If he just stands by and watches now, he's no different from the man he used to be. He stormed out of the house, his hand gripping his sword. "I will act." But Gregory's hand shot out, stopping the blade before it could be drawn from its sheath. He looked at the talented youth with stern eyes. I understand your passion, but you must listen. His voice was low. A knight's sword must be both sharp and heavy. You will become a great knight one day, so remember this. Every action must have justification and requires responsibility. Vlad stared back, his face a mask of frustration. If I cannot protect those who need protection, then what meaning is there in justification or responsibility? Precisely, Gregory said. Now repeat after me. Vlad looked at him completely bewildered. Repeat what? The senior knight replied. This is the only excuse we can cling to right now. At that moment, all the dark energy from the village surged like a river flowing into the bell tower of the church. Justia stopped it, the entrance watching the vile torrent. No matter how saturated this place is with darkness, she thought grimly, it is still on.
God's earth. She stepped inside. Nothing can defy his divine will. Her eyes then fell upon a symbol scrawled on the wall in blood. Justia froze in shock.
There, in the center of the hall, stood a man. The walls around him were covered in glowing, sinister symbols. Instantly, she drew her blade, leveling it at him. A mark of true blasphemy. The man simply smiled. You're earlier than I expected. He turned to her. But why have you come alone with just the two of us? We can't possibly pray for the people, can we? Justia's gaze remained ice cold. Did he just say, people? This place was overflowing with an unholy power, yet she sensed no other living creatures. And then,
from the ground of the adjoining rooms, the undead began to claw their way out. Justia gasped. What is this? The man beside
her began to gather dark energy into his hand. He tilted his head back, spreading his arms wide with a terrible grin. Let the service begin. A horde of the undead, now free, swarmed towards the main hall. They slammed against the massive doors with thunderous
blows, capturing Justia's attention. Dozens of rotting hands began to splinter the wood, punching through the barrier. She watched, horrified, as the
doors burst open. The monsters poured in their voices, a ghastly chorus. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Where is my child? We must find our child. A righteous fury burned in Justia's eyes. How could you do this? She roared. Do you not fear God at all? The man's smile only widened as he removed his glasses. I should, he said mockingly, but he and I have nothing to do with each other. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a book to the floor. His hands danced, weaving the dark energy. A truly evil smile twisted his lips. Because I no longer need his embrace. The undead army, having shattered the doors, was now rushing, straight for Justia. She ignored them completely, dropping to one knee and planting her sword in the floor with a resonant clang. She began to pray.
O magnificent commander of the divine army, Saint Rosno, who stands at God's side, come forth and save these souls from the oppression
of evil. She opened her eyes, now blazing with a brilliant light. And I shall be the one to pay the great cost. In that instant, radiant wings of pure energy erupted from her back.
Forged from pure energy, manifested behind her. In that same instant, a blinding light erupted high in the heavens. This celestial beam, a pillar of raw power, descended upon
the church. The holy energy slammed into the monsters, halting them in their tracks as they writhed in searing agony. The man shielded his eyes, a look of shock on his face, thinking, is this a full-scale exorcism? A light so brilliant it's visible even in this oppressive darkness? A twisted smile spread across his face as he released his own aura, and mused that to summon such light without any ritual was truly impressive. His hand pulsed with a sinister dark energy as he prepared to speak. He conjured a blade from that same darkness, sneering that no matter how bright a torch burns alone, it has its limits. This kind of spell has a severe price.
Doesn't it? A miracle purchased with the caster's own life force. He began to stalk slowly towards Justia,
his voice a venomous whisper. She knows this better than anyone, right? And at the end of this magnificent light, only a deeper darkness will remain. Seconds later, the brilliant radiance from Justia's ability finally flickered out. The sacred energy that had purged the undead vanished. She slumped to one knee, the last ray of light reflecting off her face. Lifting her head, the remnants of that power still burned fiercely in her eyes. But in that moment of weakness, more of the reanimated girls shuffled through the shattered doorway. Justia saw them, her heart sinking. There are still so many of them. Just how many victims were there? The man loomed over her, declaring that the time has come for darkness to reign. Justia stared up at him, breathing in ragged gasps from sheer exhaustion. With what little strength she had left, she declared, the glorious commander of the divine army, Saint Rosno, stands beside God. The man simply smiled, telling her she was wasting her final breaths. But Justia ignored him, her focus absolute. A powerful aura erupted from her body once more as she chanted, let the church crush all enemies. Behind her, the colossal silhouette of a divine warrior materialized from pure light. The man's smug expression vanished, replaced by utter shock. He was speechless. Justia locked her gaze onto him, her expression grim and resolute. She vowed, "At the very least, I will crush you, even if it costs me my life." Just then, a massive burning cart came crashing into the hall. The sudden chaos drew everyone's attention. They could only stare in disbelief. It was Vlad, his face a mask of determination, pushing the makeshift battering ram. He roared for everyone to get out of the way. Justia froze, watching the flaming wreckage hurtle directly towards her. At the very last second, she summoned the last of her strength to leap aside. Gregory yelled for him to keep pushing it, but the man simply stood his ground, a calm, unimpressed look on his face. He met the cart with a single swing of his dark sword, shattering it into splinters. "How utterly ridiculous," he scoffed, watching the debris rain down around him. But Vlad rockets through the wall of flames completely unfazed. He's already mid-swing his sword, a blur of motion. A furious snarl twists his face as he roars. He'd crossed the line by targeting the children. Vlad's sword descended with righteous fury, but the man met his strike with a blade of pure dark energy. Their gazes locked in the silent, deadly clash. Vlad activated his aura, and a cold dread washed over him. This man's power was on a completely different level. A twisted, horrifying grin stretched across the man's face. "Ah, I remember you now," he hissed, his voice dripping with malice. "We've met before." Enraged, Vlad lunged forward. "Shut your mouth and die!" he roared as their blades met in a blinding flash of steel and shadow. As their duel raged on, Gregory rushed to Justia's side. She struggled to her feet, and with panic in his voice, he cried out, "Are you all right?" Leaning heavily on her sword, she gasped, "Don't you get it? It's too dangerous here." But Gregory's resolve was firm. "We had no choice. The children are dying." Just then, more undead shuffled through the doorway, their hollow eyes questioning the chaos. Gritting her teeth, Justia forced out the words, "We have to get to the bell tower. It's the source of this curse." Gregory nodded grimly. There was no time to fight their way through. They'd have to split up, even if it was risky. He glanced back, noticing Sir Cade wasn't using his aura. Then his eyes fell on Vlad's desperate battle. Someone had to break away. Gregory stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath him. With a determined glare, he unleashed his aura, erupting in a brilliant wave of power. "I am here!" he roared, his voice thundering through the hall. He shot forward like a cannonball, blazing a path straight toward Vlad and his terrifying foe. He blew past them in an instant, striking the dark swordsman with such force that the man's blade flew from his grasp. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Gregory slammed into the far wall with a deafening crash, showering the ground in dust and rubble. He spun around, shouting to his comrade. "Vlad Justia said the bell tower is the key. I don't know what's up there, but you have to destroy it." For a moment, Vlad was taken aback. But he snapped back to reality in an instant. "Got it!" he yelled, immediately breaking away and sprinting in the opposite direction. The dark swordsman's sinister smile returned. "And where do you think you're going?" He sneered, his dark energy surging. He commanded the undead to intercept him. A horde of the slain women rose and charged at Vlad. He didn't stop, he didn't attack them. He just tried to push through the horrifying crowd. But there were too many. Suddenly, an arrow of pure light whistled past his ear, embedding itself in a monster's skull. The dark energy controlling the corpse instantly vanished. The body crumpled to the ground, its curse broken. Stunned, Vlad whipped his head around to see Justia channeling her power into Cade's arrows. With a grimly focused expression, Cade shouted, "I'll cover you! Go!" With a determined nod, Vlad surged forward once more. Behind him, Cade unleashed a volley of sacred arrows. Each shot found its mark, purifying the undead around Vlad as he ran. But just as a path seemed clear, another swarm of monsters poured through a doorway. A voice in his head screamed at him to hurry. Clenching his jaw in frustration, Vlad closed his eyes and summoned his aura. "Get out of my way!" he roared, becoming a whirlwind of steel. He sliced through the horde, each movement a deadly efficient strike. But the soulless husks of former people still clawed at him, their silent screams fueling Vlad's fury. Finally, he broke through and reached the stairs leading up. With a hardened gaze, he begins his ascent. He grips his sword tight, Marianne's ring a cold promise on his hand. All worlds are precious, but not all have the strength to defend themselves. Yet they have sworn an oath to be a shield. When they are needed, when they must act, there can be no hesitation. They must burn like a torch to banish the darkness. This is the code of the second Swordmaster. At that very moment, on the church's first floor, a tide of monsters attacks. With a roar, Gregory unleashes his aura, his blade a whirlwind of righteous fury. A creature lunges from the shadows, its claws dripping with dark energy. He senses the killing intent at the very last second, pivoting with blinding speed to deliver a devastating counter. The shockwave of his power blasts everything around him away. He glances back just as another monster prepares a fatal blow. Suddenly, an arrow whistles past, burying itself in the creature's head.
Gregory turns to see Cade, his bow still raised. He's gasping for air, his hand trembling uncontrollably from exhaustion.
Blood trickles from his fingers, torn raw from losing arrow after arrow. Wiping a weary hand across his face, Gregory mutters, "I wish I was always this popular." He surveys the carnage, the bodies of countless monsters. "I've seen too many horrors today," he says, his eyes landing on the man slumped against the wall. "And that twisted grin of yours is one of them." But the man just keeps smiling. "Do what you will," he sneers. "For me, death is not the end." Those words ignite a fire in Gregory's soul. He grits his teeth, stalking forward with his sword raised. "Let's see you keep talking. After I take your head." The man's only reply is a chilling laugh. Enraged, Gregory bellows, "Fine. Laugh all the way to hell." He swings, pouring his energy into one final powerful blow. With a sickening thud, the severed head
tumbles to the floor in a spray of blood. The moment it happens, every monster in the hall freezes and begins to tremble uncontrollably.
Cade sees it first, shouting a warning. Justia remarks, "To defeat an army, you must slay its commander." It seems Sir Gregory was right. Gregory sheaths his sword, his face a mask of cold fury. Still simmering with rage, he fumbles inside his pockets. "That wasn't easy," he grumbles, pulling out a flask. "I'm going to need a stiff drink after this." But then a voice echoes through the hall. "Speaking of which, I haven't had any wine today." A collective shock ripples through the room. The man's severed head stares up at Gregory, its lips moving. "If it's not too much trouble, could I have a sip?" Gregory spins around in disbelief, staring at the talking head. But before he can speak, Cade sees something that makes his blood run cold and screams Gregory's name. Behind the shocked knight, the headless body rises to its feet. An eerie blue flame erupts from the stump of its neck. Justa, exhausted, looks on in horror. "It's the headless knight, a Dullahan." At that very moment, Vlad races up the final steps of the bell tower. He reaches the top, his eyes fixed on the bell, pulsing with a sinister dark energy. "The curse of the noble dark magician," Nameless warns, "you must shatter it in a single blow." Vlad's expression hardens. "Understood." Instantly, he summons his aura, concentrating all of his power for the strike. But as the Dullahan swings its sword far below Nameless' senses, a terrible danger. Dodge it now. Cracks spiderweb beneath Vlad's feet, and the floor gives way. The sudden collapse catches him off guard. What's happening? He twists in midair and spots a wooden platform just within reach. He leaps at the last possible second, hurtling through the air as the church crumbles around him. Debris rains down from all sides as he lands hard on a section of the roof. Looking up, he sees massive chunks of the wall plummeting toward him. He dives, narrowly avoiding being crushed. He free falls toward the ground as the tower implodes behind him. Vlad lands, asking, "What in the world is going on?" His eyes widen at the sight before him. Amidst the ruins of the church stands the Dullahan. It holds a sword in one hand and weaves magic with the other. "Impressive," its voice echoes. "A perfect landing, even from my perspective." Vlad instantly takes the combat stance. "I knew you were no mere human, you freak." His aura flares as he demands with raw fury. "Where are the others?" The Dullahan scoffs. "Their lives are meaningless to me." Inside the rubble, his comrades lie silent and still. The creature raises its magic-wielding hand. "I only desire one thing." Vlad's eyes burn with rage. "Give them back," he snarls. The Dullahan responds by gathering energy in its palm. "Then try and take them." With a roar, Vlad channels his aura and charges. "I said, give them back!" He unleashes a mighty strike, his sword glowing with power. But the Dullahan parries it with contemptuous ease. Steel clashes against steel in a blinding flurry of blows. The monster leaps back, its dark energy sword humming. "Don't get too close. Who knows how long I'll be so gentle with your comrade?" Their swords lock. With a sneer, Vlad retorts, "And who said you were my comrade?" He sees his own reflection in the Dullahan's blade. "I wasn't talking to you," the creature says, before shoving him back with immense force. It launches into a series of impossibly fast strikes with its dark sword. Vlad pours every ounce of his strength into blocking the assault, desperately tracking its movements. He's getting faster. He thinks too fast to counter. Nameless's voice cuts through his panic. "Do not rely on common sense. This thing does not move like a human." Vlad parries another ferocious blow, but is still forced backward. In a flash, the Dullahan is upon him. "Too slow," it taunts. Vlad's eyes widen as the sword's tip aims right for his head. "Vlad!" Nameless cries out in alarm. But his reaction is instantaneous. He takes a single step forward. Mimicking Justa, he offers his shoulder, and the blade screeches as it glances off his armor. The Dullahan is stunned. The man stared at his shoulder in disbelief. Is this the armor's magic? But it's just plain leather. He then noticed a faint energy lingering at the point of impact. His eyes widened as he examined it. "Incredible," he whispered in awe. "To think he even carries the blessing of a spirit."